Chapter 31. Divorce. All right. Hanshin grinned, and then gently stepped forward. Boom. It was an ordinary step, but Zhang Yihe, still kneeling on the ground, felt as if a giant had landed. The entire Shangwan mansion seemed to shake. It's up to you now. With that, Hanshin extended his hand and lightly placed it on the top of Zhang Yihe's head. A subtle golden aura swirled in his palm. Thump. The palm settled. Zhang Yihe instantly felt a surge of heat rushing from the top of his head. In a moment, his hearing and vision sharpened, his mind clearer than ever before. The heat flowed downwards, spreading through his meridians to every part of his body. Within seconds, he was drenched in sweat, as if he'd been thrown into a furnace. At the same time, he clearly felt a wisp of heat rising in his lower abdomen. Zhang Yihe's face lit up with joy. He actively channeled the heat, circulating it according to the martial arts secret technique left by his great-grandfather. He discovered that his previously blocked and congested meridians had begun to clear and widen, becoming increasingly smooth. Pop. Suddenly, a muffled sound came from Zhang Yihe's lower abdomen. His entire aura surged, successfully condensing inner strength and making him a first-rank martial artist. But this was not the end. Perhaps due to his accumulated efforts, his earlier diligent practice finally bore fruit. His inner strength grew sixfold in an instant. His flesh, bones, and sinews seemed to have been rejuvenated, beginning to grow stronger. His rank jumped 3 levels, reaching the 4th rank. Whoosh! After his aura had completely calmed, Zhang Yihe slowly opened his eyes. Unlike their previous murky dullness, his gaze was now bright and clear, with a gentle luster like that of an infant. His temples were bulging, and even the few white hairs on his head had turned black. His overall spirit was far beyond what it had been, as if he had suddenly become 10 years younger. Not only that, when Zhang Yihe lightly clenched his fist, he felt a powerful force surging from within. With a light tap of his foot, the bluestone floor tiles shattered into pieces. It wasn't a dream. He had truly entered the martial path, and at the 4th rank, he was thrilled, excited. But Zhang Yihe hadn't forgotten who had given him this opportunity. He knelt on the ground, looking at Han Qian with reverence and fervent admiration, tears welling up in his eyes. A celestial being touches my crown, grants me eternal life. Thank you, Master Han. He bowed, his forehead touching the ground, with sincerity and gratitude. Han Qian said calmly, "Get up. I only helped clear your meridians. Your ability to directly reach the 4th rank is due to your past diligent training. Without Master Han's help, I wouldn't have been able to enter the martial path even if I spent my entire life. Master Han has given me a life-changing gift. Zhang Yihe will remember your kindness forever. If you have any orders in the future, I will do anything, even die for you." Zhang Yihe bowed again in gratitude. "All right, this favor is repaid. I'm leaving." With that, Hanshin picked up the medicine box and headed for the exit. "I'll see you out, Master Han." Zhang Yihe quickly scrambled up from the ground and followed. "Leave? You're not going anywhere." Just then, a group of mansion guards appeared, blocking the courtyard gate. It was Shangwan Zhuqing, her eyes burning with fury as she glared at Han Qian. "Wife." Zhang Yihe quickly stepped forward. "Zhang Yihe, don't call me wife. The spiritual medicine is so precious, and you didn't even discuss it with me before exchanging it with the 2nd branch, and you gave the exchanged medicine to a young punk. Are you trying to end our marriage? If you are, then let's split up." Shangwan Zhuqing put her hands on her hips, displaying her aggressive nature. At this time, Shangwan Lanjin and others, as well as the various branches' sons-in-law, all came to watch the spectacle. More and more members of the Shangwan family gathered, having heard the news. The news had spread quickly, thanks to Shangwan Lanjin and Lu Maofeng, who were determined to see the 3rd branch make a fool of themselves. "Wife, I will explain everything to you later. Now, please don't block the way and let Master Han leave." Zhang Yihe didn't mind the crowd watching. He was worried his wife would make things worse and offend Master Han. "Master Han? Zhang Yihe, you've really fallen low." Shangwan Zhuqing was even more annoyed with Zhang Yihe. Seeing this, Zhang Yihe explained in a low voice, "Wife, Master Han, he is not an ordinary person." Shangwan's old madam was a 9th-rank martial artist. Shangwan Zhuqing naturally understood what Zhang Yihe meant by not an ordinary person, but she just looked at Han Qian with contempt and then sneered. "Not ordinary? Ha 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 ha, Zhang Yihe, you've really lost your mind. I know you're still obsessed with this so-called martial arts, but even the old madam couldn't help you. How could this yellow-haired kid help you? I think you've been deceived by him. Maybe someone in the family has deliberately conspired with him." As she said this, Shangguan Juqing deliberately glanced at Shangguan Lanjin and her husband outside the courtyard. "Oh my, third sister, look at what you're saying. It's really hurting our sisterly bond. We're all family. Who would resort to such underhanded tactics for such little benefit, to harm your old Zhang?" "Yes, third sister, what you said is truly heartbreaking." "Exactly. We came here to help, but we were treated like we just threw mud at you." Lu Maofeng also chimed in. "Old Zhang has been running the Chinese medicine shop for so many years. Maybe he did meet a powerful elder." "Third sister, you have to trust old Zhang." "A powerful elder? Him?" Shangguan Juqing looked at Han Chun with a cold smile, full of mockery. Seeing Shangguan Juqing disrespect Han Chun, Zhang Yihe immediately reprimanded her sharply. "Shangguan Juqing, you are not allowed to be rude to Master Han." Shangguan Juqing was startled by Zhang Yihe's sudden outburst, as he had always been so submissive. She became even angrier. "Zhang Yihe, you've rebelled, haven't you? How dare you yell at me like that? Let me tell you, he's not taking this spiritual medicine. Either that, or we get a divorce, and you get out of the Shangguan family." Hearing Shangguan Juqing mention the word divorce, something in Zhang Yihe's eyes dimmed. "Shangguan Juqing, we have been married for over 20 years. Just this once, can't you trust me?" Shangguan Juqing's heart was slightly touched, but she still refused to relent. "Either he leaves with the medicine, or we get a divorce." Zhang Yihe came from a poor family. He had come to the Shangguan family to apply for the position of Chinese herbal medicine cultivation manager. The old madam found him to be reliable, capable, and hardworking, and then arranged for him to marry Shangguan Juqing. Over the years, Shangguan Juqing had controlled the family's finances and hadn't given Zhang Yihe any of his own assets. If they divorced, Zhang Yihe would immediately become penniless and homeless. With this statement, Shangguan Juqing thought she had Zhang Yihe in her grip. Who knew Zhang Yihe would only look at her deeply, his expression slowly turning cold. "Fine, then let Aunt Shui be our witness. We'll divorce." You want to divorce me?" Shangguan Juqing's vision blurred, and she almost fainted. Just then, a girl quickly reached out to support Shangguan Juqing's arm. It was Shangguan Lingxia, who had arrived after hearing the news. "Mom, are you okay?" I'm fine. I'm fine. Good. Let's have Aunt Shui witness our divorce." Shangguan Juqing patted her chest, glaring angrily at Zhang Yihe. "Dad, how can you be so confused? For an outsider, you're giving away spiritual medicine and divorcing Mom. Dad, please wake up." Shangguan Lingxia frowned, annoyed at Zhang Yihe, echoing Shangguan Juqing's tone, full of blame and resentment. At this time, Han Chen finally couldn't stand it anymore. A marriage is not a game. Don't make a decision you'll regret for the rest of your life because of a moment of anger. Shut up, you liar. If it wasn't for you, how would our parents be talking about divorce? Shangguan Lingxia gritted her teeth, staring at Han Chen with hatred. "You are not to be rude to Master Han." Zhang Yihe scolded. "Dad, you're hopeless." Shangguan Lingxia said, disappointed. "Master Han, I'm not acting rashly. In this family, I have long lost any sense of dignity. Rather than continue to stay here, dulling my edge, I'd rather make a clean break and be done with it." Having entered the martial path, Zhang Yihe's mind was clear. He now understood what he hadn't before, and he was now brave enough to do what he hadn't dared to. The saying, "when you hold a sharp weapon, the desire to kill arises naturally," held true. Chapter 32. Yao Er, come here. Good. So Zhang Yihe, you're actually willing to divorce me for an outsider." Shangguan Juqing was so angry her eyes rolled back, and she was on the verge of fainting. Shangguan Lingxia was stamping her feet in frustration. "Dad, wake up. If you leave the Shangguan family, you're nothing. Wouldn't it be better to just listen to Mom?" Zhang Yihe took a deep look at Shangguan Lingxia. "Lingxia, has your father ever done something he wasn't confident about? Don't you trust me either?" Shangguan Lingxia's heart trembled. Looking back, Zhang Yihe had always managed both the family and their external affairs meticulously. Whether it was dealing with people or conducting business, there was not a single thing you could criticize him for. In Shangguan Mountain Mansion, countless people envied her mother's luck, saying that she had found a son-in-law who had made them rich. In all fairness, How could a stable and mature person like her father just casually give away a dowry of spiritual medicine to someone else? With that in mind, Shangguan Lingxie secretly glanced at Han Chun. But no matter how hard she looked, she couldn't see anything special about Han Chun. He looked completely ordinary, even a little indifferent to everything, even though her father was ready to break up with his wife for him. Aunt Shuer is here. Just then, a commotion came from outside the courtyard. Someone whispered in surprise. Soon, Shangguan Lanjin and the others who had been blocking the gate made way. Aunt Shuer, with a cold expression, entered the courtyard. Aunt Shuer, why have you come? Shangguan Juqing was surprised and quickly went to greet her. When the 5 Shangguan sisters were young, Aunt Shuer was responsible for teaching them on behalf of the old madam. Even if Aunt Shuer punished them with a willow stick or didn't allow them to eat because of their mistakes, the old madam had never said a word. Therefore, although Aunt Shuer was just a housekeeper of the Shangguan Mountain Mansion, the old madam's personal maid, she was, in effect, the godmother of the 5 sisters. Someone said that you were going to divorce Zhang Yihe, and they wanted me to be a witness. Aunt Shuer stood straight and dignified, unsmiling, displaying the authority of a godmother. Shangguan Juqing knew who had brought Aunt Shuer here without even having to think. But facing Aunt Shuer, who had always been stern and serious, she dared not easily utter the word divorce again. Throughout their marriage, Zhang Yihe had devoted his energy to making money for her. He managed the herb fields and the various outside businesses, making sure everything ran without a hitch. As for her, she didn't need to do anything but stay in the mansion and wait for the money to roll in. Other sisters had been envious of her lifestyle for many years. If she truly divorced, she couldn't bear the thought of losing everything. But, Aunt Shuer, please be the judge. Zhang Yihe exchanged the dowry of spiritual medicine with my second brother Lu Malfong without saying a word, and then gave this precious spiritual medicine to a stranger. You tell me, isn't that Zhang Yihe's fault? Shangguan Juqing tearfully sobbed. Aunt Shuer glanced at Zhang Yihe, then at Han Chun behind him, before looking away. The old madam said that the sons-in-law of the Shangguan family were often looked down upon by outsiders, so the Shangguan family must never mistreat them. That's why we have the rule of giving each son-in-law a spiritual medicine as a dowry. This dowry of spiritual medicine is intended to provide security for the sons-in-law. Even if you're envious, you can't touch it. But Shangguan Juqing, hearing that Aunt Shuer wasn't taking her side, immediately began to protest, feeling wronged. There's no but. Even if Zhang Yihe throws the medicine on the ground and crushes it, it's none of your business. If you want to divorce Zhang Yihe because of this, then fine. As long as Zhang Yihe agrees, I'll immediately witness your divorce. Aunt Shuer spoke seriously without showing any favoritism. Grandma Shuer, setting aside the facts, is my dad not at fault at all? Shangguan Lingxie began to cajole. Although Aunt Shuer was usually strict with the wives, she was very lenient with the younger generation. But this time, Shangguan Lingxie had touched a nerve with Aunt Shuer. She slightly furrowed her brows, her gaze becoming sharp. Lingxie, listen to what you're saying. If your mom or your aunts dare to say such things, I'd have to give them a few slaps to remember it. Knowing she had spoken out of turn, Shangguan Lingxie didn't dare to say anything more. Do you want a divorce? With that, Aunt Shuer didn't dwell any further and directly asked Shangguan Juqing. Shangguan Juqing looked at Zhang Yihe and didn't dare to answer. Then, make way. Since this young friend has come to our Shangguan mansion, he's a guest of the Shangguan family. You're only making our guests laugh at the Shangguan women for their lack of grace. Aunt Shuer scolded coldly. Shangguan Juqing glanced at the medicine box in Han Chin's arms, unwillingly giving way. Young friend, I apologize for the scene. After Shangguan Juqing had stopped causing trouble, Aunt Shuer smiled faintly at Han Chun, showing no airs of a head steward of Shangguan Mountain Mansion, but instead appeared kind and approachable. You're not bad. When you are practicing your martial arts, remember not to forcefully push your Tianqin acupoint, or you will suffer damage to your spirit, or even worse, a qi deviation. Han Chin casually pointed out. These words were incomprehensible to Shangguan Juqing and the others, but they were like sacred revelations to Aunt Shuer. She had been stuck at the 4th rank for many years. Every time she tried to break through to the 5th rank by striking her Tianqin acupoint, she would experience dizziness and ringing in her ears, as if her head was being hit by a heavy hammer. This secret of her cultivation was only known to her, but this young man in front of her had casually spoken of her pain points. This not only meant he was a martial artist, but his rank was far higher than hers. A 9th rank martial artist? Or perhaps a grandmaster? The thought sent a tidal wave of shock through Aunt Shue's usually calm mind. Such a young grandmaster? No. What if he was an old monster who had found a way to maintain his youthful appearance? The former was terrifying, while the latter was horrifying. So you're a senior. I was rude. After realizing the situation, Aunt Shui immediately put aside her identity and age, and actually bowed slightly to Han Chun. This scene immediately shocked Shangguan Juqing and the other wives. Only Zhang Yihe remained calm and unperturbed. With Master Han's supreme ability, even if the old madam of the Shangguan family, Li Qizhen, came to pay her respects, it would be natural. A spiritual medicine for an opportunity to enter the martial path. Even if martial arts experts in Kyoto heard the news, they would travel thousands of miles to Hailan, kneeling for Master Han to show his grace. Unfortunately, his wife didn't understand, and neither did his daughter. The main acupoints are connected by meridians, so it's possible to succeed by taking another path. Next time, try the Yongquan acupoint on the sole of your feet. Han Chun said calmly. Thank you for your guidance, senior. Aunt Shue's heart trembled with joy. In the martial path, a single word of guidance from a grandmaster was more useful than tens of years of hard work. I'm leaving. Han Chun looked calm and was about to leave with the medicine box. I'll see you out, Master Han. Zhang Yihe quickly stepped forward. There's no need. You should take care of your family matters first. I'll just find someone to drive me. Han Chun looked up at the entrance of the courtyard. There, two girls were walking over. One was exceptionally beautiful and ethereal, while the other was petite and adorable and looked familiar. Yao Er, come here. Huh? I think I heard an annoying voice. Yao, who was strolling and chatting with Shangguan Xue, subconsciously shrunk her head, looking around. Soon she saw Han Chun waving at her not far away. He. Why is he at the Shangguan Mountain Mansion? Yao, the second miss, widened her beautiful eyes, both surprised and afraid. Chapter 33. Resolution. Shangguan Mountain Mansion, a secluded tree-lined path. Two girls strolled and chatted as a gentle mountain breeze blew. I hate that guy so much. You wouldn't believe how rude he is. He doesn't know the first thing about being kind to women. Yao complained madly. Just thinking about what had happened that day made her grit her teeth in anger. Oh? You mean, your father not only didn't help you get revenge, but also warned you not to provoke him? Shangguan Yingshue's eyelashes trembled slightly, and a hint of curiosity flickered in her clear eyes. Unlike the flamboyant and spoiled Yao, Shangguan Yingxue lived up to her name, which translates to reflecting snow. She was like it. Serene snow scene, pure and beautiful, making people feel refreshed and filled with longing, without the slightest hint of improper thoughts. Yeah, my dad is so strange. Yao puffed up her cheeks, full of resentment. The two of them walking together was a striking contrast. One looked like a young lady from an ancient painting, and the other like a modern-day rich heiress. Yao Er, come here. While the two girls were chatting, a call came from the courtyard entrance nearby. Huh? I think I heard an annoying voice. Yao, the second miss, frowned slightly, looking left and right. Soon, at the courtyard entrance not far ahead, she saw the last person she wanted to see. He. Why is he at Shangguan Mountain Mansion? Who is he? Shangguan Yingxue looked at Han Chun not far away, blinking her eyes. He's the jerk I was just talking about. Yao clenched her fists, lowering her voice. As if hearing her, Han Chun, who was standing at the courtyard gate, tilted his ear and grinned. Yao Er, what did you say? I heard everything. Yao took a deep breath, putting on a sweet voice. Brother Chin, whatever you heard, you must have misheard it. I was just telling my best friend that the tall, handsome, low-key, and cultured man was my crush. Han Chun grinned at Yao. Enough nonsense. Come here now. Yao immediately drooped her head and walked over, looking like an eggplant withered by frost. What? You don't look happy to see me? Han Chun revealed a row of white teeth. How could I not be happy? Yao forced a smile. You're driving me back, Han Chun said casually. Yao's temper flared. I'm not your driver. Han Chun's eyes narrowed, and Yao immediately shut up. Okay, I'll be heading back. Han Chun casually waved at Zhang Yihe, striding down the mountain. Yingxue, I have to go now. I'll come find you another day. Yao waved her jade arm at Shangguan Yingxue, hurrying after Han Chun. Yihe bids farewell to Master Han. In front of everyone, Zhang Yihe knelt down again, bowing deeply towards Han Chen's retreating figure. Thank you for your guidance, senior. Aunt Shui also bowed to Han Chen, lowering her body deeply. First, there was Zhang Yihe willing to divorce Shangguan Juqing to give the dowry of spiritual medicine to Han Chen. Then there was Aunt Shui, always strict and unafraid of the powerful, showing respect to Han Chen. And lastly, there was the most arrogant and lawless second Miss Yao who, when she saw Han Chen, was as docile as a pet rabbit. Even the most foolish person would realize that Han Chen was no ordinary person. Shangguan Lanjin and Lu Maofeng, who had been gloating and adding insult to injury earlier, now felt a chill in their hearts. They realized they had made a big mistake. Iha, that Master Han, or rather, Master Han, who is he exactly? Shangguan Juqing asked cautiously. She had thought her husband had lost his mind, but she didn't expect he had actually brought a true god into their home. But because of what had just happened, Zhang Yihe had lost all affection for his wife. Ignoring Shangguan Juqing, he simply cupped his fist at Aunt Shui. Aunt Shui, I remember the old madam said that if a son-in-law wanted to divorce, he could apply to her directly. I want to see the old madam. Aunt Shui sighed softly. Yihe, you and Juqing have been married for many years. Are you really going to get a divorce because of a moment's anger? Won't you think about it any further? Zhang Yihe said resolutely, entering the Shangguan family. I, Zhang Yihe, know my status is low, and that I'm unworthy of Shangguan Juqing, so I have always worked diligently, managing the herb fields and external businesses. But how has Shangguan Juqing treated me? I'm sure Aunt Shui is aware. Now that I've entered the martial path, I should focus on cultivation to repay Master Han's kindness. Those who interfere with my path will be discarded. You've entered the martial path? Aunt Shui's expression was surprised, and after carefully observing, she did notice that Zhang Yihe was indeed different. His eyes were not only clear but also held an air of unapproachable authority. That's right. Master Han helped me enter the martial path. As soon as Zhang Yihe said this, everyone was secretly shocked. The Shangguan family was no ordinary clan. Being from the direct line of the family, everyone present had heard of the existence of martial artists. It was said that the old madam was able to reverse the financial crisis of the Shangguan family because she had broken through the shackles of the martial path, and her strength and will were recognized by a powerful person in Kyoto. Moreover, the Shangguan family had dominated the Chinese herbal medicine industry for so many years. They couldn't have no rivals, but despite the intense business battles outside, Shangguan Mountain Mansion had never been disturbed. It was obvious that this was due to the old madam guarding Shangguan Mountain Mansion. The old madam had also said that if the Shangguan family could produce another martial artist, it would be worth the cost of all the spiritual medicine. Although Shangguan Juqing didn't know how influential martial artists were, she knew that if Zhang Yihe became a martial artist, she would be on equal footing with the first branch. Even the old madam would have to ask for her third branch's opinion on important matters. It was a step into the heavens. She couldn't divorce him, otherwise everything would be just a fleeting dream. Yihe, don't be like this. I was just angry that you didn't discuss it with me. I didn't really want to divorce you. Shangguan Juqing's attitude took a sharp 360-degree turn. She stepped forward and grabbed Zhang Yihe's hand. Zhang Yihe looked at Shangguan Juqing faintly. Shangguan Juqing felt that his gaze seemed to pierce through her body and see her inner thoughts, and she suddenly felt guilty. You don't realize your mistake. You're just afraid of losing your power and wealth. You. Shangguan Juqing couldn't help but want to retort, but remembering Zhang Yihe's current status and strength, she held back and quickly winked at her daughter Shangguan Lingxie. As a junior of the Shangguan family, Shangguan Lingxie had had contact with the martial arts circle with the old madam, and she was more aware of what it meant to enter the martial arts circle than Shangguan Juqing. As long as her father, Zhang Yihe, was alive, she and her mother would always be superior to others in the Shangguan family, enjoying endless wealth and glory. Moreover, with Master Han as an ally, her status might even surpass that of Shangguan Ningxue. Dad, are you really willing to abandon Mom and me? I don't want you and Mom to divorce. I want you to stay together. As she spoke, Shangguan Lingxie shed sad tears. Zhang Yihe was slightly moved by his daughter's tearful appearance. He softly comforted her. Don't worry, with Aunt Shui in charge of the Shangguan family, I will make sure that you and your mother won't suffer any injustice. Dad. Shangguan Lingxie didn't expect Zhang Yihe's attitude to be so resolute. She began to cry even more sadly. Chapter 34, Car Crash. Vroom, vroom, vroom. The red Ferrari roared down the road like a fierce lioness. After setting the cruise control, Yao 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 pulled a slender, women's cigarette from her cigarette case. But just as she placed the cigarette between her rosy lips, someone tossed it out the window. I don't like smoking, and I especially don't like women who smoke. Han Shun said lazily, with his hands behind his head. Hey, this is my car. Yao 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 pouted in protest. Also, a young girl like you shouldn't be dyeing your hair these crazy colors. Go dye it black. Han Shun glanced at Yao 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 indifferently. In fact, Miss Yao was very beautiful. She had fair skin and delicate features. If she wasn't so aggressive and hot-tempered, she would seem like a well-behaved young lady. And even though her figure was petite, she was well-developed. Her chest may not have been as impressive as Gu Chuantong's, but it was at least a C-cup. Damn it, I'm not trying to please you. It's none of your business what color I dye it. Yao 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 couldn't hold it back any longer. Black is more beautiful. Han Shin said casually. More beautiful. Miss Yao, who had been fuming just moments ago, felt her heart skip a beat, and her face flushed slightly. Himph, I'm naturally beautiful. Any color looks good on me. Tsh vain. Han Shun sneered dismissively. Hey you. Just as Yao 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 was about to argue with Han Shun, the driver's side window was suddenly knocked on. Looking out, she saw that a Kawasaki Ninja H2 had somehow pulled up alongside the Ferrari. Yao 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 lowered the window, her beautiful eyes carrying a hint of arrogance, as she coldly looked at the motorcyclist outside. The Kawasaki rider flipped up his visor, openly displaying his interest in Yao Yao Yao. His gaze fixated on her chest, burning with desire. Hey, miss, can I get your WeChat? Get lost. I'm not interested in you. Yao 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 didn't mince words. You can cultivate interest if you don't have it, right? I have a lot of money. I can buy you anything you like. Lin Yaofeng wasn't offended at all. His eyes only became more burning. Conquering a wildcat-type woman like this would only be more exciting. Do you think I need your money? With that, Yao 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 sharply turned the steering wheel, forcing Lin Yaofeng to swerve out of the way. Then, she slammed on the gas pedal and sped off. Vroom, vroom, vroom. Just as Lin Yaofeng was left behind, 6 motorcycles, Kawasaki, Harley, Ducati, and other high-end brands, chased after the Ferrari from behind. Ha ha ha, I didn't think there'd be a day when young Master Lin fails at picking up girls. That girl driving the Ferrari is really wild. She doesn't seem like an ordinary person. Lin Yaofeng stared at the Ferrari with great interest, a smirk forming on his lips. Enough with the chatter. I want that girl. Stick to the plan. He bent down, twisted the throttle, and his Kawasaki shot after the Ferrari like a cheetah. Wahoo! The other motorcyclists also flanked the Ferrari from the left and right, speeding in pursuit. Annoying flies. After seeing the group of motorcycles chasing them in her rearview mirror, Yao 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 also stepped hard on the gas pedal, refusing to be outdone. But the motorcycles accelerated significantly faster. Several motorcycles quickly overtook the Ferrari from both sides and quietly scattered a pile of road spikes. Yao 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 heard a muffled thud, and the car immediately went out of control, uncontrollably crashing into the guardrail at the side of the road. Thud. The speed of nearly 100 miles per hour caused the front of the Ferrari to be almost completely wrecked, with the airbags deploying fully. Yao 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 held her forehead, dazed and confused. She inadvertently glanced at the passenger seat and saw that it was completely deformed. Han Shun was buried in the twisted metal, with only a small part of his body visible. In this situation, he must be dead for sure. Hey, you jerk. You jerk. Yao 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 frantically took out her phone to call the police, but before she could even dial, someone yanked open the driver's side door and dragged her out of the car. Hey miss, don't be scared. I'm here to save you. Lin Yaofeng took off his helmet, a warm smile on his face, but his eyes were filled with desire and madness. I don't need it. Yao 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 leaned on the car, retreating to a corner and secretly dialing the emergency number. But just as the call connected, Lin Yaofeng snatched her phone and threw it to the side of the road. You have a lot of nerve. Yao 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 slapped Lin Yaofeng across the face. Whoa. This scene instantly made the other motorcyclists burst into laughter. Lin Yaofeng touched his tingling cheek with his tongue, chuckled, and then looked at Yao 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 with a wicked grin. What do you want? Yao 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 felt something was wrong and took a step back. Slap. Lin Yaofeng showed no pity as he slapped Yao 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 across the face. Bitch. You dare hit me? Do you know who I am? Yao 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 covered her cheek, glaring at Lin Yaofeng angrily. Lin Yaofeng laughed arrogantly. Do you know who I am? I'm warning you. Provoking me will not end well for you. Looking at Lin Yaofeng's almost manic eyes, Yao Yaoyao felt a bit afraid. Really? Let's see about that. Lin Yaofeng wasn't intimidated by her threats. Instead, he reached out and grabbed Yao Yaoyao's hair, pushing her against the car. Get away. Don't touch me. Yao Yaoyao struggled desperately, but soon, two motorcyclists grabbed her wrists from both sides. Under the scorching sun, the asphalt road was empty. Lin Yaofeng saw that Yao Yaoyao was only wearing denim hot pants. Her pert buttocks and fleshy thighs made his pupils dilate with excitement. Let go of me. I'm Yao Yaoyao, the second miss of the Yao family in Hailan City. Let go of me. You scum. I will make you pay. Yao Yaoyao vaguely felt that something very bad was going to happen. She finally became afraid. Her tone went from the initial haughty aggression to trembling fear, and tears welled up in her eyes. Yes, keep it like that. I like you like this. Lin Yaofeng quickly removed his pants, and then began frantically pulling at Yao Yaoyao's hot pants. Get away. No, no, no. Yao Yaoyao struggled with all her might, but as a young woman, she couldn't escape. She could only silently endure the upcoming humiliation. Dad, sister, grandpa. Just as Lin Yaofeng was about to pull off Yao Yaoyao's pants, the other motorcyclists were grinning with excitement. But at that moment, a deep sound suddenly came from the severely damaged front of the Ferrari, like the sound of steel being forcibly pried open. Lin Yaofeng stopped what he was doing. The other motorcyclists stared at the front of the car in shock. Creak. The front of the Ferrari creaked again as the entire collapsed and deformed frame slowly spread open. Then, the passenger door suddenly flew off like a cannonball. Thump. Following that, a pair of large hands reached out from the passenger side, grabbing the edge of the door frame. A tall, robust figure climbed out. The clothes on his upper body were almost completely shredded by the twisted metal, but there wasn't a single wound on his body. The strong muscles of his upper body contrasted sharply with his tattered clothes. Hey, what kind of men are you? Bullying a woman? Real men should fight other men. Han Xin grinned at Lin Yaofeng, white teeth flashing. Chapter 35. Those who kill will be killed. Jerk, save me. Facing a desperate situation, Yao Yaoyao was overjoyed. She had never thought a man could be so handsome. Jerk. Han Xin picked at his ear. Yao Yaoyao stuck out her tongue, then put on a sweet voice, saying pitifully, Brother Chun. Han Xin smirked, looking pleased. That's more like it. A hero saving a beauty? You should take a piss and look at yourself, and see if you are worthy of doing so. Lin Yaofeng stared at Han Xin sinisterly, turning around to grab a baton from his motorcycle. Han Xin looked down at the baton in Lin Yaofeng's hand and couldn't help but scoff. Such a small thing. You're not even embarrassed to bring it out. If I were you, I'd just stay at home and avoid being laughed at. You want to die. Hearing Han Xin's ambiguous words, Lin Yaofeng's handsome face contorted. He rushed forward and swung the baton at Han Xin's head. Slap. Han Xin reached out and grabbed Lin Yaofeng's baton, then kicked him with a roundhouse kick, sending him flying more than 2 meters away. However, Lin Yaofeng was wearing a motorcycle suit worth over $1 million. It was like wearing armor, so he stood up after rolling 3 or 4 times on the ground. What are you all looking at? Kill him. Lin Yaofeng shouted, feigning bravery, urging the others to attack. Seeing this, the other motorcyclists took out batons and baseball bats from their vehicles and began to surround Han Xin. Seeing this, Han Xin wasn't afraid at all. Instead, a look of excitement appeared on his face. He directly charged forward with a tiger leap. Come. One of the motorcyclists who was directly in front of him clenched his baseball bat, his eyes full of malice. He was wearing a motorcycle helmet worth hundreds of thousands and a motorcycle suit worth $1 million. It was like wearing full armor. He really wasn't afraid of fighting up close. Boom. Before he could finish his thought, a fist smashed into the visor of his helmet. The high-polymer composite gel visor shattered like thin ice, and the fist followed up, smashing into his face. Thud. His entire face caved in. He flew like a sandbag more than 6 meters away and didn't move after landing. Damn it. In that instant, all the motorcyclists broke out in cold sweat. Their motorcycle helmets were mostly custom-made. The high-polymer gel composite visors were stronger than bulletproof glass. This man had shattered it with one punch? Next. Han Xun cracked his neck, a smile of undisguised enjoyment on his lips. The motorcyclists backed away in fear, instinctively turning to look at Lin Yaofeng. But Lin Yaofeng had already gotten onto his motorcycle. Seeing that the situation wasn't good, he started the engine and twisted the throttle, trying to escape. Boy, you just wait. Seeing that Lin Yaofeng was about to get away, Han Xin grinned, then ripped off the driver's side door of the Ferrari. He threw it at Lin Yaofeng like a throwing star. Whoosh! The door flew spinning wildly, and finally, accurately hit Lin Yaofeng, who was over 100 meters away. Lin Yaofeng instantly lost his balance, crashing and sliding down, before finally slamming into the guardrail with a bang. You, go drag him back here. Han Xin randomly pointed at someone. Me. Although the person was wearing a helmet, and their expression was hidden, their voice trembled noticeably with fear. Go. Han Xin looked impatient. That person immediately rushed toward Lin Yaofeng, dragging him back to Han Xin's feet. Lin Yaofeng was now in a miserable state. Not only had he broken both of his legs, but his internal organs were also severely injured, and blood was gushing from his nose. Facing Han Xin, his eyes clearly flashed with fear, but his background and family status still made him arrogant. Do you know who I am? Han Xin smiled coldly. If I were an ordinary person, I would have been killed by you just now. I don't know if you've heard this saying. What saying? Lin Yaofeng's heart grew cold for no reason. Han Xin said calmly, those who kill will be killed. You want to kill me? Lin Yaofeng was startled at first. Then he started to laugh maniacally. You say you're going to kill me, huh? Come on. Let me see if you can kill me. Crack. Han Xin was expressionless. He stomped on Lin Yaofeng's chest. Crack, crack, crack. In an instant, Lin Yaofeng's eyes widened, blood spurting from his mouth and nose. His chest caved invisibly. The face that was just filled with maniacal laughter was now full of pain. The light in his eyes was almost gone, and he was clearly about to die. My name is Han Xin. You still have some time. You might be able to see your family if you go home now. You can tell them to take revenge for you. With that, Han Xin waved his hand. A group of motorcyclists immediately scrambled to carry Lin Yaofeng onto a motorcycle, then they sped off, twisting the throttle all the way. They're not going back to Hailan City. They're from somewhere else. Looking at the direction the motorcyclists were fleeing, Yao Yao's eyes showed a hint of worry. Although she was spoiled, she wasn't stupid. If the other party dared to be so arrogant, they must have a very strong background. Although the Yao family was one of the 4 major families in Hailan City, they couldn't even be ranked in the top 10 in the entire province. The real power players controlled the lifeline of a province. Their influence was unimaginable. I don't care where they're from. How are we going to get home now? Han Xin put his hands in his pockets, not worrying at all about Lin Yaofeng's background or family status. I'll get my family to send a car to pick us up. Yao picked up her phone and called the housekeeper. Crap, my medicine. Han Xin suddenly came back to his senses and rushed into the car. After a while, he came out with the medicine box. Fortunately, the Shangguan family's medicine box was sturdy, with a carbon fiber frame inside. It was very tough, so the fire spirit root had not been damaged at all. Are you very familiar with the Shangguan family? Yao asked, curiously staring at the medicine box in Han Xin's hand. Not really. Han Xin said indifferently. Did you steal it? Yao widened her beautiful eyes. The Shangguan family's technique for cultivating Chinese herbal medicine was considered first class in the country. Even her grandfather had specifically gone to Shangguan Mountain Mansion to seek medicine. Looking at the specification of the medicine box in Han Xin's hand, the medicinal herbs inside must be very precious and rare. It was because her grandfather was capable, and the Yao family had given many benefits that they were able to obtain spiritual medicine. But how did this guy get it from the Shangguan family? Steal what? I got it from the Shangguan Mountain Mansion fair and square. Han Xin replied angrily. That's true. So many members of the Shangguan family saw it. What do you want such good medicine for? For cultivation? Yao inquired. Hearing this question, a happy smile appeared on Han Xin's face. To cure my Yaya wife's illness. Yaya wife? Lan Yueshi? Yao realized the truth. A sour feeling suddenly welled up in her heart. This guy wasn't so mean to every woman. At least he was very gentle with Lan Yueshi. What's so great about Lan Yueshi? Whether it's family status, looks, or figure, where am I worse than her? Huh? What are you muttering about? Han Xin looked at Yao unhappily. Yao immediately lost her arrogance as the second miss of the Yao family. She stammered, No, nothing. I haven't been active for a while. My shoulders are a bit sore. Give me a massage. Han Xin pointed to his shoulder, casually instructing her. I'm not your maid. Yao puffed out her chest, complaining. Are you going to massage me or not? Han Chen glanced at Yao Yao Yao. Miss Yao widened her beautiful eyes and then resolutely walked behind Han Chen. She stood on tiptoes and began to massage Han Chen's shoulders with her jade hands. Humph, you're the only man apart from my dad that I, second Miss Yao, would massage. Be grateful and enjoy it. Is that all you got? Use more strength. Han Chen reminded her. Miss Yao bit her teeth and increased her strength. Chapter 36. I want them dead. Yunshan City, First People's Hospital, Intensive Care Unit. Lin Yaofeng lay unconscious on the hospital bed, covered in various tubes. Outside the ward door, Lin Senhai stood in front of the viewing glass, his face ashen, his eyes filled with suppressed fury and murderous intent. Are you saying he's beyond saving? There's a chance, but it's very slim. Young Master Lin's ribs are almost all broken. His lungs and heart are severely damaged, along with his stomach and spleen. Almost all of his internal organs have been injured. The attending physician stood behind Lin Senhai, unconsciously holding his breath. Yunshan City was an old city that was much older than the up-and-coming Hailan City. In the past, when the country lacked iron and steel, a large iron ore deposit was discovered around Yunshan City. Thus, Yunshan City received strong support from the government and established a mining area and steel factory. The Lin family was one of those that rode the wind and became the most powerful family in Yunshan City. Of course, outsiders saw the Lin family as merely lucky opportunists, but in fact, in order to obtain the right to create the mining area and steel factory, a group of big shots in Yunshan City were engaged in a bloody and chaotic battle behind the scenes. On the surface, it was a business war, but behind the scenes, it was a clash of martial artists. It was so intense that martial artists from the government's War Department came out to mediate. In the end, the Lin family emerged victorious. This showed how strong the Lin family's foundation was. Although the port cities had developed rapidly in recent years, and Hailan City had become a benchmark of economic prosperity for the entire province, the foundation of Hailan City was still far behind that of Yunshan City. The reason was simple. The old cities with the real industry of producing steel and owning mineral resources were the true foundation that supported the country. Once a war broke out, the prosperity of Hailan City might crumble like a bubble. Moreover, the mineral deposits of Yunshan City were not just iron ore. There were other things that went deeper and deserved more attention from the government. In short, after several generations of hard work, the Lin family had become the de facto emperors of Yunshan City. Their network of connections extended far beyond Kyoto, and they had ties even in the War Department. Therefore, facing a bereaved and enraged head of the Lin family, not only the attending physician of the hospital, but even the mayor of Yunshan City would tremble in fear. I don't care about all that. Give him the best medicine and make sure you keep Yaofeng alive until the day after tomorrow. Lin Senhai said expressionlessly, knowing that once the new type of medicine from the War Department arrived, there was still hope for his youngest son's life. Okay, I'll do my best. The attending physician wiped the sweat from his forehead. Not your best, but you must succeed. Lin Senhai suppressed his anger, and his dark voice was full of murderous intent. Yes, I will. The attending physician quickly changed his tone, then, not daring to disturb Lin Senhai any further, retreated quietly. After an unknown amount of time, a man wearing a jacket and a scar by his eye appeared beside Lin Senhai. I found out everything. The man and woman who young Master Lin encountered, the woman is Yao Yao Yao, the youngest daughter of the Yao family, one of the 4 major families in Hailan City. Her father is Yao Dasheng, head of the Yao family. Both the father and the daughter are ordinary people. Yao Dasheng has studied martial arts for a few years, but he isn't a martial artist. Yao Yao Yao's grandfather, Yao Taizhan, is quite capable. It was rumored he had reached the 7th rank in his early years. He's probably at the 8th or 9th rank now, maybe even halfway to the Grandmaster realm. Yao 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 also has an older sister named Yao Qingqian. This woman is very talented and is a disciple of the Tai sect in Kyoto, which is a little tricky. As for the man, his name is Han Chen. I've inquired with various people inside and outside of the martial arts circle, but I haven't been able to find out his identity or background. It's as if he appeared out of thin air in Hailan City. This man has a close relationship with Lan Yueshi, the granddaughter of Lan Shangxiong of the Lan family in Hailan City. They seem to be lovers and currently live in a villa together. It's said that Yao Dasheng of the Yao family respects this man very much. Based on the description of young Master Lin's friends, this man should be in the martial arts circle. After all, being able to shatter a high-strength custom helmet visor with his bare hands means that he must be at least at the 5th rank. After listening to the backgrounds of Yao Yaoyao and Han Shun, Lin Senhai looked at Lin Yaofeng in the intensive care unit. He was silent for a long time, before finally speaking 5 words. I want them dead. Okay, I'll arrange it now. Yuan Hao nodded in response, and then quietly left. President Lon? President Lon? The secretary reminded her again. Huh. Lon Yueshi woke up from her daze and realized that all the managers in the conference room were staring at her. President Lon, what do you think of this plan? The director of the marketing department, who had been painstakingly preparing the plan all night, forced a smile. Good. If everyone thinks it's okay, then execute the plan. Let's see how it goes, and we'll discuss it again later. Meeting adjourned. Lon Yueshi regained her composure, and the managers all rose from their seats. Once everyone had left the conference room, the secretary quickly brought her a cup of coffee. President Lon, is there something bothering you? No, why do you ask? Lon Yueshi took a sip of coffee. I feel like President Lon was distracted today. Ha 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 ha, maybe it's just my imagination. I still have some data to process, so I won't bother you anymore. The secretary stuck out her tongue and turned to leave. Distracted? Lon Yueshi held her coffee, looking out the window. Unknowingly, the sky had already darkened. That guy hadn't contacted her for a whole day. Should she call and ask him? Under what pretext? They were just in a business relationship and not a real fiancé couple. What right did she have to ask where he'd gone? Hey, Lon Yueshi, why are you suddenly so concerned about a man? That guy was glib and a good cook. Was he trying to seduce another woman out there? Forget it, it's none of my business. Lon Yueshi took a deep breath, calmed her restless heart, and decided to stop working overtime and go home early. Perhaps it was because home was always cold and quiet unless Gu Chuntong was staying over, that she was used to working overtime until she was numb before going home. But today, on her way home, Lon Yueshi felt inexplicably eager and began to step on the gas pedal, accelerating. When she arrived at her familiar villa and saw that the door was still closed, Lon Yueshi was inexplicably disappointed. But as soon as she opened the villa door, a refreshing aroma of herbs wafted in. There were 2 familiar voices coming from the kitchen. You jerk, just let me try a sip. Big sister, this is medicine, not food. Just one sip, you stingy guy. Please, just one sip. Damn it, I told you this is not medicine. Lon Yueshi's beautiful eyes brightened. She subconsciously walked quickly through the villa entrance and into the kitchen. In the kitchen, Han Shun was wearing an ill-fitting small apron, cooking something on the gas stove. Gu Chuntong was like a greedy little beast, tiptoeing and reaching into the pot. Wife, you came home so early today? Han Shun was perceptive and immediately noticed Lon Yueshi. Wait a moment, and you'll be able to drink some fragrant medicinal food soon. Yueshi, will you let me have a sip later? Just one sip. Gu Chuntong ran out of the kitchen and hugged Lon Yueshi's arm, acting coquettishly. Lon Yueshi couldn't help but smile. She rubbed Gu Chuntong's head, and her eyes welled up for no reason. So, going home wasn't so lonely after all. Chapter 37, Medicinal Cuisine. Night. From high above, the entire city of Hailon was ablaze with lights, a glittering spectacle of neon. Yunhe Villa District, 301. Thump. A steaming, fragrant bowl of medicinal cuisine was placed on the table in front of Lon Yueshi. Under the glow of the lights, a layer of iridescent oil shimmered on the surface of the cuisine. The pearly white grains of rice and the golden yellow porridge complemented each other. Taking a sniff, the rich aroma was intoxicating and invigorating. Lon Yueshi had thought that medicinal cuisine would be very bland, but she hadn't expected it to look this good. This is called Fire Essence Golden Egg Congee. It's specifically for cold-related ailments, Han Shin explained confidently, propping his head up with one hand. Gu Chuntong, who was standing nearby, was already drooling, staring eagerly at Lon Yueshi. Yeah, try it quickly. Lon Yueshi's appetite was piqued, and she couldn't help but pick up a spoon. Wait. Han Shin suddenly stopped her. Medicinal cuisine is also medicine. It's still missing a key ingredient. What key ingredient? Gu Chuntong asked with wide, clear, and somewhat foolish eyes, like a curious child. Han Shin smiled mysteriously and pulled out a bottle of erguotu liquor. He, this is the key ingredient. With that, he opened the bottle and poured half of it into the congee. Hey, Yaya doesn't drink alcohol at all. What do you think you're doing? Gu Chuntong narrowed her eyes, as if she could see Han Shin's evil intentions. Thump. Han Xin flicked Gu Chuntong hard on the forehead, causing her to cover her head in pain, with tears streaming down her face. You jerk. That hurt. Wah. Yeah, try it quickly. Han Xin grinned at Lan Yueshi. Lan Yueshi picked up a spoon and gently scooped a spoonful of the medicinal cuisine into her rosy lips. The medicinal cuisine with liquor must taste a little strange, right? The next second, Lan Yueshi's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. How is it? Gu Chuntong asked impatiently. Delicious. Lan Yueshi simply replied, and then scooped up another spoonful. It was clearly medicinal cuisine, but it had an indescribably delicious and rich aroma. Although white liquor had been added, she couldn't taste even the slightest hint of alcohol. Moreover, it wasn't just the good taste. As the kanji entered her stomach, she immediately felt waves of heat spreading throughout her body, as if she had just had a full-body spa treatment. Every pore on her body felt comfortable and refreshed. Delicious, delicious. Before she knew it, the bowl of medicinal cuisine was empty. It wasn't until she finished eating everything that Lan Yueshi seemed to wake from a dream. Yeah. Gu Chuntong looked at the spotless bottom of the bowl, on the verge of tears. Lan Yueshi's cheeks flushed, and she quickly apologized. I'm sorry, I couldn't help myself. I forgot to save some for you. You jerk, why didn't you make more? Gu Chuntong wrinkled her nose, looking pitiful. Big sister, this is medicinal cuisine, not food. Eating too much of it, if it's not the right remedy, is not good for the body. Han Xin said speechlessly. I don't care, I want to eat it. I want to eat it. Gu Chuntong hugged Han Xin's arm and swayed back and forth. Okay, I'll make you a bowl of specialized medicinal cuisine. Han Xin had no choice but to return to the kitchen. What's specialized? Gu Chuntong blinked. It means it will cure what's wrong with you. Han Xin rolled his eyes at Gu Chuntong. Gu Chuntong puffed out her chest, unconvinced. I eat well, sleep well. What's wrong with me? Han Xin glanced at Gu Chuntong's chest and shook his head. That's just an appearance. Don't look at how big they are, but there's a lack of essence in the fluid. When you have children later, you won't have milk. You're the one who won't have milk. Gu Chuntong's face turned red, and she glared at Han Xin angrily. Okay, I won't have milk. So, are you going to drink the medicinal cuisine? Han Xin asked lazily. Yes. Gu Chuntong said decisively. Han Xin cracked open a coconut and poured the juice into the pot. Okay, today, I'll give you coconut juice that replenishes essence from when you were young to when you're old. From when I was young to when I'm old? Gu Chuntong blinked, vaguely feeling that Han Xin was being suggestive, but she didn't have any real evidence. While the two of them were messing around in the kitchen, Lan Yueshi, at the dining table, gradually felt her body getting hotter and hotter, and her head was becoming dizzy. She wondered if the alcohol was starting to take effect. I'm going to go take a bath first. After saying that, Lan Yueshi grabbed the handrail and swayed up the stairs. Han Xin had to deal with Gu Chuntong and couldn't get away, so he quickly finished making the coconut juice medicinal cuisine. This medicinal cuisine had a sweet and light taste, and it preserved the coconut juice's fragrance to the greatest extent. It could be said that it was very suitable for women to eat. Even Gu Chuntong, as a seasoned food connoisseur, praised Han Xin's skills after tasting it. Moreover, after she finished eating, the effects were immediate. Her chest was vaguely warm, and the heat flowed through her lower abdomen. She had been having her period for the past couple of days, and her body was not feeling great. But now, she could clearly feel much more relaxed. You jerk, I didn't think you were so skilled in making medicinal cuisine. After personally experiencing the magic of the medicinal cuisine, Gu Chuntong seemed to have a newfound respect for Han Xin. Han Xin patted his forehead and said narcissistically, Of course, do you think anyone can become Yea's man? Oh yeah, since you're staying over, pay attention to Yea's condition at night. Although the fire spirit root was incredibly effective at treating cold-related illnesses, it had a side effect, which was that it made people lustful. I'm not staying tonight. My dad just came back from Kyoto, and he doesn't allow me to stay out overnight. Gu Chuntong looked a little upset, and her eyes were full of a young girl's worries. Looking at Gu Chuntong looking like a dispirited little cow, Han Xin couldn't help but reach out and rub Gu Chuntong's head. All right, come over another day, and I'll make you something delicious again. Really? Gu Chuntong's eyes brightened several times over. It has to be true, Han Xin grinned. Humph, you jerk, you're not so bad after all. As long as you don't compete with my brother for Yaya, I won't dislike you. Gu Chuntong said seriously. You wish. If I don't have Ye as a wife, you'll make it up to me? Han Chen glanced at Gu Chunhong. Make it up, no. Gu Chunhong suddenly recalled the scene of when she was forcibly kissed by Han Chun a few days ago. Her heart suddenly skipped a few beats and her cheeks flushed. I'm not a substitute. If you try to pursue me properly, I might agree, humph. What? Looking at me and getting all hot and bothered? Han Chen waved his hand in front of Gu Chunhong. The little girl looked like she was drunk, with watery eyes and no idea what she was thinking. I'm leaving. You're not allowed to do anything weird to Yueshi, understand? Gu Chunhong woke up suddenly, slamming the table in embarrassment. Yes, fine. Go home now. Han Chen waved his hand dismissively. Gu Chunhong glared at Han Chen, slung her Chanel bag over her shoulder, and turned to leave. Hey, you haven't washed the dishes yet. Just as Gu Chunhong left the villa, Han Chen turned around and saw that the dishes were still unwashed. Did this girl deliberately run away to avoid washing the dishes? There was no choice. Han Chen had to do it himself. After finishing, he went to his room, took a hot shower, and then lay on the bed, playing on his phone. Then, he suddenly remembered that Lan Yueshi's condition was unknown. So he put on a pair of shorts and went to the second floor to knock on Lan Yueshi's door. Yeah, are you asleep? There was no response from inside. Han Chen thought that Lan Yueshi had fallen asleep and was about to turn around and leave. But just then, the door suddenly opened. A hot, fragrant, and soft body pressed against his lower back. Don't leave. Yea's scared. Chapter 38. Another nap. Lan Yueshi's voice was different from her usual coldness. Instead, it was soft and sweet, like a helpless little girl, with a touch of sobbing, making her seem very pitiful. Was this a problem caused by the medicinal cuisine? Han Chen quickly turned around to check Lan Yueshi's condition, but the next second, he almost sprayed blood from his nose. Lan Yueshi was only wearing a black, lace-trimmed spaghetti strap nightdress. Her jade-like arms, her fair and straight, and curvy long legs were all exposed to the air. She must have just finished bathing. Her hair was still a little damp and gave off a pleasant, orchid-like scent. Her smooth and fair shoulders were dazzlingly white under the lights. Her two delicate collarbones revealed her slim, sexy figure. Inside the deep V-neck lace collar, the two rounded mounds of her breasts, not too big, not too small, were just right. Whether it was the effects of the alcohol or the fire spirit root, Lan Yueshi's pretty face was flushed, and her clear eyes were slightly misty, like she was tipsy. Gulp. Han Chen swallowed hard, suppressing the inexplicable heat in his heart. He reached out and touched Lan Yueshi's forehead. It was burning hot. Please don't leave. Ye is scared when she sleeps alone. Lan Yueshi grabbed Han Chen's large hand, pitifully begging him. She was completely different from the cold goddess she had been earlier. The contrast was stark. Okay. I won't leave. Han Chen guessed that it must be the effects of the alcohol that caused Lan Yueshi's inner vulnerability to surface, creating such an extreme personality shift. Carry Ye back to sleep. Lan Yueshi acted spoiled, like a pampered little girl. Han Chen hesitated for a moment. If he entered the room, he wasn't sure if he could hold back. Then, he cursed inwardly. Why do I think so much? Then, he simply bent down and lifted Lan Yueshi up, carrying her into the bedroom. He had originally planned to put Lan Yueshi on the bed first, then go to the bathroom to wash his face and cool down. But Lan Yueshi grabbed his neck and pulled him down onto the bed with her. The two of them were immediately pressed tightly together. Their gazes met, as if locked together. Han Chen's breathing became heavy without him realizing it. Through the thin silk nightgown, he could clearly feel Lan Yueshi's softness and warmth. And Lan Yueshi, because of the alcohol, was extremely vulnerable and lonely, longing for a strong love. And with the effects of the fire spirit root, she uncontrollably and proactively offered her sweet lips. Her initiative was like a flame that instantly ignited Han Chen's desire. His tongue easily pushed through Lan Yueshi's lips and teeth. Then, like an angry dragon coiling around its prey, entangled with Lan Yueshi's soft, slippery tongue. Lan Yueshi didn't resist. Instead, she began to respond awkwardly. Her response was like the trumpet for the charge. Han Chen's hand lightly stroked Lan Yueshi's smooth, fragrant thigh downwards. Then, he hooked her knee, skillfully separating her legs. But just as he was about to make his move, he suddenly heard Lan Yueshi's suppressed sobs. The surging desire instantly dissipated. Han Chen's mind cleared up, and he saw that the Lan Yueshi beneath him was biting her red lips and looking at him with teary eyes, like a wronged little girl. I'm sorry. Han Chen's heart was filled with remorse. He got up to leave. No, it's not because of you. I was just thinking about my mom and dad. Please don't leave. Stay with me, okay? Lan Yueshi begged, sobbing. Han Chen's heart softened. He went back to the bed and took Lan Yueshi into his arms again. Perhaps the effects of the fire spirit root were slowly fading. Lan Yueshi's burning temperature returned to normal. Like a cute little cat, she snuggled into Han Chen's chest and quickly fell asleep. Holding such a beautiful woman in his arms and not being able to do anything was pure torture. What's more, Han Chen had already experienced Lan Yueshi's sweetness, making the torture even worse. His desire burned without being sated, and his yang energy was surging. After that night, Han Chen almost exploded. So, early the next morning, he took advantage of Lan Yueshi being asleep and hurriedly went to the house next door at 302. Hey, handsome, come back again. Half an hour later, a jade arm reached out of the door, waving at Han Chen. The seductive, mature voice naturally conjured images of a voluptuous she-demon in his mind. Han Chen's legs were shaking and wobbly as he walked away from the 302 villa. When he went back, Lan Yueshi had just come downstairs. Why are you in this state again? Han Chen's face was surprised. Don't you remember what happened last night? Lan Yueshi's pretty face was blank. What happened? Han Chen smirked. Oh, nothing. Do you want me to make you some kanji to drink? Lan Yueshi offered herself. Forget it. I just need to rest for a bit. Remembering the taste of the purple sweet potato kanji from last time, Han Chen shook his head so hard that it became a blur. Do you want me to stay home and take care of you? Lan Yueshi blurted out, and even she couldn't quite believe it. She had always been a workaholic, and she would never put personal matters ahead of work. But today, she had broken that rule. No need, wife. Making money is more important. I'll rely on you for the baby's milk money in the future. In the past, Han Chen would have loved for Lan Yueshi to stay. But after what happened last night, he was a little afraid. Bah, what nonsense are you saying? Then, you stay home and rest well. I'm leaving. Lan Yueshi's face flushed, and a hint of flirtatiousness was mixed in with her cold attitude. What's going on? Lan Yueshi, are you horny? Lan Yueshi coughed softly, immediately withdrawing her flirtatiousness and putting back her cold facade. She left with her high heels clicking on the floor. She was really feeling more and more out of sorts now. Han Chen, with his large heart, naturally hadn't noticed Lan Yueshi's subtle changes. As soon as Lan Yueshi left, he collapsed on the bed to recover. But before he could rest properly, his phone suddenly rang. It was Miss Yao's number. What do you want? You have 1 hour to get to the Old Emo crocodile farm in the suburbs, or Miss Yao's life won't be safe. A sinister voice came from the other end of the phone. Han Chen cursed. Are you sick? You should be calling the Yao family if you've kidnapped Yao Er. I don't have money to ransom her. I'm not doing it for the money. The other party shouted angrily. He had been mistaken for a kidnapper, and that was an insult to him. Is it for my person then? Brother, I don't do close quarters combat. I'm not interested in your gay male circle. Han Chen replied. You bastard. You injured the Lin family's young master yesterday. I'm here to send you to your death. Yuan Hao snapped back, his patience finally breaking. Oh, so that's what it is. You scared me. You should have said so earlier. The Old Emo crocodile farm, right? See you there. Han Chen breathed a sigh of relief. He thought he was being targeted by a gay guy. So, it was just for revenge. You better be on time, or Miss Yao will. Yuan Hao sneered, but before he could finish his sentence, Han Chen hung up the phone. Damn it. 1 hour, I can still get some sleep. Han Chen looked at the time and lay down again. Chapter 39. Yuan Hao. The suburbs, Old Mo's crocodile farm. It was called a farm, but in reality, it was just a small breeding facility. Due to its secluded location and the willow trees planted around its perimeter, it was largely unknown. The area wasn't large, just a single pond where more than 20 adult Nile crocodiles were kept. Each of them was nearly 4 meters long. Those who knew about crocodiles knew that the Nile crocodile wasn't included among the species artificially raised in Great Xia. This was because they were naturally ferocious, territorial, and liked to attack large animals, including humans. Oldemo, the owner of the crocodile farm, had illegally raised Nile crocodiles, not for fun or sale, but for using them to dispose of urban waste. The waste was often stuffed into the trunk of a car and taken there at night. One piece of waste disposal cost 30,000 yuan, which earned Oldemo a good fortune. However, What goes around comes around. After so many years of helping other people dispose of their waste, Oldemo had never imagined that one day he would be the one to be disposed of his waste. Early in the morning, a man with a scar by his eye had driven up, saying he wanted to use his crocodile pond. Oldemo refused, seeing that the man was also dragging a girl who was tied up. Waste was inanimate, but people were alive. He wouldn't get involved in that kind of business. Furthermore, judging from the girl's clothes and demeanor, she wasn't an ordinary person. It would be bad if he got into trouble. The man didn't negotiate, barging in and casually throwing him into the crocodile pond. In recent days, he had heard that the unrest in Hailan City had been quelled by a woman named Jiang Sisi. The crocodiles had been hungry for days. Just as Oldemo was thrown into the pond, he was ripped to pieces. The water, which had originally been quite clear, was now stained with a layer of blood. Yao 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 had witnessed the entire process with her own eyes. She had vomited up her dinner from the previous night. Before she could even recover, the man had tied her up above the crocodile pond. The sun was getting hotter overhead, and below her were more than 30 man-eating crocodiles, craning their necks in anticipation. Every second, Yao Yao Yao's mind and body were subjected to great torture. "Let go of me, please. What do you want? I'll give you anything." The extreme stress and fear caused her to lose control over her bodily functions. Her cheeks were flushed red from holding it in. Yuan Hao was sitting under a willow tree by the crocodile pond. He looked at the girl hanging above the crocodile pond, a cold, cruel smile forming on his lips. Young Master Lin had good taste after all. From every angle, Yao 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 was quite perfect. Her denim hot pants hugged her pert and rounded buttocks. Her two fair, long legs were like the pencil-thin legs of a manga heroine. Her features were also very delicate, and she looked like a well-behaved girl with her long, dark hair. In the photos, she had clearly been a non-mainstream girl with pink hair, but after dyeing it black, he had almost failed to recognize her. Her personality was fierce, so he would have to tame her a little bit first. After all, a little wildcat would be most obedient and clingy after being tamed. Once he had dealt with the man, Yuan Hao planned to properly train Yao 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 by the crocodile pond. Just thinking about it made him excited. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Yuan Hao flipped the skewers on the grill, popped open a can of beer, took a sip, took a bite of the skewers, and then looked at his watch. There were only 10 minutes left of the hour. He really had the patience to wait. Those skewers are a waste of good meat. Suddenly, a voice came from above him, like a ghost. Damn it! Yuan Hao's eyes widened. His inner strength erupted. He sprang up from the chair and leaped back several meters. Then his eyes glared fiercely at the newcomer. The young man was a flat-top, ordinary-looking, with a loose, slouching posture and a cynical smile on his lips. When did you get here? Yuan Hao was secretly shocked. With his senses as a 7th-rank martial artist, he hadn't been able to detect the man approaching at all. Han Xin bent down and flipped the skewers on the grill, casually sprinkling a little cumin and chili powder. He asked indifferently, "Who are you working for?" Yuan Hao's eyes were cold. The Lin family of Yunshan City. Han Xin smiled. "I want to talk to the Lin family. Where do I go? Who do I talk to?" Yuan Hao replied, "Go to Taihu Bin in Yunshan City. Find Lin Sinhai, the head of the Lin family. You injured his only son, but you won't have the chance. Jerk, come save me." Yao Yao Yao, seeing that Han Xin had somehow appeared, urgently begged for help. Han Xin grinned at Yao Yao Yao. "Wait a moment. Let me finish asking him." "Jerk, my life is hanging by a thread, and you're still in the mood to talk. Save me, please." Wah! Yao 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 had been trying her best to control her emotions, not wanting to be too pathetic before she died. But after Han Xin appeared, her mental defenses collapsed instantly, and she started to cry loudly. Han Xin shook his head helplessly and looked at Yuan Hao. "Come on then." "All right." As he spoke, a cold light flashed in Yuan Hao's eyes, and he charged towards Han Xin like a tiger. As he reached Han Xin, he kicked the grill towards him. The grill flipped in the air, scattering the charcoal embers, and the skewers shot out like throwing stars. "Don't waste it if you're not eating." Han Xin was as fast as lightning. He caught all the skewers and grabbed the grill. In midair, he gathered up all the glowing embers again. He even took the chance to eat a skewer. Die! Yuan Hao seized the opportunity and instantly closed in on Han Xin, then punched him directly in the chest. An invisible force swirled around his fist. It seemed as though the air itself was twisting and deforming. The force of the punch was like a heavy cannon firing. Han Xin stepped back lightly, dodging Yuan Hao's fist, and then jammed the empty metal skewer he had just eaten into Yuan Hao's elbow. Ouch! Yuan Hao's eye twitched slightly. He suppressed the pain, followed up, and swung his other fist at Han Chin's face. Han Chin dodged to the side and stepped on the top of Yuan Hao's right foot. Crack, crack. The muffled sound of bones cracking was clearly audible. Yuan Hao's face instantly turned pale, and his body flew backward. Although only 2 moves had passed, Yuan Hao already knew that he was no match for Han Chin. He glanced at Han Chin fiercely, then turned and ran, afraid that Han Chin would catch up. He also untied the rope that was holding Yao Yao Yao, then forcefully jumped off the edge of the crocodile pond, flying to the other side, which was 10 meters away. Yao 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 fell instantly and was about to be devoured by the crocodiles. Han Chin's face tightened. His figure shot forward like a ghost, covering a distance of 6 meters, grabbed the rope, and threw the metal skewers in his hand at Yuan Hao's retreating back. Whoosh! The skewers were like a black line, piercing Yuan Hao directly in his back. Yuan Hao screamed and fell from midair into the crocodile pond. The Nile crocodiles, who were already famished, swarmed around him. Although Yuan Hao was a martial artist, his heart had been pierced by the skewer. His inner strength was no longer functioning. He could only be torn into pieces by the crocodiles. Aya! Piercing screams rang out continuously. Yao Yao Yao, who had already been in shock, saw Yuan Hao die a horrible death, and she couldn't hold it in any longer, and a warm stream spurted out. Chapter 40. Demon Fire, Yellow Hair. 11 a.m., the summer sun blazed. Old Mo's crocodile farm. Under the shade of the willow tree beside the crocodile pond, Han Chin, bare-chested, was meticulously grilling a blue and white striped sailor-style pair of panties, along with a pair of denim hot pants. It's all your fault. All your fault. Why didn't you save me sooner? You made me so embarrassed. Yao 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 hid behind Han Chin, grabbing the hem of the oversized long-sleeved black coat and pounding Han Chin's back with her fist. The black coat was Han Chin's top. It could barely cover Miss Yao's bottom, but her 2 smooth white legs were almost completely exposed. And as long as Yao 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 moved even slightly, she would reveal even more. It's already a good deed that I came to save you. Don't push it. As he spoke, Han Chin flipped over the sailor panties. He hadn't expected that Miss Yao would be so bold with her personality, but would choose such refreshing underwear. You did it on purpose to make me feel embarrassed. No, you have to pee your pants too. Yao 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 demanded angrily. Are you just looking for trouble? Han Chin turned around. Ah, you jerk. Turn around. Yao 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 grabbed the hem of her clothes, her cheeks flushed. Huh. Han Chin turned around and saw Yao Yao Yao, who was both shy and angry. He couldn't help but smile mischievously. Yao Yao Yao, with her hair dyed black, was unexpectedly cute when she was shy. You, what are you thinking about doing? Faced with Han Chin's bright, hot gaze, Yao 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 couldn't help but take a step back. Her cheeks were flushed, but strangely enough, compared to her embarrassment and anger, she felt a strange sense of delight in her heart. Himph, compared to Lan Yueshi, what is my charm like? I just suddenly think you're quite cute. Han Chin grinned. Don't think you can just say that, and I'll forgive you. Yao 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 raised her head proudly, her heart full of glee. She had heard words like cute and beautiful since she was a child, and had long grown tired of hearing them. But, strangely, when they came from Han Chin, she felt a strange sense of joy. Okay, put them on. Han Chin threw the dried panties and denim hot pants at Yao Yao Yao, and then turned his head to focus on grilling the skewers. Yao 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 put on her clothes and then sat down by the grill. Although the summer sun was intense, it was very cool under the large willow tree. A gentle breeze blew from time to time. When Han Chin, bare-chested, was focused on grilling the skewers, even though his features were just ordinary, he looked somehow inexplicably handsome. Thank you for coming to save me. Yao Yao Yao's face flushed slightly. Han Chin grinned. Is that all I get, just words? I can give you money, Yao 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 immediately said. Am I the kind of man who only cares about money? Besides, my wife is Lan Yueshi. I have so much money, I can't spend it all. Han Chin boasted proudly. Humph, then what do you want? I'll give you anything I have. Hearing Han Chin mention Lan Yueshi again, Yao 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 was inexplicably jealous. Han Chin said casually, forget it. I don't need anything. There's no need for you to thank me. Seeing that Han Chin didn't care at all, Yao 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 didn't know where her anger came from. She actually grabbed Han Chin's face and turned it towards her. What are you doing? Han Chen was confused. Yao 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 didn't speak. A look of determination flashed in her eyes. She leaned forward and kissed Han Chen on the lips. It was their first kiss, so it was inevitably a bit clumsy. Miss Yao stiffly pushed her tongue into Han Chen's mouth. Han Chen paused slightly, instinctively wrapping his tongue around Yao Yao Yao's tongue. He directly lifted Miss Yao and sat her on his lap. Having received Han Chen's response, Yao 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 felt greatly encouraged. Her arms naturally wrapped around Han Chen's neck, and she passionately began to seek more. Compared to Gu Chuantong's sweetness and Lan Yueshi's refreshing sweetness, Miss Yao's kiss was bold and unrestrained. It was like chili peppers, giving people a unique kind of excitement. Han Chen began to proactively return the favor, slowly pulling his tongue away from Yao Yao Yao's rosy lips. He moved along Yao Yao Yao's delicate, fair chin, and then traveled to her delicate ear. Whoosh! The moist breath traveled into her ear hole like a feather, causing an indescribable itching that spread through her body like an electrical current. Yao 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 had never had such an experience. She couldn't help but let out a shy moan. Her body trembled, and her legs tightly wrapped around Han Chen's waist. Such a reaction was an irresistible temptation for any man. Han Chen quickly changed locations and began to slowly savor Yao Yao Yao's jade-like neck. And Yao 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 had long lost her composure and reason under the tremendous stimulation. She hugged Han Chen's head tightly, longing for Han Chen's increasingly aggressive invasion. Just when the lone man and the woman were about to lose control, Yao 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 suddenly received a phone call. The ringtone was like a bucket of cold water, abruptly extinguishing the amorous atmosphere and bringing the two back to their senses. Yao 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 frantically took out her phone and answered. "Dad, I'm okay." "Oh, okay. He's right here with me." After a brief conversation, she hung up. The atmosphere immediately became very awkward. "There's something hard poking me down there." Yao Yao Yao's cheeks were flushed as she reminded him. Han Chen reached into his pocket to adjust the situation. "It's my phone. My dad wants to invite you to the house. Do you want to go?" After her first taste of forbidden fruit, Miss Yao seemed like a different person. She spoke in a soft, sweet voice, and her eyes were full of gentleness and obedience. "Yes, why not?" Han Chen licked his lips, still feeling unsatisfied. No wonder everyone liked to tame little wildcats. It truly could fulfill a man's desires to conquer. "Then I'll get the housekeeper to send a car over." Yao 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 spoke softly, her face full of shyness, completely different from before. The Yao family estate, beside the Flying Sparrow Lake. Yao Dasheng, head of the Yao family, stood with his hands behind his back, looking towards the Flying Corner wooden pavilion on the other side of the Flying Sparrow Lake. The old man had come back this time looking terrible. He was covered in the smell of herbs, and it was clear that his old illness had not only not been cured, but had actually become worse. And now that a powerful enemy was approaching the Yao family, if the old man had to go into battle while ill, even if he could repel the enemy, he would probably suffer severe injuries. At that time, some wolves might become restless. He, Yao Dasheng, understood such basic principles. How could the old man not understand? But why was it that at this critical juncture, the old man wanted to meet an outsider? Shouldn't he be keeping the news of his illness a secret, so the enemy wouldn't dare to attack rashly? And then he could use the time to focus on healing his wounds? Yao Dasheng couldn't understand. Just then, the Yao family's housekeeper rushed over. "Patriarch, the second miss has arrived with Mr. Han." Yao Dasheng withdrew his thoughts and turned around. Not far away, Han Chen was still as before, walking over with his hands in his pockets, looking like a gangster. Yao Yao Yao, the second miss, was clinging sweetly to Han Chen's arm, as if she wanted to be glued to him. This scene was even more shocking to Yao Dasheng than seeing the old man covered in herbs. It was like a father suddenly seeing his beloved daughter, the apple of his eye, suddenly being stolen by a kid with yellow hair riding a demon fire motorbike. Wasn't Yao Yao still hating this guy so much that she was grinding her teeth? How had they become so inseparable now? Chapter 41. The Murderer? Yao 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 completely ignored her father's suddenly darkened face. Her usual arrogant demeanor had transformed into that of a shy young woman, her little head snuggled against Han Chen's arm, her delicate face filled with excitement. Yao Dasheng didn't dare to vent his anger on Han Chen, so he could only tell Yao Yao Yao, "Yao Yao, go back to your room first. Your grandfather and Mr. Han have important matters to discuss." Yao 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 pouted her lips in dissatisfaction, grabbing Han Chen's arm tightly and refusing to let go. "No, wherever Brother Chen is, that's where I'll be." "Yao Yao, be obedient." Yao Dishing nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. They had been apart for just a few hours, and his usually obedient daughter was now defying him for Han Chun, even to the point that the old master had to avoid him and talk to Han Chun in person. This was incredibly heart-wrenching. Han Chun glanced at Yao Yao, who was clinging to his arm, and raised his chin slightly. Men are talking. What's it got to do with you? Go back. Okay. Although reluctant, Yao obediently agreed. Then, she blinked her eyes mischievously and said mysteriously, "When you're done, come find me in my room, okay? I have something fun to show you." Han Chun waved his hand dismissively at Yao Yao. Got it. Only after Yao left did Han Chun grin at Yao Dishing. Sorry, she's a little clingy, Master Yao. Please bear with it. Yao Dishing's eyes twitched slightly with anger. Whose daughter was she, exactly? He adjusted his mentality and forced a strained smile. Mr. Han, please follow me. Han Chun put his hands in his pockets and followed Yao Dishing towards the flying cornered pavilion across from the Flying Sparrow Lake. The study in the main pavilion of the Flying Cornered Pavilion. Before Han Chun even entered the study with Yao Dishing, he could smell a strong scent of herbs. Only when they were inside did he see an elderly man with white hair lying on a soft couch in the center of the room. His face was withered, his eyes were cloudy, and it seemed he didn't have much time left. Yet, even in his weakened state, the look in his eyes still carried a domineering and imposing aura that made one tremble in fear. Though the tiger was old, its power was still present. Father, Mr. Han has arrived. Yao Dishing didn't dare meet Yao Tieshan's gaze, bowing his head in greeting. Mr. Han, please have a seat. Cough, cough, cough. Just as he finished speaking, Yao Tieshan put his old hand to his mouth, his whole body hunching up like a dried shrimp as he coughed violently. His breathing was labored, as if he might stop breathing at any moment. Han Chun casually found a stool to sit on and glanced indifferently at Yao Tieshan. Stop pretending. Your little tricks are nothing in front of me. Hearing this, Yao Tieshan's old face changed slightly, and then he chuckled in a hoarse voice. Mr. Han indeed has sharp eyes. If he couldn't even see through this, then there was no point in him wasting any more time on this young man. Faking illness? Yao Dishing, who was standing aside, looked at Yao Tieshan in astonishment, and then suddenly understood. The Yao family's great enemy was approaching, and the old master was pretending to be weak, drawing out all the forces targeting the Yao family to wipe them out in one fell swoop. After understanding this, Yao Dishing was secretly amazed. As expected, the older one is always wiser. Yao Tieshan cast a light glance at Yao Dishing. You go out first. Yao Dishing didn't dare to disobey. As he walked out of the study, he thoughtfully closed the door. At the moment the door closed, his vision, through the crack, saw his old father sit up from the couch, full of life, and with a kind smile on his old face, a smile that even his own son rarely saw. When Dishing mentioned you, I guess that Mr. Han must be an extraordinary person. Seeing you today has confirmed it. Han Chun interrupted Yao Tieshan with a cold expression. Get to the point. Yao Tieshan's old face stiffened, then quickly returned to normal. Since Mr. Han is a straightforward person, I'll get right to it. The Han family was discreet and low profile in the past, and had very little involvement with the local families of Hailan City, the same as my Yao family. Therefore, I don't know who the real murderer of the Han family's massacre is. But before the Han family massacre, I met a strange martial artist in Hailan City. He was very strong, so strong that a single glance from him made me tremble with fear at the time. After the Han family massacre, that person never appeared again. Boom. As soon as Yao Tieshan finished speaking, the air in the entire study exploded. A terrifying killing intent suddenly descended upon the flying cornered pavilion, making people feel as if they were in a sea of blood and mountains of corpses. Do you remember what he looks like? Han Chun no longer had his usual relaxed and carefree demeanor. His eyes carried a soul-seizing and terrifying pressure, and a mighty, mountain-like aura burst forth from his body. Under this oppressive aura, even Yao Tieshan, who had half a foot into the Grandmaster realm, trembled in his heart and his legs shook involuntarily. And Yao Dishing, who was guarding the door, did not understand what was happening. He was pushed to his knees by the deep, sea-like aura from the study, his body collapsing into a trembling heap on the ground, as if he was a tiny maggot. Well, what's going on? Inside the study, Yao Tieshan gritted his teeth, trying his best to withstand Han Chun's coercion, and said in a trembling voice, I remember. I've drawn his likeness. Han Chun extended his hand expressionlessly, without a trace of doubt, and with a tone that brooked no refusal. "Give it to me." Yao Tai's Han bit his lip, barely suppressing the urge to hand over the drawing. He changed the subject. "Before I hand over the drawing, I have a request, and I hope Mr. Han will agree. Or else." Han Shun narrowed his eyes slightly, his murderous intent palpable. Yao Tai's Han shook his head with a bitter smile. "Although I don't know why the Han family was wiped out back then, there must be a lot involved. Once the mastermind behind it learns that I provided Mr. Han with clues, the entire Yao family will surely face annihilation. So, I'm not trying to threaten Mr. Han. I just hope that Mr. Han will promise me that if the Yao family is in trouble in the future, please save them." Hearing Yao Tieshan's request, Han Chen's expression softened slightly. He retracted his soaring, murderous aura, returning to his usual casual and carefree self. "Okay." Yao Tai's Han didn't say another word. He turned and walked to the curio shelf in the study, turned a porcelain vase on it, and a hidden compartment appeared in the wall. Inside the compartment, there was a scroll painting. Yao Tai's Han took out the scroll and presented it to Han Chun with both hands. Han Chun opened the scroll. A man with long hair and a face with sharp, chiseled features appeared before him. Even though it was just a portrait, one could tell from his appearance that this man was ruthless, insidious, and cruel. Was this the murderer who orchestrated the Han family massacre? At the same time, somewhere in Kyoto, after slicing the throat of his last enemy, the man stood in a courtyard filled with corpses, looking in the direction of Hailan City, as if he had sensed something. The only thing that could make him feel a sense of threat and hostility from thousands of miles away was a powerful expert. The man licked the blood from his blade, revealing a look of impatient excitement. Chapter 42. A concubine is still a wife. The study was so quiet that a pin could be heard dropping. Yao Tai's Han lowered his head, waiting for a long time. But Han Shun didn't say anything further, which made him confused. He raised his head to take a look. He thought that Han Chen would be lost in his past hatred, but he found that the young man was actually looking at his phone screen and chuckling to himself like an idiot. At the headquarters of the Lan Corporation, inside her office, Lan Yueshi was resting her chin on her white, jade-like hand, her beautiful eyes staring blankly at the scenery outside the window. In reality, she was spacing out, thinking about what Han Chen was doing. She even felt a bit regretful that she had left him alone at home today. That guy didn't feel well. She wondered if he had eaten lunch. Lan Yueshi shook her head, wondering if she should go home early to check on him, or should she send him a message to ask if he was feeling better. After an inner struggle, Lan Yueshi picked up her phone, opened WeChat, found Han Chen's contact, and her slender white fingers hovered over the 24-key keyboard, typing and deleting again and again. She bit her rosy, crystal-clear lip. The thought of initiating a conversation and asking Han Chen about his condition caused her heart to beat faster, and even her delicate ears turned red, with her cheeks flushed a natural crimson. Strange, I'm just sending a message. Why am I so nervous? Besides, Han Shun and I only have a 6-month agreement. Once that time is up, he will definitely leave. Why do I feel lost and reluctant at the thought of him leaving? Lost in thought, her finger accidentally tapped the send button. When Lan Yueshi looked down at the message she sent, her cheeks flushed even more, and she could feel a burning sensation on her face. Are you still feeling unwell? Are you feeling any better? At the flying cornered pavilion, Han Chen's lips curled up into a smile as he tapped furiously on his phone screen. Hee wifey, are you missing me? At the headquarters of the Lan Corporation, Lan Yueshi's pretty face flushed red as she replied in embarrassment. I was asking if you were feeling better. Oh, I'm still a little uncomfortable. Only a kiss from wifey Yaya can help me recover. This guy has the energy to joke, so it seems he's feeling much better. Lan Yueshi felt embarrassed and annoyed after seeing Han Chen's reply. She put her phone down, but the corners of her lips couldn't help but curl into a smile. The secretary, who was helping Lan Yueshi with her paperwork nearby, accidentally saw Lan Yueshi's expression and her eyes curved into crescents. It seemed like President Lan was in love. Cough. Inside the study of the flying cornered pavilion, Yao Tai's Han coughed, feeling like he should perhaps avoid them. Mr. Han, it's almost noon. Would you like to stay for a simple meal? What is there to eat with an old man like you? I'm leaving. Seeing that Lan Yueshi hadn't replied, Han Shin pocketed his phone and got up to leave. I'll see Mr. Han out. Yao Tai's Han hurriedly followed, waiting until he respectfully opened the door and saw Han Chun out of the study. When he saw Yao Dusheng still holding onto the railing nearby, catching his breath, he frowned. I have something to ask you. Yao Desheng's expression tensed, and he immediately stood up straight. You said earlier that Yao Yao and Mr. Han had some interaction. What is their relationship like? Yao Taizhan asked. Perhaps it was a generation gap, and it might be better if a younger generation member of the Yao family were to interact with Han Chen. What is their relationship like? Hearing his father ask about Yao Yao and Han Chen's relationship, Yao Desheng's temples throbbed with anger. He gritted his teeth. Father, that man must have used some kind of mind-altering spell, bewitching Yao Yao. If we don't stop them, I'm afraid your granddaughter will be led astray by him. Yao Desheng knew that his father had always been the most doting to the younger generation. This fondness was particularly evident in Yao Taizhan. If his father knew that Han Qian was interested in Yao Yao, he would surely explode. Ha ha ha, great. But when Yao Desheng was filled with indignation, a burst of extremely excited laughter suddenly echoed in his ears. Yao Desheng looked up and saw that it was his own father, who was laughing with his head tilted back, his face full of joy. Good, Yao Yao is a good child. She's clever, quick-witted, and has good judgment, much like I was in my youth. Yao Desheng was dumbfounded. Huh? Father, what do you mean? Go. You must keep Mr. Han here, and do everything you can to bring him and Yao Yao together. The future of our Yao family depends on Yao Yao's skills. After speaking, seeing that Yao Desheng was still standing there like a log, Yao Taizhan kicked him, scolding him with a tone that suggested how unpromising he thought he was. Go. Have you got no brains? Hurry up. Oh, right. Send a message to Yao Yao, telling her to dress a bit more sexily, and tell Yao Yao she must hold on to Han Chen's thigh. As for what posture she should use, what is it that young people like these days? Ah, it's all because this old man has already faded away from worldly desires. It's been so long since I did any research. Should I perhaps do some research for the sake of Yao Yao's happiness and the future of the Yao family? Yao Taizhan frowned, a look of inner turmoil on his face. Yao Taizhan was the true pillar of the Yao family. All his decisions, no matter how outrageous they might be, were for the sake of the Yao family. Yao Desheng was well aware of his father's good intentions. Even though he was unhappy, he had to bite the bullet and quickly chase after Han Chen. Only after Yao Desheng left did Yao Tieshan's face turn serious as he stared at Han Chen's receding figure below. He suddenly thought of something, slapped himself on the head, and muttered in frustration. I heard that Old Man Lan's granddaughter, Lan Yueshi, seems to be Mr. Han's fiancée. My Yao Yao won't have to be his concubine, will she? It's fine. A concubine is still a wife. What if there are other women eyeing the position of concubine? Yao Taizhan suddenly realized that. He shouted at Yao Desheng's back. Tell Yao Yao to pester Mr. Han more often in her spare time. Young people should have more more communication, of course. It would be even better if Yao Yao could give me a great-grandchild soon. Yao Desheng almost tripped over his own feet when he heard his father's words. Yao Yao said that no matter what, she wanted Mr. Han to come by, so you young people can chat. I'll leave now. Han Chen originally wanted to go home, but Yao Desheng somehow led him all the way to Yao Yao's boudoir, and then quickly found an excuse to leave, worried that he would grind his teeth to bits if he saw his darling daughter getting cozy with another man. Han Chen looked at Yao Da's disappearing figure with a strange expression for a while. He stroked his chin, and then raised his hand to knock on the door. Creak. The door opened. Yao Yao's head popped out. When she saw Han Chen, her beautiful eyes immediately lit up, and she smiled as she called out, Brother Chen, you're here. Come in quickly. This was the first time Han Chen had entered a woman's room other than Lan Yueshi's. He was met with a pink world, from the pink bed and curtains to the soft pink carpet. On the floor, Yao stood on the carpet, her plump white toes painted with light pink nail polish, which made her small feet look particularly delicate and lovely. Yao had changed her clothes. She was wearing a pink nightgown, revealing her fair and straight legs, comparable to those of an anime character. Her dark hair was casually draped around her shoulders, and her light makeup highlighted her bright and lively eyes. Han Chen was pulled into the room by Yao, who held his hands. As she moved to close the door, his gaze landed on her body and he discovered, holy shit, she was going commando. Did she have some kind of misunderstanding about my self-control? Chapter 43, Yao Qingqian. Brother Chen, why did you take so long to come? Do you not want to see me? Yao pouted her rosy lips in dissatisfaction. Han Chen raised an eyebrow and reached out to smack Yao's behind, making her buttocks tremble. What? Are you already impatient? Maybe I should just leave? Ah, I'm sorry. I just wanted to see you quickly. Yao 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 cried out in pain and quickly hugged Han Chen's arm. Her delicate face flushed and her eyes filled with obedience. Han Chen grinned. What's so fun that you just had to have me come see it? Where is it? The air in the pink room was filled with the sweet fragrance of a young girl, which had a unique light milky smell. If you smelled carefully, there was also a fruity note to it. Although this fragrance was not as intoxicating as Lan Yueshi's, it had a unique allure. Brother Chun, I have a ballet competition soon. I want you to help me pick out a beautiful dress. Yao 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 had been learning ballet since she was a child and had a natural gift for it. She had won many international competitions and was extremely popular among young ballet dancers. She believed that as long as Han Chun saw her dance, he would realize that she was not only not inferior to Lan Yueshi, but also even more outstanding. You can also dance ballet? Han Chun didn't expect Yao 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 to have this talent. He had heard that dancers had very flexible bodies. Hee. I'll go change inside. Wait a moment. Yao 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 grabbed her ballet swan dress and went into the bathroom with a tap-tap-tap of her feet. Since the bathroom had frosted glass, it couldn't completely block the view. So, Han Chun, standing outside, could clearly see the moment when Yao 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 took off her underwear. It was simply amazing. Bang! Suddenly, just as Han Chen was engrossed in watching, the bedroom door was suddenly pushed open. Yao Yao, why aren't you answering my calls or WeChat messages? Do you want to go out for dinner tonight? The newcomer's eyes were as bright as a child's, her slender willow eyebrows as beautiful as distant mountains. Her nose was delicate and straight, her skin was as white as snow. Just judging from her delicate facial features, she was not inferior to Lan Yueshi, but her temperament wasn't as elegant and refined. But in terms of figure, she was slightly superior. The woman was only wearing a black trench coat over a black camisole, and two large mounds of her bust seemed like they might jump out at any moment. Below, she was only wearing a matching Y-shaped mini-skirt, exposing two round, fleshy, white thighs. It was hard to imagine what it would be like to have such legs wrapped around one's waist. This woman was none other than Yao Qingqian, the eldest daughter of the Yao family. When she pushed the door open, she didn't see her younger sister, but rather a strange man who was staring at the bathroom glass of her sister's bedroom. And through the frosted glass, she could see her sister changing clothes inside. What else could this be but a pervert? Yao Qingqian snorted coldly, her anger rising within her, and a hint of murderous intent flashed in her eyes. Who are you, and what are you doing in my sister's room? Han Chen focused his gaze on Yao Qingqian's thighs for a moment. I know you're in a hurry, but don't be so hasty. You're courting death. Sensing Han Chen's gaze, Yao Qingqian's aura instantly turned cold. In one step, she rushed forward, punching at Han Chen's face. At the same time, her right hand gathered her 5 fingers together and thrust them straight at Han Chen's abdomen. This was a move that was meant to distract. The punch was nothing but a feint, but as it moved, the sound of the air ripping was audible. Yao Qingqian's right hand, which was full of inner energy, looked soft, but was fast and ruthless, full of murderous intent. Han Chen lightly dodged her right hand and used 2 fingers to grab Yao Qingqian's 5 fingers. Yao Qingqian's reaction was extremely fast. She immediately lifted her snow-white, long leg and kicked between Han Chen's legs. With a whoosh, her black trench coat wrapped around her other leg, and Yao Qingqian pulled a dagger out from her crotch. Her sharp eyes showed her killing intent, and her hand kept moving, going straight for his crotch. Han Chen sneered, "Crazy woman." As he spoke, he grabbed Yao Qingqian's arm, flipped her around 180 degrees so her back was facing him, and kicked her hard on her upturned bottom. Ah! Yao Qingqian was completely enraged. No man had ever dared to kick her butt. Her eyes were instantly filled with murderous intent. Han Chen noticed her intense killing intent, grinned, and hooked his finger. Come on. Hearing this, Yao Qingqian charged forward again with a dagger in her hand. Snap. Han Chen slightly sidestepped the dagger and immediately put a hand on the top of Yao Qingqian's head, directly forcing her to the ground. He put his foot on Yao Qingqian's bottom, standing high above her, and looked down at Yao Qingqian's delicate face, which was flushed red with anger. Still want to fight? I'm going to kill you. Yao Qingqian ground her teeth so hard they were almost breaking. She struggled desperately, but Han Chen's foot was like a mountain, pressing down firmly on her but in preventing her from moving. Sister? At this moment, Yao 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 finally came out, wearing her ballet dress. She saw that her older sister had been pinned down by Han Chun and hurriedly tried to dissuade them. "Brother Chun, please don't fight. This is my sister." Han Chun calmly removed his foot and glanced at Yao Qingqian, who was still gasping on the ground. "I thought some crazy woman from a mental hospital had escaped." "You." Yao Qingqian lay half prostrate on the ground, glaring at Han Chun, her eyes slightly red. She had never lost so badly in the hands of a man of the same age. "All right, that's enough fun. I'm leaving." Han Chun put his hands in his pockets and turned to leave. "Brother Chun, I haven't danced for you yet." Yao Yao hurriedly chased after him. "Sister, I'll see him home first, and I'll explain it to you later." At Lan Corporation's villa. When Lan Yueshi drove back home, the huge house was cold and empty. No one was there. Where is everyone? Lan Yueshi searched around the villa and couldn't find Han Chun. She felt a strange sense of loss. However, after a brief slump, the beautiful woman's eyes lit up. "It's still early anyway, and that guy always looks so weak. Should I try making some pork rib soup?" Lan Yueshi got up from the sofa and went to the kitchen, putting on an apron. She pulled out tomatoes, eggs, celery, green onions, ginger, ribs, and onions from the refrigerator. She stood at the side of the stove for a moment, then took a deep breath and put the oil and ginger into the pan in one go. So, should the ribs be cooked whole? Chapter 44. The Turtle Dog. It was already past noon when Han Chun returned to the Cloud River Villa district. From afar, he saw black smoke rising from within the villa area. He wondered which family had been so careless as to start a fire. As he walked further into the villa district, he saw that the smoke was coming from Villa 301. Damn it! Han Chun's face darkened. He moved as fast as a leopard, rushing to the front door of the villa in one breath, kicking the door open and storming inside. "Wife! Wife!" The house was filled with thick smoke, even more terrifying than a fire. "Han Chun." Lan Yueshi's voice came from the kitchen. Han Chun's chest rose and fell as he finally exhaled a breath of relief. "Who?" This breath, like a highly compressed air cannon, instantly dispersed the surrounding smoke. Then Han Chun quickly dashed into the kitchen. Only when he saw what was inside did the tension leave him. He shook his head, a smile spreading across his face. In the kitchen, Lan Yueshi was wearing an apron, scrambling to salvage the situation. On the stove, there were two pots. The flat-bottomed pan on the left contained a dark, charred mess. The one on the right was covered by a lid, billowing thick black smoke. It was impossible to tell what strange concoction was stewing inside. Seeing that the situation was completely out of control, Han Chun quickly went into the kitchen and turned off the stove. You're back." Lan Yueshi gave an embarrassed smile, elegant but with a touch of distress and helplessness, as she tried to block the two blackened pots on the stove. Well, I was hungry, and you weren't home, so I wanted to cook something myself." "Cook?" Sniffling her nose, Lan Yueshi's voice was trembling, with a hint of a cry and a touch of grievance. Seeing Lan Yueshi's rare display of cuteness, Han Chun couldn't help but smile. He grabbed a towel and gently wiped the soot from Lan Yueshi's face, then ruffled her hair. "You did great already." I'm not a child. You don't need to coax me." Lan Yueshi brushed away Han Chun's large hand, her delicate, fair cheeks slightly flushed as she avoided Han Chun's smiling gaze. "The food can't be eaten. We'll have to eat out for lunch. I'll go upstairs to change my clothes. You wait here." With that, she fled as if she was escaping. "A lunch for two, Han Chun grinned, full of anticipation. Lan Yueshi went upstairs and changed into a sexy, light yellow floral sundress, which added a touch of ethereal beauty to her aloof and elegant aura. As she walked, the skirt swayed, revealing a pair of slender, white calves, and her jade feet, which were shod in white high heels, were as perfect and delicate as if they had been carved from white jade. Han Chun praised her in amazement. "Wife, you're so beautiful." In the past, Lan Yueshi hated to hear people compliment her beauty, so she always liked to wear formal clothes when she went out. But for some reason, she had carefully chosen this outfit to eat with Han Chun today, and she even put on some makeup. Hearing that compliment made her very happy. Lan Yueshi's beautiful eyes flickered with joy as she gracefully descended the stairs. "What do you want to eat?" "There's a steakhouse that's quite good. Would you like to eat there?" Han Chun grinned. "As long as I'm eating with my wife, I'm fine with anything." Stargazing Restaurant. As its name suggested, the Stargazing Restaurant was known for its romantic atmosphere of stargazing. Couples in Hailan City all knew this restaurant, and even married couples would occasionally come here to pursue something new and enhance their relationship. The The restaurant's most famous feature was its celestial ceiling. It was said that the owner had spent a huge sum of money to obtain a specially made piece of stargazing glass from abroad, which was installed overhead so that one could see a romantic and beautiful starry sky at any time. Lan Yueshi sat opposite Han Chun, her cheeks burning. How did she end up booking this restaurant? A waiter stood beside them, smiling and asking, "Our restaurant is currently offering a new couples package activity. As long as you kiss for 3 minutes, you will get a Michelin steak set meal. Would you two be interested?" Han Chun raised his hand impatiently. "Yes, very interested." Lan Yueshi's fair face turned red. She gave him a rare, coquettish glare, her gaze aloof but charming. "No, just a filet mignon for me." Han Chun sighed, helplessly saying, "I'll take a well-done filet mignon. I only eat well-done steak." The waiter rolled his eyes and left after jotting down the order in a perfunctory manner. At that moment, mockery came from the next table. "Ha ha ha, I'm dying. There are still people who eat well-done filet these days. This hick doesn't know what medium well is." As soon as the voice fell, a man in a suit with a glass of red wine in his hand came over. He bowed to Lan Yueshi, acting all gentlemanly. "Beautiful lady, please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Peter, and I've just returned from studying in the UK with a PhD. I am now preparing for my first concert. Would I have the honor of inviting you to my concert?" Although he acted like a gentleman, Peter's gaze wandered back and forth on Lan Yueshi's chest. The smile on his lips was one of smug and confident arrogance, as if he had never failed in his attempts to pick up a girl. Lan Yueshi frowned slightly, her pretty face aloof. From beginning to end, she didn't even look at this foreign-educated musician. She was just angry, whether it was because of his lecherous gaze or the condescending sense of superiority he had shown when he had mocked Han Chun. Peter's expression turned somewhat ugly when he didn't get a response from Lan Yueshi. At this moment, Han Chun used his finger to clean his ear and said casually, "Huh? Peter? Wife, I used to have a dog. It was called Peter, too. What a coincidence. Their names are the same." Lan Yueshi was so amused that she almost doubled over. Peter was stunned, his face instantly turning gloomy. "Do you know who I am? How dare you call me a dog? Do you believe I will make sure you never leave this restaurant?" "Hey, buddy, don't put words in my mouth. My dog loves to eat shit. It's not the same as you, unless you like to eat shit as well." Han Chun looked at Peter curiously. "Do you like to eat it?" "You." Peter's face was flushed red and he ground his teeth. Lan Yueshi couldn't help but laugh again. Although it sounded vulgar, it felt great. Peter had lost face in front of Lan Yueshi. Seeing that Han Chun was making her laugh, his heart became even more resentful. During his years of studying abroad, Peter had seen countless women, but this was the first time he had seen a woman as beautiful as Lan Yueshi, with an ethereal grace and a hot and sexy figure. From his experience in picking up women, such beauties were always extremely arrogant at first. As long as he put in some effort, gave some small gifts, and offered her some sweet nothings, it wouldn't be long before she was his plaything. It was a waste of time to engage in verbal sparring with someone as crude as Han Chun. He had to take advantage of his strengths. "Beautiful lady, your smile made my heart skip a beat. What is that called in the Great Xia?" "Oh, right, love at first sight." Han Chun sneered. "You don't have a mirror at home, or a toilet? Why don't you take a look at yourself and see what you look like? You think you're good enough to flirt with my wife, Yaya? What are you?" "Oh, that's right. You're not a thing. You're a dog. Dogs don't look in the mirror." Peter's face turned black, his forehead veins bulging. This loser was just too damn annoying. "I'm a gentleman. I won't argue with someone as pathetic as you." "That's right. Someone like you, who can't even understand how to eat a steak. No wonder you have such a low IQ. The average quality is just lower here. I'm a top student who studied abroad. I don't argue with people like you." Peter kept calling himself a gentleman. His sense of superiority as someone who had studied abroad made him believe that he could make Lan Yueshi understand, with just a little effort, what it meant to be with a high-quality man. He thought that a lowlife who ate his steak well done could never compare to him. "You keep saying that you are a top student who came back from abroad. What? You didn't grow up eating the rice of the Great Xia? Did you grow up eating the shit of British people?" Han Chun thought that the best way to deal with those who returned after a few years abroad with a fake sense of superiority was to use the simplest and crudest method, and he said with displeasure, Chapter 45, The Bug. "You're the first person who has ever dared to insult me like this. Do you know who owns this restaurant?" Peter's face was full of pride and superiority. "What does that have to do with me? I'm just here to eat, not applying for a job. Han Shin leaned his hands behind his head and said casually. Okay, okay. I'll let you know soon that not everyone is someone as low as you can offend. Peter was completely enraged. This kid had repeatedly made him lose face in front of Lan Yueshi. He would not be able to swallow this anger today if he didn't get back at him. After speaking, he pulled out his phone, dialed a number, and started calling people. Sure, I'm waiting. I want to see how this foreign-worshipping dog can bite. Han Shin grinned dismissively. Heh, let's see if you can keep your mouth stiff. Peter's eyes twitched, a savage grin on his face. Seeing that Peter was so full of resentment and confidence, Lan Yueshi looked at Han Shin with some concern. Han Shin showed a row of pearly white teeth, reached out and patted the back of Lan Yueshi's hand. Wife, don't worry. I'm a professional dog fighter. I never miss. Lan Yueshi blushed slightly and retracted her hand. She retorted coquettishly, Who's worried about you? I'm just worried that we'll be back late later. Hee. Then we won't go back later. We'll just get a room. Han Shin licked his lips, his eyes staring at Lan Yueshi's rosy lips. Tisich, who wants to get a room with you? Han Shin's suggestive gaze caused Lan Yueshi to remember the time when she had kissed Han Shin when her cold had flared up. Her heart beat rapidly, and her ears turned red. Seeing that Han Shin was still leisurely flirting, Peter's eyes were filled with anger as if it were a physical substance, and his face was as ugly as if he had swallowed a dead fly. At this moment, the waiter who had taken the order for Lan Yueshi and Han Shin earlier took the opportunity to come closer and flatter him. Young Master Peter, why are you so angry? Would you like some iced water to cool off? The waiter put on what she thought was her most beautiful smile, hoping to climb onto Peter, the young master of the restaurant. If she could become a rich wife and marry into a wealthy family, or even just be kept as a mistress, then she would have become a phoenix on a branch. Peter glanced at the fawning waiter, a look of contempt in his eyes. What the hell do you think you are? Get out of here. Despised by Peter, the waiter's face showed an ugly smile, but she still fawned. Young Master Peter, your knowledge is far superior to the average person because you studied music overseas. Some lowlifes order well-done steak, which just shows that they've never seen the world and don't even know that medium-rare steak tastes best. People like that aren't worth your anger. After speaking, she rolled her eyes at Han Shin disdainfully, while her gaze towards Lan Yueshi was filled with jealousy. Then, she pointed at Han Shin with an arrogant look. Why don't you hurry over and apologize to young Master Peter? The commotion here had long attracted the attention of other customers. Many were regulars at the restaurant and knew of Peter, the son of the restaurant owner, who had just returned from studying overseas with a PhD and was preparing for his first concert. Whether in terms of his wealth or his education, he was far more superior than a loser like Han Shin, who was wearing a cheap tracksuit from a stall on the street. Thus, each of them put on the airs of upper-class people, pointing at Han Shin and making comments. It's embarrassing for the beautiful woman with him that someone like this is eating at such a high-end restaurant. Coming to a restaurant with this kind of person is degrading and lowers her value. Young people these days, they're poor and they like to pretend to be rich. If it was me, I would just stay at home. For sure I wouldn't have eaten such high-end food as steak. They don't know how to be respectful, and they angered the son of the owner of the stargazing restaurant. Don't say it. Just by looking at him, you can tell he is a mud-stained hillbilly from the countryside. While the people around them were judging Han Shin, a middle-aged man in a suit ran over to the entrance of the restaurant. He looked nervous and said to Peter, Young Master Zhao from Taiha Real Estate has arrived. He's downstairs. Hearing this, Peter's eyes lit up. Young Master Zhao from Taiha Real Estate? Just hearing the words Taiha Real Estate, many people gasped in surprise. It was a real estate group in Hailan City, the total area of land they have built, on reaching 50,000 square meters, with a market value of 2 billion. Adding up all of their real estate shares, the total value would only be higher than that. Wow, is it Zhao Tai, the son of Zhao Yongjiang, the owner of Taiha Real Estate, who was listed in the top 30 of the Hailan City Rich list? The waiter, who often hung around in the restaurant, had naturally heard of Zhao Tai's name. Peter raised his head and said arrogantly, That's right, it's Brother Zhao. Brother Zhao and I are good friends. Today I invited Brother Zhao to have a gathering at the restaurant, and I also wanted to talk to Brother Zhao about the cooperation in developing that old block in the east of the city. That old block is a real prize. I heard that the government intends to designate it as a food street. As long as it's developed, tens of millions of yuan in revenue each year is guaranteed. Someone who worked in real estate heard Peter's words and looked envious. Peter became even more arrogant. TCH, tens of millions, that's nothing. At this moment, 3 burly men wearing security uniforms and holding electric batons entered the restaurant. As soon as they entered the restaurant, they went straight to Peter. Before they even reached him, they were already bowing and scraping, calling him young master. Loser, if you crawl between my legs right now, call me dad, and leave this woman behind. I'll spare you. With his goons at his side, Peter became much tougher. He pointed at his crotch, a cold smile on his face. This is the reason for your arrogance? Hanshin looked at the 3 burly security guards. Good, beat him. Peter raised his lips in a sneer, waving his hand to give the order. The 3 burly security guards did not hesitate, swinging their electric batons and aiming for Hanshin. The guests at the surrounding tables all stood up and moved away, afraid of being affected. Some even stared at Hanshin with a schadenfreude look. But at this moment, a furious shout suddenly came from the restaurant entrance. All of you, stop right there. Peter looked back subconsciously. When he saw the person who had arrived, his face lit up with joy, and a hint of fawningness entered his eyes. Young Master Zhao. Sorry, I was just dealing with a bug. I forgot to greet you. Bug. Zhao Tai's face was gloomy. He walked quickly, and then raised his hand, slapping Peter across the face. He shouted, You bastard, how dare you call my godfather a bug? Are you tired of living? Huh. Chapter 46, Godmother. Zhao Tai had originally asked Shangwan Lingxia to eat at the stargazing restaurant. As for discussing the development of the old street with Peter, that was simply not going to happen. A fool who couldn't make it overseas and returned home looking for his father to fund a concert was not worthy of sitting at the same table with him, Zhao Tai. As for why he had asked Shangwan Lingxia, it was on the specific orders of his old man, Zhao Yongjiang. The reason had to do with Zhang Yiha's formal divorce from Shangwan Juqing 2 days prior. Among the 4 major families in Hailan, the Shangwan family was rather special and well known for being a strong female and weak male family. Although the old lady protected the husbands who had married into the Shangwan family, for all these years, they had only ever heard of Shangwan women divorcing their husbands and had never heard of a son-in-law asking for a divorce from a Shangwan woman. Yet, Zhang Yiha not only successfully divorced, but also left the Shangwan family in one piece. There were even rumors that the old lady of the Shangwan family had personally sent Zhang Yiha out of the Shangwan mountain estate. This was very intriguing. What qualities did Zhang Yiha, a son-in-law with no background or foundation, have? Over the years, Zhao Yongjiang had been trying to merge into the social circles of the 4 major families in Hailan. However, he always felt like he was separated from them by an invisible and untouchable barrier, and this barrier had nothing to do with wealth or power. He racked his brain trying to figure out what this barrier was. So, over the years, he had been secretly investigating the backgrounds and networks of the different families. Heaven did not disappoint him. He actually discovered a mysterious existence. Martial artists. An existence that was above ordinary people, even above normal society. Martial artists were the invisible and untouchable barrier. Later, Zhao Yongjiang also confirmed the existence of martial artists from the words of some people from the Yao family. Since then, Zhao Yongjiang had been looking for an opportunity to get in contact with a real martial artist. Zhang Yiha, as the son-in-law of the Shangwan family, had successfully divorced, and the old lady of the Shangwan family had sent him out of the mountain estate, personally. What had happened in between? More importantly, Han Chun, who was valued by the head of the Yao family, had just gone to the Shangwan mountain estate with Zhang Yiha, and then Zhang Yiha had divorced. This was definitely a bit fishy, wasn't it? Zhao Yongjiang often had dealings with the Shangwan Chinese medicine shop, and he had a good relationship with Zhao Yiha. Using the excuse of comforting an old friend, he went to visit him and happened to meet Shangwan Juqing arguing with Zhang Yiha. Only then did he learn that Zhang Yiha had actually become a martial artist, and that it seemed to be because of Han Chen's help. It was then that Zhao Yongjiang ordered Zhao Tai to have more contact with Shangwan Lingxia, Zhang Yiha's daughter. It would be best if he could find out the exact details of what happened on the day Han Chun went to the mountain estate. Zhao Tai followed his father's orders and asked Shangwan Lingxia to have a meal at the stargazing restaurant. As soon as he drove to the restaurant, he saw Peter calling people to surround Han Chun. He was overjoyed, and without thinking, he rushed forward and slapped Peter. What was this crap? How dare he hit his, Zhao Tai's godfather? Godfather? Peter clutched his slapped face, completely dumbfounded. Young Master Zhao, what are you saying? This kid is just a hillbilly. Peter obviously didn't believe it and thought that Zhao Tai was joking with him. You're the hillbilly. Your whole family are hillbillies. Zhao Tai's face darkened when he heard Peter insulting Han Chun, especially after seeing Han Chin's seemingly smiling but not smiling gaze. His body was covered with goosebumps. This Peter, is he your good friend? Han Chin asked lightly. Zhao Tai instantly broke out in a cold sweat, a smile spreading across his face. I wouldn't call him a friend. Since this dog didn't have the sense to not offend my godfather, I'll help you teach this dog-eyed idiot a lesson. After speaking, Zhao Tai directly pulled out his belt and started whipping Peter as his father Zhao Yongjiang often did. Whack, whack, whack. Peter screamed in agony and rolled around on the floor. The guests around them watched this scene with wide eyes, not daring to breathe. Especially the waiter who had been trying so hard to make an impression earlier. She shrank backward, fearing that Zhao Tai would come after her. This hillbilly is young Master Zhao's godfather? Is he joking? Perhaps fearing that hitting only Peter wouldn't make Han Chin feel any better, Zhao Tai started kicking the 3 security guards on the ground. Peter thought that his side had already been dealt with. Just when he had relaxed a little, Zhao Tai grabbed him by the collar and slapped him a couple more times across his face. Peter was numb. Who would have thought that a loser who didn't even know how to eat steak properly would turn out to be the godfather of Zhao Tai, the young master of Taiha real estate? After the beating, Zhao Tai gasped for air and kicked Peter again. How dare you challenge my godfather? This isn't over. In the future, your family's restaurant should not even think about using this piece of land. Young Master Zhao, I was wrong. Peter's mouth was swollen, and his words were unclear. It's pointless to apologize to me. What do you want? Zhao Tai walked to Han Chun with a smile and handed him a cup of water. Godfather, have some water, He always kept in mind what his father, Zhao Yongjiang, had said, which was that he must hold onto his godfather's thigh tightly. Perhaps he could be like Zhang Yihe in the future and become a legendary martial artist. Hearing Zhao Tai's words, Peter finally understood and hurriedly crawled to Han Chin's feet, grabbing his leg with no gentlemanly manners. Godfather. Before he could finish speaking, he was kicked away by Zhao Tai. This is my godfather. What nonsense are you saying? Get away from my godfather's pants. Peter nodded repeatedly, kneeling on the ground as he moved back a few steps. I was wrong. I was the one who had no sense. Please be magnanimous and don't take it to heart. Get out. Han Chin was too lazy to look at Peter. His romantic meal for 2 was ruined by this guy. Did you hear him? My godfather told you to get out. Zhao Tai yelled. Peter was afraid that Zhao Tai would hit him again, so he didn't dare to beg for mercy and instead left with his security guards in a sorry state. The guests around them also shrank their necks and quickly dispersed, afraid of being targeted by Han Chun. Seeing that Peter had disappeared, Zhao Tai smiled and explained. Godfather, if you're not satisfied, I can continue to deal with him. Han Chin didn't pay any attention to a self-righteous foreigner like Peter. He said lightly, Forget it. Zhao Tai raised his thumb. My godfather has such a vision. It's not worth wasting your time with people like that. Then, he saw Lan Yueshi, who was sitting opposite Han Chun, and looked as if she was a goddess. He smacked his thigh. Oh, isn't this godmother? Godmother, I'm your godson, Zhao Tai. I'm greeting my godmother. Lan Yueshi was stunned by Zhao Tai's sudden shout of godmother. Her cheeks flushed, and she said shyly, Who's your godmother? You must be the godmother. You're so beautiful, and you and my godfather are the perfect match. Zhao Tai looked like a sycophant. If you're going to talk, go write a book. Han Chin grinned. This kid has vision. He was praised by his godfather. Ah. Zhao Tai scratched his head and smiled foolishly, like a fool from a landlord's family. At this time, someone came forward and called out in surprise, Mr. Han. Han Chin turned around to take a look. Shangguan Lingxie? Why was Zhang Yihe's daughter here? Compared to Han Chin's surprise, Shangguan Lingxie's face was full of excitement. She had witnessed everything that had happened at the Shangguan Mountain estate that day. Later, she understood why her father and Snow Aunt had respected Mr. Han so much, and she was full of regret. Her father, Zhang Yihe, had brought such a master back to the mountain estate and had become friends with him using spiritual medicine. But she and her mother had been too short-sighted and had missed the opportunity to make friends with him. They had also completely disappointed her father Zhang Yihe, who had then angrily divorced. Now, the opportunity to make up for everything was in front of her. As long as she could become friends with him, or even have a more in-depth relationship, she, Shangguan Lingxia, would definitely become the most noble woman of the Shangguan family. Even her father and mother's broken marriage could be restored without any effort. He. This is the daughter of the third branch of the Shangguan family. I've only met her once. Han Xin quickly explained to Lan Yueshi when he saw that Shangguan Lingxia was so emotional, like she had seen her beloved. But Lan Yueshi was not paying attention to this. Instead, she was shocked that Han Chun had met Zhao, the young master of Taihe real estate, in just a few days. The man was even willing to call him godfather. Why was it that the only daughter of the third branch of the Shangguan family would become so excited and agitated when she saw him, and even exhibit a seductive and fawning attitude? Chapter 47. A Casual Meal. Yes, I've only met Mr. Han once. Please don't misunderstand, sister. Shangguan Lingxia smiled slightly at Lan Yueshi. Anyone with a bit of intelligence could see that Han Chun cared a lot about Lan Yueshi. Shangguan Lingxia clarified her relationship with Han Chun in a timely manner, which seemed like it was to defuse the tension and show her goodwill toward Lan Yueshi. But in reality, it seemed like a case of over-explaining. It was as if there was something secret between the two of them, which was a bit of a female tactic. As expected, after hearing Shangguan Lingxia's explanation, Lan Yueshi inexplicably felt a bit uncomfortable, but she still had to show the composure of the CEO of the Lan Corporation. She smiled lightly and said, "It's just acquaintances meeting. Why would I misunderstand? It's getting late, and I have work to do early tomorrow morning. If you want to chat, you can continue." After speaking, she put her bag over her shoulder and stood up gracefully. Respectful farewell to godmother. Zhao Tai didn't understand the rivalry between women. He just saw that Lan Yueshi was about to leave. So he quickly made way and exaggeratedly shouted, "Godson, respectful farewell to godmother." This caused people around them to look over. Lan Yueshi had thought that the title of godmother was not only unpleasant, but also sounded old, but now she felt inexplicably gratified. Then, she elegantly walked towards the outside of the restaurant. "Wife, wait for me." Without saying a word, Han Xin followed after her and grabbed Lan Yueshi's fragrant and smooth jade hand. This time, Lan Yueshi did not resist or struggle. Shangguan Lingxia didn't even have time to ask Han Chun for his contact information before she saw Lan Yueshi and Han Xin walking away. A sense of inexplicable frustration rose in her heart. Zhao Tai didn't care about all that. He happily chased after them. "Godfather, can you leave your phone number with your godson? In the future, if you meet these kinds of idiots, you just call me and I'll deal with it. I won't make your old hands dirty. Also, if godmother has any problems in the future, you can give me the instructions and I won't have to trouble you, old man." Zhao Tai's last words hit Han Chin's spot. Furthermore, this guy kept calling Lan Yueshi godmother, making her cheeks flushed red. Seeing that he had a good eye for things, Han Chun gave him his phone number. "All right, godfather and godmother. You two go well, have a safe trip." Zhao Tai bowed 90 degrees in the direction that Lan Yueshi's car drove away. Shangguan Lingxia had already come out at some point. Seeing Zhao Tai's fawning look, she rolled her eyes at him disdainfully, then extended her fair hand. "Give me Mr. Han's contact information." Zhao Tai straightened up, and the flattering smile on his face instantly disappeared. "I can give it to you, but you have to tell me what exactly happened the day my godfather went to the Shangguan Mountain estate." Yunshan City, Intensive Care Unit of the First People's Hospital. Lin Senhai stood with his hands behind his back in front of the viewing glass. After listening to his subordinate's report, his face was as black as the clouds before a storm. "You're saying that the young man named Han killed Yuan Hao in just 3 moves? Yes. Although the Lin family had a deep foundation, it was, after all, in a declining old city, and resources were limited. As the head of the Lin family, the martial artists he painstakingly cultivated, including Yuan Hao, were only 3. Furthermore, besides Yuan Hao, who was a 6th-grade martial artist, the other 2 were only 4th grade. Losing Yuan Hao was like having an arm chopped off for Lin Senhai. And how much effort, money, and various martial artist resources did it take to cultivate a 6th-grade martial artist? How could this not make him feel pained and angry? What's more, his son was still lying in the intensive care unit, on the verge of death. Has the new medicine from the combat department not arrived yet? The combat department has just informed us that the medicine has already boarded the plane and will arrive in Yunshan City in half an hour. His subordinate replied. Lin Senhai slowly let out a breath of stale air and said nothing more. Suddenly, the electrocardiogram monitor in the intensive care unit started beeping rapidly. On the bed, Lin Yaofeng's body with all the tubes connected to it, began to convulse violently. Lin Senhai's eyebrows furrowed, his gaze as if he was going to kill as he turned to the attending doctor behind him. What's going on? I'll go in to take a look. The attending doctor's expression changed drastically after seeing the situation in the intensive care unit. He hurriedly rushed inside. A few minutes later, the waves on Lin Yaofeng's electrocardiogram turned into a straight line. The attending doctor was covered in sweat. He walked out nervously, his legs shaking. Lin. Master Lin. Young Master Lin. Lin Senhai lost his usual calmness and maturity. His eyes turned bloodshot as he grabbed the attending doctor's collar and threatened. I order you. No matter what you do, you must bring Fenger back to life. Bring him back to life. The attending doctor was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground. He turned and scrambled back into the ward, beginning to repeatedly shock the heart, trying to get Lin Yaofeng's heart beating again. Half an hour later, the new medicine from the combat department, escorted by the city leader's police force, arrived at the hospital. Lin Senhai immediately ordered people to inject the medicine into Lin Yaofeng, but Lin Yaofeng, whose body had already turned cold, never opened his eyes again. Lin Senhai guarded Lin Yaofeng's body like a lone wolf. The pain of losing his beloved son forever had brought his anger to its limit. Han Xin, you killed my son. You cut off my arm. I, Lin Senhai, will make sure you die. Lin Senhai raised his old face, which was filled with madness. Now, give me the connections of the martial artists of the combat department. I want Han Chun and those around him dead. At Lin Senhai's command, the Lin family was like a war machine. All the parts worked together in coordination, and a huge network of connections started working frantically. A few hours later, several martial artists from the combat department, who had close relationships with the Lin family and were stationed near Yunshan City, arrived at the Lin family one after another. For a time, the martial artist circle in Yunshan City was filled with fear. After all, it had to be either a major event that endangered national security or a cross-border terrorist for a martial artist from the combat department to be deployed. The rest of the Lin family also felt indignant and furious after learning of Lin Yaofeng's death. If such a great hatred could not be washed away with blood, then how would the Lin family be able to gain a foothold in Yunshan City in the future? Everyone, don't worry. I've already contacted several martial artists from the combat department. This time, I will not only avenge Fenger, but also let the people of Hailan City know that my Lin family is not to be trifled with. Lin Senhai said through gritted teeth. Good. It's also time to let those bastards in Hailan City remember the fear of being controlled by our Lin family. While the Lin family was stirred by the revenge plan, a Lin family servant came running in with his phone. Family head, it's a call from a high-ranking member of the provincial combat department. The other party is a major general, and they specifically asked to speak with you. A high-ranking member of the provincial combat department? A major general? Lin Senhai's old face was stunned. Although the Lin family had some connections within the combat department, they were not at the level of the high-ranking members of the provincial combat department. As for major generals, there were less than 5 in the entire provincial combat department, and they were few and far between, even in the entire Great Xia. Why would a figure like that suddenly call him? Hello, this is Bai Qing, Major General of the Southeast Province Combat Department. I will warn you only once. Those who harm Hanshin will die. The other party's voice was like the sharp sound of ice breaking. Although the tone was very good, the words she spoke made Lin Senhai's hairs stand on end. And the name Bai Qing was like thunder in his ears. She was the youngest female major general in Great Xia, who had stepped into the martial artist realm at the young age of 12. It was said that she was now a half-step grandmaster. More importantly, she was only in her 20s, and her future was limitless. The most important thing was that the entire Bai family was behind her, and almost all of the members of the Southeast Provincial Combat Department were people from the Bai family. Who exactly was this Han, that he could get Bai Qing to personally call and warn the Lin family? Bai Qing hung up the phone without even waiting for Lin Senhai to answer. After putting down the phone, Lin Senhai trembled, as if he had aged several decades all at once. The vengeful anger in his eyes was gone, and so was the heart of a family head. Early in the morning, Han Chun, as usual, prepared a loving breakfast for Lan Yueshi. However, Lan Yueshi seemed to have a poor appetite today, and her face looked slightly pale. Han Chun did the math, and knew that her period must have arrived. He conveniently brewed a bowl of brown sugar and ginger tea and put it in a thermos lunchbox. Wife, remember to drink it while it's hot. Later, I'll go out to buy some medicinal herbs and brew some medicinal cuisine to help your body. You won't have any more pain after that. Lan Yueshi didn't expect Han Shun to be so thoughtful. He had prepared the ginger tea without her saying anything. A warm current flowed into her heart, and she said a gentle thank you. Then, she put on her high heels and went off to work. As soon as Lan Yueshi left, Han Shun received a call from a stranger. Hello, is this Mr. Han? I'm Shangguan Ingxue. The other party's voice was gentle and soft, and extremely pleasant to the ear. What do you want? Han Shun remembered that he had only given his phone number to Zhang Yihe. The last time you pointed out the flaws in snow ants cultivation, Grandma was very grateful and would like to invite you to the mountain estate for a casual meal. Chapter 48. Healing in the Garage. Han Shun just happened to be wanting to go get some medicinal herbs to brew a soup to help Lan Yueshi's body, and the Shangguan family was a major family in cultivating Chinese medicine. So, he agreed. Sure. Where are you staying? I'll drive to pick you up, Shangguan Ingxue said softly. Cloud River Villa District, 301, Han Shun replied. Okay, I'll be there soon. Han Shun hung up the phone, wiped the bowl clean, and wiped the stove. Then, he said narcissistically, I really am a good husband. Half an hour later, a blue Lamborghini slowly parked outside the fence of Villa 300 in one of the Cloud River Villa District. A pair of snow-white, long legs came out of the car first, then Shangguan Ingxue walked out of the car. She wore a modified snow-colored Chong Sam, which made her skin, which was as bright as the moon, even more radiant. A pair of clear, bright eyes, like the best gemstones in the world, pure and beautiful. Every move she made was full of a detached elegance. Shangguan Ingxue did not actively ring the doorbell to bother him, but instead stood outside the door and quietly waited. Fortunately, Han Shun's senses were sharp, and he quickly tidied up and went out. Mr. Han. When Shangguan Ingxue saw Han Shun come out, she gracefully approached him, a gentle smile on her face. Han Shun nodded slightly. Let's go. After getting in the car, Han Shun sat directly in the passenger seat. Seeing this, Shangguan Ingxue couldn't help but chuckle. What are you laughing at? Han Shun asked, confused. Shangguan Ingxue smiled. Other men, when getting in the car, even if they have feelings for me, they would take the initiative to keep a distance to show that they are gentlemen. There are very few people like Mr. Han who are so straightforward and just sit in the passenger seat. Han Shun grinned. That's right. I'm different from those hypocrites. I like to look at beautiful women. I have to see them every day. Shangguan Ingxue's eyelashes fluttered slightly, and she changed the subject, asking, Mr. Han, how did you know about Snow Ant's cultivation bottleneck? Snow Ant had been with the Shangguan family for many years, and even the old lady hadn't noticed the bottleneck in her cultivation. Han Shun was so young, and she had heard that he saw it at a glance, making Shangguan Ingxue, a cultivation genius, full of curiosity about him. She had even secretly sent people to collect information about him, but based on the information she collected, there was nothing particularly eye-catching about him. But the more it was like this, the more it piqued Shangguan Ingxue's curiosity about Han Shun. Shangguan Ingxue was the direct daughter of the eldest branch of the Shangguan family, and she was also very talented in martial arts. She was so intelligent that she became a 6th-grade martial artist at such a young age. A celestial beauty, like her, usually didn't have any interest in other people. Han Shun was the first person who had made her want to urgently understand him. I could see it with just a glance, Han Shun said casually. Unknowingly, the Lamborghini sped all the way and soon arrived at the Shangguan Mountain estate. Shangguan Ingxue's eyes were full of a gentle smile. She thought Han Shun was joking with her, so she asked, Then, can Mr. Han see how my cultivation is? Han Shun casually scanned Shangguan Ingxue up and down and then said, Your qi is misaligned. If you don't fix it, you'll injure your heart. Shangguan Ingxue frowned slightly. When a martial artist's qi injured their heart, it was extremely serious. The slightest misstep could result in never being able to cultivate in martial arts again. For a serious case, death would be instant. This was not something to be taken lightly. Mr. Han is really joking. Shangguan Ingxue parked the car in the underground garage of the Shangguan Mountain estate. You don't believe me? Han Shun glanced at Shangguan Ingxue's full and high chest. Your chest has felt a dull pain recently. The pain is worse when you feel. Your breathing is uneven and rapid. When you practice your internal energy, your heart beats faster and your whole body feels hot, right? Shangguan Ingxue's rosy lips parted slightly, looking at Han Shun in shock. Her recent state of cultivation was exactly as Han Shun had described. Then how can I be treated? Shangguan Ingxue was just testing him casually, but she didn't expect to get such an astonishing answer. It's simple. You just need to use professional techniques to massage your chest to soothe your chi, and then use your chi to unblock the breathing at the acupoint in your chest. Han Chen grinned. Hearing this, Shangguan Yingshue's cheeks quickly turned crimson. She needed to use professional techniques to massage her chest to soothe her chi, and then use her chi to unblock the breathing at the acupoint in her chest? That acupoint, wasn't that? Shangguan Yingxue bit her red lip, her eyes swirling with a struggle. Then, a trace of determination entered her eyes. She actually used her own chi and tried to unblock the breathing at the acupoint on her own. But after just a slight attempt, not only did she fail to successfully unblock the blocked chi in the acupoint, but her blockage deepened, directly triggering a reverse flow of internal energy, which entered her heart. Shangguan Yingxue felt a dull pain in her heart, as uncomfortable as a heart attack. Her slender eyebrows furrowed, her face as pale as paper, and her forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat. Damn it, I told you that you need to use professional techniques. Do the women of the Shangguan family not have brains? Han Chen knew the danger of the internal energy reversing and affecting the heart. Without caring about anything else, he released his seatbelt, leaned over to Shangguan Yingshue's side, directly lowered the back of the driver's seat, and tore open the cheongsam on her chest. White, blindingly white. Shaking. What are you doing? Shangguan Yingxue felt a stabbing pain in her heart and had no strength to resist. She was both shocked and angry. Stop talking nonsense, I'm saving you. Pressing on the acupoint through the clothes would greatly reduce the effects. Han Chen directly unbuttoned Shangguan Yingshue's bra, and then brought his right index and middle fingers together. He gathered his chi on the tips of his fingers and pressed them sharply on the acupoint in the middle of her two peaks. Shangguan Yingxue suddenly felt a warm current flow from the acupoint into her entire body. At the same time, the dull pain in her heart instantly eased up. Only then did she realize that Han Chen was unblocking her meridians and dispelling the blocked chi in her body. Cough, this is just the first step. Next up are the professional techniques, you just have to bear with it. I'm not doing this on purpose. Han Chen retracted his finger, and after glancing at Shangguan Yingshue's exposed chest, his face turned red. He quickly averted his eyes and groped around as he started to massage and guide her. Thump. Shangguan Yingshue's cheeks instantly turned as red as ripe apples. Her eyelashes quivered slightly as she resigned herself and closed her eyes. In the dim underground garage, the inside of the car was filled with an erotic atmosphere. A few minutes later, Han Chen let out a long breath of stale air and retracted his hand. Okay. Shangguan Yingxue had completely recovered and quickly put on her clothes. She bit her red lip and said shyly, "Thank you, Mr. Han, for helping me." Shangguan Yingxue couldn't bring herself to say the next words, her ears burning red. Han Chen grinned. It was no big deal. By the way, it felt pretty good. Huh. Shangguan Yingxue was slightly stunned, obviously not understanding what he meant. I mean, don't be so reckless in the future. Chi misalignment is no small problem. Han Chen said with a serious expression. Shangguan Mountain Estate's reception hall. In the past, there were few distinguished guests at the Shangguan family, so the reception hall was always cold and empty, but today it was almost full, with all of the 5 branches' direct descendants in attendance. The old woman sitting in the main seat had a head full of silver hair. She looked like she was in her 70s or 80s, but her spirit was even more vibrant than a young person. She looked kind and amiable when she smiled. But all of the direct descendants of the Shangguan family present were sitting upright and didn't dare to be disrespectful in front of her. The old woman was none other than the true backbone of the Shangguan family, the matriarch Li Qizhen. Chapter 49. Understanding a little bit. Madam, Master Han has arrived. Aunt Shui stood at the entrance of the reception hall. From afar, she saw Shangguan Yingshue's face was inexplicably flushed. She was walking towards the reception hall with Han Chen and reported to Li Qizhen. Li Qizhen nodded slightly, signaling Aunt Shui to welcome them personally. After receiving the order, Aunt Shui couldn't help but straighten her clothes, stepped forward to welcome them, and looked at Han Chen with gratitude. Master Han, please. Han Chen looked at Aunt Shui and nodded appreciatively. Not bad, your internal energy has improved a lot. Aunt Shui gratefully bowed her head and clasped her hands in a martial arts salute, her face excited. If it wasn't for Master Han's guidance, my internal energy would still be stagnant. Today, I have entered the 5th grade of the martial arts realm. Han Chen nodded, and without saying another word, stepped into the reception hall. Shangguan Yingxue, who was behind him, felt a surge of surprise. Aunt Shui, who had been stuck in the 4th grade for so many years, had actually entered the 5th grade. While she was surprised at Han Chen's strength, she thought about the methods he had used to massage her chest and unblock her meridians in the garage. She couldn't help but blush, making her snow-white skin look even more delicate and beautiful. Afraid that others would notice her abnormality, Shangguan Yingxue lowered her head slightly and followed Han Chen. As soon as they stepped into the hall, everyone's eyes fell on Han Chen. Except for the eldest branch, all the other branches had witnessed his methods on the day Zhang Yiha had entered the Dao. Their gazes were filled with some fawning and some respect. Shangguan Meihong from the eldest branch saw Han Chen for the first time. After taking a glance at him, she smiled and nodded in greeting. She didn't expect Master Han, who Aunt Shui had spoken of with such admiration, as being like a grandmaster, to look so young. Shangguan Yingxue entered the reception hall and sat down next to her. Of all the direct descendants in the hall, only Shangguan Yingxue was of the younger generation. The other members of the younger generation were not qualified to appear at a reception for distinguished guests. This showed how high the status of martial artists was in the family. The other 4 branches all cast envious gazes at Shangguan Meihong. Shangguan Meihong had long been used to the envy of her sisters, and she looked at her daughter with a proud expression. But Shangguan Meihong noticed that her daughter was not focused. On closer inspection, she realized that her daughter's eyes seemed to be following Han Chen's back. At this moment, Han Chen had reached the main seat. Li Qizhen showed a kind smile and spoke as if she was greeting a friend she had known for many years. "Mr. Han has arrived. Please take a seat." After Han Chen was seated, Li Qizhen thanked him. "Mr. Han, please forgive me. I was busy in the medicine cellar for the past few days and did not have the energy to manage other matters. I left all the family affairs to Aunt Shui. Only today did I have the time to invite Mr. Han to the mountain estate. Aunt Shui has told me everything. If it wasn't for Mr. Han's advice, I'm afraid she would have been in danger, and much less have progressed to the 5th grade. To express our gratitude, Mr. Han can freely choose any medicinal herbs from my Shangguan family's medicine cellar." Han Chen wanted to choose some medicinal herbs to brew a medicinal soup for his wife, so he agreed. "Okay, then I'll go with you. I've heard that the Shangguan family has excellent cultivation techniques for medicinal herbs. I'll take this opportunity to see the quality of the medicinal herbs in your mountain estate's medicine cellar." Hearing this, the sisters from the 5 branches were shocked. Everyone knew that Aunt Shui had been stuck in the 4th grade for many years. In order to help Aunt Shui improve her grade, their mother had spent a lot of high-quality medicinal herbs over the years. She had even hired high-grade martial artists from the Han family to give her guidance, but there were no signs that she was about to progress. But Aunt Shui was able to advance to the 5th grade in just a few days after receiving some advice from Han Chen. Seeing Han Chen's extraordinary abilities again, the 5 branches had different thoughts. Shangguan Zhuqing from the 2nd branch regretted it greatly, secretly scolding herself for being blind and offending Master Han, and for divorcing Zhang Yiha. She couldn't sleep at night from all the regret she was experiencing. She had even developed heart palpitations. Seeing Shangguan Zhuqing's haggard appearance, Shangguan Lanjin from the 3rd branch felt very proud. She was determined to make friends with Han Chen, even if it meant giving him the 50-year-old golden leaf in their house, letting him pick any herbs from her medicinal fields, or giving him villas and luxury cars. The world knew that medicinal herbs could treat diseases, but they didn't know that the older the medicinal herb, the better it was for martial artists. Many large families had recipes for pills that could make a martial artist reborn and enhance their strength, and most of the medicinal herbs in those recipes were purchased from the Shangguan family. This was why the Shangguan family had been able to maintain its position as the leader of the 4 major families in Hailan City for so many years. It wasn't just because of the Han family in Kyoto, but also because of the Shangguan family's unique medicinal cultivation techniques. Li Qizhen poured tea for Han Chen herself. "From what Mr. Han said, you also understand the way of cultivating medicinal herbs?" Han Chen said calmly. "I understand a little bit. Not much. It seems that Mr. Han is indeed a genius. Not only are you proficient in the art of cultivation and can see Aunt Shui's cultivation flaws at a glance, but you also understand a little about the way of cultivating medicinal herbs. I wonder which sect is lucky enough to have an outstanding disciple like Mr. Han." Li Qizhen's words were actually a disguised way to inquire about Han Chen's background. She had tried to find information about Han Chen's identity, but no matter how many contacts she had used, the results she had gotten were the same as the results of Lin Senhai's investigation of Han Chen. Han Chen seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. The only difference was that Li Qizhen had found out that Han Chen had killed a 6th-grade martial artist in 3 moves. While she was shocked, she was also very wary of him. She was wary of whether Han Qian was sent by those people, and more importantly, his first appearance was in the Lan family. The hidden Saint Dragon. Han Qian put down the porcelain teacup and said seriously, "I've never heard of this person," Li Qizhen said suspiciously. She saw that Han Qian's expression was sincere, and also realized that her previous words were wrong. She quickly added, "With Mr. Han's strength, your master must be a recluse." Han Qian nodded. "My master is a low-profile person and doesn't like the secular world." "I see." It was true that there were some reclusive masters who had extraordinary strength, but Li Qizhen still thought that Han Qian was full of doubts. At this moment, someone rushed in and shouted, "Family head, something bad has happened. The 60-year-old celestial star grass in the medicine cellar has withered." "What?" Li Qizhen stood up abruptly, her expression changing dramatically. She waved her hand at Han Qian. "Mr. Han, I have urgent matters. Please excuse me." Han Qian waved his hand. "It's fine. I was going to pick out some medicinal herbs in the medicine cellar. I'll go with you and take a look at the withered 60-year-old celestial star grass." Speaking of the celestial star grass, Han Qian was very interested. Celestial star grass was already a top-quality medicinal herb in Great Xia. It was rare, and its growing conditions were harsh. Not to mention that a 60-year-old one was even harder to find. Li Qizhen hesitated for a few seconds and had no choice but to agree for Han Qian to go to the medicine cellar with her. The 5 branches of the Shangwan family all knew that this celestial star grass was one that Li Qizhen had carefully cultivated for many years. It was to be presented to the Han family of Kyoto soon. The fact that the celestial star grass had withered at this critical moment meant that the Shangwan family would definitely face the Han family's anger. They also stood up and followed after them towards the medicine cellar. Shangwan Mountain Estate's medicine cellar. An old man with a white beard was squatting next to a withered medicinal herb that was surrounded by jade, sighing with pity. What a pity that this 60-year-old celestial star grass has withered like this. Next to the old man was a young man who had a refined look. He asked anxiously, "Father, is there no way to save it?" "Alas, I, Wang Tianyi, have been cultivating medicinal herbs for 40 years and have read over 1,000 books about herbal medicine. The herbs I've seen, even if it isn't tens of thousands, it would be about 7,000. The growing conditions of the celestial star grass are already very harsh. Even a slight change in temperature will make it turn yellow. Its roots and stems are extremely delicate. Once it withers, even the gods will not be able to revive it." The old man was Wang Tianyi, one of the top medicinal cultivation masters in the country that the Shangwan family had hired for a high price. The young man next to him was his son, Wang Yang. Just as the two of them were discussing how to save the celestial star grass, Li Qizhen rushed to the medicine cellar. When she saw the state of the celestial star grass, she asked anxiously, "Master Wang, is there any way to save this celestial star grass?" Chapter 50. Rootless Water. Wang Tianyi shook his head, feeling ashamed. "I have tried my best. This celestial star grass has completely withered. Madam Shangwan, you should find another medicinal herb to send to the Han family." Upon receiving this news, even Li Qizhen, who was known for her calm composure, changed her expression greatly. "That won't do. The Han family already knows that my Shangwan family will be offering a 60-year-old celestial star grass. Moreover, the celestial star grass has a unique medicinal property. It is the key ingredient in the Han family's formula for helping a 9th-grade martial artist step into the Grandmaster realm." Hearing this, Wang Tianyi was filled with remorse and self-blame. "It's all my fault for my limited ability. I've tried everything and looked through all the herbal medicine books, but I haven't found a clue on how to save the celestial star grass." After speaking, he cupped his fist and bowed to Li Qizhen to apologize. "Isn't it very simple to save this medicinal herb?" At that moment, a faint voice sounded. It was Han Qian. When Wang Tianyi turned around and saw that Han Qian was so young, his face turned cold, and he snorted. "Who are you? You young rascal. You talk so easily. The roots of this celestial star grass are very delicate. It's been withered for half an hour, and now the roots and leaves are all soft. If you want to revive the celestial star grass, you will need the rootless water from the Kunlun snow region. I am your father, and I'm really great." Han Qian started to sing. Wang Tianyi was furious. As a medicinal cultivation master, many families were clamoring to hire him for a high price. Even the Shangwan family treated him as an honored guest. He had never been looked down on by a young man like this before. Hemph. Not only is this young brat ignorant, but he is also arrogant. Li Qizhen didn't want Wang Tianyi and Han Qian to start fighting. After all, the latter was suspected of being a grandmaster. In Great Xia, grandmasters were very few. A young grandmaster like Han Shun had an unlimited future. Even so, Li Qijin would never relax her suspicions and wariness towards Han Shun. Young people always succumb to temptation, and perhaps those people had told him the secret of the Lan family's ancient formula. The secret of that ancient formula, even for martial artists at the grandmaster level or above, was a deadly temptation. Master Wang, if there is a way to save it using rootless water, I will send someone to retrieve the rootless water right now. Madam, setting aside the fact that the Kunlun snow region is thousands of miles away from Hailan City, and traveling there and back by plane would take a whole day. Even ordinary grandmasters would have to go through a lot of hardships to make that trip. Wang Tianyi sighed heavily, and a look of memory appeared in his eyes. The depths of the Kunlun snow region are in the Kunlun Mountains. According to legend, there is a 1,000-year-old white fox and a 10,000 ghost abyss. There is also a divine dragon that has lived for 10,000 years on the Kunlun Snow Mountain. Over the years, many martial artists have yearned for the heavenly snow lotus on the Kunlun Mountains. Those who went never survived, and even their bodies were never found. That Kunlun snow region is even more mysterious than the Kunlun Mountains. Wang Tianyi was deeply immersed in his memories. As a medicinal cultivation master, he also yearned for the heavenly snow lotus on the Kunlun Mountains when he was young. He had hired a 7th-grade martial artist, but as soon as they stepped into the core area of the mountain range, that martial artist mysteriously disappeared. Wang Tianyi was so scared at the time that his soul had almost left his body. He had passed out on the spot. When he woke up, he found the martial artist's corpse lying next to him. His death was tragic, as if he had been sucked dry by something. Li Qijin was extremely anxious. It would take a lot of time to go to the Kunlun snow region to find rootless water. According to Master Wang's words, even a grandmaster wouldn't necessarily be able to return alive. She was the highest-ranking martial artist in the Shangguan family, and she was only a 9th-grade martial artist. The longer the time passed, the smaller the chances of saving the celestial star grass would become. While everyone from the Shangguan family was anxious, Han Shan strolled to the celestial star grass and casually used his hand to poke at its roots. "You brat, stop!" Wang Tianyi yelled loudly when he saw this. Li Qijin looked displeased. Just when she was about to speak, she remembered that Han Shan had said that he understood the way of cultivating medicinal herbs. But in all of Great Xia, Wang Tianyi was the top medicinal cultivation master. He had said that there was no way, so the chances of saving the celestial star grass were very slim. Han Shun turned a deaf ear to Wang Tianyi's scolding. "I have a way to save this celestial star grass. Himph, my father is a medicinal cultivation master. If he says the celestial star grass can't be saved, then it can't be saved." Wang Tianyi did not speak, but Wang Yang instead mocked Han Shun. "You're just a young man in your 20s, what experience do you have? In my opinion, he just wants to boast in front of Madam and show himself off." Wang Yang had been following Wang Tianyi in the Shangguan family to study the art of cultivating medicinal herbs. The person he admired the most was his father. Han Shin was actually showing himself off in front of Madam and was trying to fight his father, taking this opportunity to suppress his father, and wanting to ascend to the top and become a medicinal cultivation master. Li Qijin was in conflict. After all, Wang Tianyi was not a person who had entered the Tao. Han Shun was able to become a martial arts grandmaster, and his master was a reclusive expert. Perhaps he really had a way to save this celestial star grass. But after all, she still suspected Han Chin's identity. So be it. Okay. Since Mr. Han has a way, then I'll trouble you to lend a hand. As long as you can save this celestial star grass, the Shangguan family will owe Mr. Han a favor. Li Qijin thought for a moment and added, "As long as it's not something that goes against morality, my Shangguan family will definitely do everything we can to assist you." Han Shin didn't go into the deeper meaning of Li Qijin's words and just waved his hand casually. "I only have one request. Give me the roots of this celestial star grass." Li Qijin had a troubled expression and at the same time felt a great relief in her heart. She was really worried that by owing Han Shin a favor, he would take advantage of that favor to pressure her to help him secretly deal with the Lan family. That was why she had added a condition after making the promise. It seemed that Han Shun was still short-sighted, because the most valuable part of this celestial star grass was the leaves, and the roots had no value at all. Giving it to Han Shun was not a problem. When the Han family asked about it in the future, she could just make up an excuse. "Okay, as long as Mr. Han can save this celestial star grass, On the day that the celestial star grass is harvested, I will give you the roots of this celestial star grass. Then, all of you should go out. Oh, you stay behind. Han Chen pointed at Shangguan Yingxue. Seeing that Han Chen had left her alone, Shangguan Yingshue's cheeks immediately flushed red. She looked at Li Qizhen, asking for her grandmother's opinion. Li Qizhen lowered her head and pondered, then agreed. Wang Yang was very emotional and retorted, I won't allow Yingxue to stay behind with him. Who knows if this kid has ulterior motives and just wants to take advantage of the pretense of saving the celestial stargrass to take liberties with Yingxue. Li Qizhen frowned. Wang Yang was usually very steady, so why was he so reckless now? If Han Chen really wanted to do something to Yingxue, with his Grandmaster realm, even she wouldn't be able to stop him. It's all right, we can just retreat to outside the medicine cellar door. If something happened, they could find out in time as there was only a door separating them. Since Li Qizhen had already spoken, Wang Yang could only follow behind everyone. When he was near the medicine cellar door, his eyes were filled with threat and hostility as he stared at Han Chen. After everyone had left, Shangguan Yingxue gracefully approached Han Chen, her head lowered shyly. She asked curiously, Can I help save the celestial stargrass? Yes, just use your urine to irrigate the roots of the celestial stargrass. Han Chen grinned. Shangguan Yingxue widened her beautiful eyes, and her small rosy mouth opened slightly, her face full of disbelief. Use urine? Han Chen nodded calmly. Rootless water is actually a virgin's urine. Chapter 51. Taking half. A virgin's urine? Shangguan Yingxue murmured involuntarily, her fair face instantly flushing crimson, like a ripe cherry in May, delicate and alluring. How did you know that a virgin's urine is rootless water? Shangguan Yingxue asked shyly. Because my master is a sacred dragon, so I know, Han Chen said with considerable confidence. Can it really revive this starry skygrass? Shangguan Yingshue's eyelashes trembled slightly, her gaze shifting from Han Chen to the withered, yellowish-tinged starry skygrass. There was a hint of doubt in her voice. Besides rootless water, it also needs one more thing. I'll prepare it, Han Chen said, sounding confident. You just need to take half of it, that'll be enough. Han Chen waved his hand, casually picking up a small wooden bucket used for holding herbs and handing it to her. Shangguan Yingxue stared blankly at the small wooden bucket, her beautiful eyes wide. No way, you're going to pee in front of me? Han Chen grinned. Well, all right, I guess I can make the sacrifice of watching. Who's going to pee in front of you? Shangguan Yingxue bit her lip, picked up the bucket, and quickly walked towards the bathroom in the medicine cellar. Once she was gone, Han Chen's expression became serious. He stroked his chin, contemplated for a while, then reached his hand into his pants. Shangguan Yingshue's face was flushed with embarrassment. Her delicate hands held the small bucket, which was now filled with a virgin's urine. It was so shameful. Why did rootless water have to be a virgin's urine? She was a proud daughter of heaven, with a temperament like fine dust. Everyone she met praised her as a celestial beauty. But here with Han Chen, it was either nearly suffering a chi deviation during cultivation, almost damaging her heart meridian, and Han Chen taking off her clothes to save her, or this? Oh dear, she should probably try to avoid seeing Han Chen in the future. Shangguan Yingxue worried that if she saw him a few more times, she would end up being completely seen through. Shangguan Yingxue had just returned to Han Chen's side, about to call out his name, when she saw a thumb-sized gourd appear out of thin air in his hand. Han Chen opened the small gourd with a pained expression, pouring out a single drop of the liquid inside. Shangguan Yingxue pursed her lips, her ears rosy pink, her cheeks even redder. She hesitantly handed the small bucket to Han Chen. Just as Shangguan Yingxue handed over the bucket, the liquid from the small gourd dripped into it. What's this? Shangguan Yingxue sniffed, her tone a bit aggrieved and doubtful. It's not something for little people to ask, Han Chen said, unwilling to reveal more to Shangguan Yingxue. His gaze was meaningful as it fell on her chest, and he grinned wickedly. Compared to Gu Chuanxi, they were definitely smaller. Following Han Chen's gaze, Shangguan Yingxue looked down at her prominent chest. Her elegant demeanor, usually as tranquil as the moon, trembled, and she almost burst into tears. He'd already touched them, and he was still complaining about the size. Mr. Han, what do we do next? Shangguan Yingxue asked, biting her lip and suppressing the shame. Just pour the rootless water at the base of the starry sky grass. Han Chen stood up and put away the small gourd, tucking it back into his pants. Shangguan Yingshue's eyes became even more watery as she saw Han Chen's movement. She looked like a delicate flower that had been ravaged. She quickly averted her gaze, forcing herself to endure the inner torment of shame as she poured the water from the small bucket onto the starry sky grass. Half an hour later, Li Qijin and the others impatiently opened the door and entered. Wang Yang followed anxiously behind her, snorting coldly. Even my father can't save the starry sky grass. How could this rogue have a way? Outside the door, Wang Yang had repeatedly urged Li Qijin to open the medicine cellar door and see if Han Chun was harassing Yingxue. Now that they were inside, he couldn't wait to mock Han Chun. Wang Tianyi stroked his white beard, a knowing look on his face. He turned to Li Qijin and said, "Old madam, we need to make a plan soon. If the Han family finds out that the Shangguan Manor didn't provide the 60-year-old starry skygrass and lost an opportunity to advance to Grandmaster, they will definitely vent their anger on the Shangguan family. I have an 80-year-old silver silk flower here. Although it's not as precious as starry skygrass, it can still appease the Han family." Han Chun blocked the view of the starry skygrass. Li Qijin looked over several times but couldn't see the starry skygrass, and she began to think that Han Chun had no way to save it at all. Hearing Wang Tianyi's proposal, she could only nod. Before she could reply, Wang Tianyi continued, "Old madam, an 80-year-old silver silk flower is extremely precious. I don't need to elaborate on that. If you want me to give you this herb, you need to agree to one condition. Allow my younger to marry Miss Yingxue." Li Qijin was caught in a dilemma. Yingxue was a martial artist with a promising future. Although Wang Yang was only Wang Tianyi's son, he had learned a lot about herb cultivation by being around his father. Besides, the only way for the Shangguan family to appease the Han family's anger was to use the 80-year-old silver silk flower to replace the 60-year-old starry skygrass. Li Qijin looked at Shangguan Meijin. The two mothers had already discussed that they would find a martial artist son-in-law for Shangguan Yingxue in the future. Shangguan Meijin understood her mother's gaze and, after thinking, nodded solemnly, "I'll listen to mother. Since Master Wang has said so, then this matter." Just as Li Qijin was about to agree, Wang Yang glanced triumphantly at Han Chun and flipped him the middle finger. "I disagree." Han Chun picked at his ear and said calmly. Shangguan Yingxue blinked. "Shouldn't I be the one saying that?" Wang Yang snorted and pointed at Han Chun's nose. "What right do you have to disagree?" Han Chun shrugged and moved aside. "Saving the starry skygrass is such a simple matter. Is it that hard?" Without Han Chun's obstruction, everyone's gaze fell on the revived starry skygrass. In just half an hour, the starry skygrass was no longer withered. Its leaves were lush and green, showing no sign of decay. There was even a hint of red on the top of the grass. Wang Tianyi, seeing that red, was shocked. Not only has the starry skygrass been revived, but it's also flowering and about to bear fruit. Li Qijin confirmed multiple times that the starry skygrass was revived. The stone in her heart finally fell, and her gaze towards Han Chun became more respectful. She clasped her hands in thanks. As Mr. Han said, the roots of the starry skygrass will be delivered to Mr. Han on the day of its excavation. Han Chun said casually, "I'll come pick it up when the time comes. Mr. Han, feel free to look around the medicine cellar to see if there are any herbs that catch your eye. Apart from this starry skygrass, you can take any one herb of your choosing." Li Qijin instructed the workers to cover the starry skygrass and turned to Han Chun, showing a kind smile. The faces of everyone from the fifth branch of Shangguan showed a pained expression. However, since their mother had spoken, no one dared to say anything. They only regretted even more that they hadn't formed a good relationship with this young man. The herbs in this medicine cellar were at least 20 years old and of medium quality. A martial artist who understood herbs could choose one, refine it, and use it to strengthen their body. If they were more skilled at using the properties of herbs, they might even be able to enhance their inner strength. Han Chun scanned the medicine cellar and, finding an herb, casually pulled it up. "It's this one." Li Qijin was an expert in herbal medicine. She could tell at a glance that the herb Han Chun had chosen was for women's menstrual cycles. She asked, "Mr. Han, are you sure about this? There are several herbs in my medicine cellar that would be very beneficial to a grandmaster." Her words were meaningful. Li Qijin was probing Han Chun for the second time. "Ordinary herbs are useless to me," Han Chun said, waving his hand. Li Qijin was greatly shocked. Martial artists who had just entered the Grandmaster realm needed high-quality herbs to stabilize their inner strength. But for those above 4th rank Grandmaster, the properties of herbs had no significant effect on their bodies. Could it be that Han Chun had already reached the 4th rank Grandmaster realm? Chapter 52. Auto Pop-Up. Shuriwe Pavilion of Shangguan Manor. Li Qijin gestured, Mr. Han, please take the seat of honor. Han Xin nodded indifferently and sat at the head of the table. In the past, Li Qizhen always sat at the head of the table in Shui Pavilion. Today, the one sitting there was Han Chen. Wang Yang and Wang Tianyi, as always, sat at the second and third positions to Li Qizhen's right. Aunt Shui sat in the second position. Wang Yang's gaze fell resentfully on Han Chen. If it wasn't for you saving the starry skygrass, how could you be sitting at the head? Sitting at the head meant that Li Qizhen recognized Han Chen's status and acknowledged his ability as superior to her own. Wang Yang didn't understand. Li Qizhen was the head of the Shangguan family. Even his father had never sat at the head of the table. What gave this person the right? After Han Chen took his seat, the others gradually sat down. Once all the dishes were served, Han Chen's phone dinged with a message. Opening the message, he saw it was from Bai Ching Sa. Bai Ching Song. Little Chin Chun, why didn't you come to play with me after you left the snow region? Yao Yao Yao. Chin Geizhai. Grandpa said he has urgent matters to discuss with you. He sent me to pick you up. I'm already in the parking lot of Shangguan Manor, waiting for you. Han Chen glanced at the messages and turned off his phone. He planned to head to the Yao family after he finished eating. Shangguan Yingxue glanced at Han Chen's position out of the corner of her eye. She saw him look at a message on his phone and couldn't help but wonder who was messaging him. What business is it of mine who messages him? Most of the ingredients at Shangguan Manor were medicinal herbs. After this meal, Han Chen felt completely refreshed. After finishing his meal, Han Chen was the first to stand up. I have things to do. I'll take my leave. After speaking, he walked out the door, yawning. This child is too arrogant. He has no manners at all. Wang Tianyi, as an elder, believed he had the right to criticize a junior for inappropriate behavior. But he was just complaining to Li Qizhen. When he saw that the old lady of Shangguan was personally getting up to send Han Chen out, he, together with Aunt Shui and the younger members of Shangguan, all stood up. They all had eager expressions on their faces. It was as if they would miss their chance to show themselves to Han Chen if they were late. Mr. Han, please take care. Li Qizhen waved her hand, ordering Shangguan Yingxue. Yingxue, see Mr. Han out. Yes, Grandma. Shangguan Yingxue replied obediently. Then, without even looking at Wang Yang, she quickened her pace to catch up with Han Chen. Shangguan Meijin looked at Shangguan Yingxue's back, muttering suspiciously. Yingxue wasn't wearing this cheongsam before she went out, was she? Shangguan Yingxue had two cheongsams of similar styles, the only difference being the embroidery on the shoulders. One was embroidered with a fire generation orchid, while the other was embroidered with a Vanda orchid. The two orchids looked similar, but there were subtle differences upon closer inspection. Mother, you're not suspecting. Suddenly, Shangguan Meijin realized something, and she lowered her voice to question Li Qizhen. It's not appropriate to talk about this here. Come to my room later. Li Qizhen's gaze was distant, as if she was recalling something. Han Chen's figure just now reminded her of someone. Who was it? Oh right, bring Yingxue along. Shangguan Yingxue caught up with Han Chen and asked, Mr. Han, where are you planning to go? I can drive you. Han Chen waved his hand. No need, my driver is here. Just take me to the garage. Shangguan Yingxue frowned slightly, bit her lip, and said, Okay. In the garage of Shangguan Manor. Yao 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 waited idly in the garage. Her long, beautiful legs were casually resting on the steering wheel, and her delicate hands were touching her phone. She was looking at her chat page with Han Chen and muttered, Stupid Han Chen. It's been an hour since I sent the message, and he hasn't replied. If you don't reply soon, I'm leaving. What? Are you already impatient after just a little while? Han Chen's voice came from beside the red Ferrari. Yao 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 turned back in surprise and saw Han Chen and Shangguan Yingxue standing side by side. Instantly, she pouted jealously and snorted arrogantly. I'm just impatient. Han Chen opened the red car door and plopped into the passenger seat. He put one arm around Yao Yao Yao's slender waist. The little girl let out a small gasp, and then her whole body flew up. A second later, her soft and supple body landed on Han Chen's lap. Her round, pert buttocks were high in the air. Han Chen lifted his hand and smacked Yao 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 on the bottom. Do you admit your mistake? I was wrong. Yao Yao Yao's eyes instantly welled up with tears. She pouted pitifully. Shangguan Yingxue stood by the side, stunned. She watched Han Chen spank her best friend and couldn't help but mourn for Yao 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 for 3 seconds. Mr. Han, Yao Yao, I'll go first. After saying goodbye, Shangguan Yingxue quickened her pace and walked gracefully towards the elevator, but before the doors closed, She turned her head back to look at the two of them. In the empty garage, the sound of smacking echoed. Han Chen smacked her on her raised bottom once more. What exactly did you do wrong? Yao 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 pursed her lips and kicked her legs in protest. Qin Geizhai, everything was wrong. Don't hit me anymore. It's already red. Drive. Satisfied with the little girl's apology, Han Chun let her down. Yao 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 sat in the driver's seat. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She stared at him with her mischievous eyes, her heart pounding. A determined look flashed in her eyes as she pounced on Han Chun, pressing her sweet lips against his. The moment her moist lips touched his, Han Chun grabbed Yao Yao Yao's small waist and started to kiss her deeply with his tongue. Yao 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 couldn't help but let out a soft moan. The air became more and more heated, and the atmosphere became more and more ambiguous. Just then, Shangguan Ingxue, who had turned back, returned, holding the herb that Han Chun had chosen. Mr. Han, you forgot to take this. When she saw the two of them kissing, Shangguan Ingxue's face instantly turned red. She tossed the herb into the back seat of the Ferrari and ran off, clicking her heels. I'm sorry that I didn't see anything. What happened to Ingxue? Yao 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 and Shangguan Ingxue were friends for many years. She knew that although she looked like a celestial being, she was actually a gossip who liked to join in the fun. Why was she so shy today? Maybe she's jealous. Han Chun let go of Yao Yao Yao, put his hands behind his head and ordered, "Didn't your grandpa send you to pick me up? Hurry up and drive." Okay. Yao 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 replied obediently, started the engine, and drove towards the Yao family's residence. Yao family villa. Yao 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 parked the car and then linked arms with Han Chun, walking towards the Fei Jiaomu Lu. Yao Tai's Han stood with his hands behind his back on the second floor of the Fei Jiaomu Lu, watching the two of them arrive. Seeing his son Yao Dusheng's frustrated expression, he kicked him and cursed. When Mr. Han comes, don't you dare make that constipated face. Yao Dusheng, unconvinced, harumphed. Yes, father. Did you send the link I told you to send to Yao Yao? I sent it. Yao Dusheng's old face turned red. I had someone create a Trojan horse and send it to Yao Yao's computer. As long as she uses the computer, it will automatically pop up. Yao Tai's Han was very satisfied with his son's actions. Not bad. Chapter 53, Call Me Uncle Han. Yao 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 led Han Chen up to the second floor of the Fei Jiaomu Lu, smiling as she was about to greet her dad and grandpa. She noticed that her dad's expression had instantly gone from constipated to a fake smile. She was puzzled. Was her dad playing face-changing in Sichuan opera? Mr. Han is here. Yao Tai's Han greeted Han Chen warmly, smiling like he was welcoming his own boss. The man beside him, Yao Dusheng, wasn't doing so well after seeing his precious daughter go upstairs, give Han Chen a kiss around the neck, only to then get a slap on the bottom by Han Chen. You're after my daughter. Back when Han Chen came to the Yao family, he really admired this young man. He was so accomplished in the martial arts. He had wanted to put him on a pedestal and make him his brother. I treated you like a brother, and you want to be my son-in-law? And what's worse, I'm just a small father-in-law. Why am I a small father-in-law? Because Yao 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 is just a mistress. Yao Dusheng's teeth were grinding. When he saw Han Chun, he could only bow respectfully. Mr. Han, please. Han Chen casually sized up Yao Dusheng. Not bad. I haven't seen you for a day, and your attitude is much better. I'll give you a good rating. Yao Dusheng wanted to change his expression. Yao Tai's Han chuckled and came over, secretly kicking his silly son. Mr. Han, let's go in and talk. Yao Yao, didn't you say you wanted to sign up for the ballet competition? Go on now. Yao Tai's Han sent Yao 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 away. The little girl was reluctant to part with Han Chen. She pursed her red lips and mouth. Message me when you're done. The three of them entered the second floor. Yao Tai's Han immediately got straight to the point. Mr. Han, I won't hide it from you. You know, when I was younger, I was involved in the martial arts world and offended quite a few people. One of them, a man named Lei Kuan, is my archenemy. Yao Tai's Han sighed, recalling his youth, a wild and unrestrained look appearing in his eyes. This man is deceitful, using martial arts to exploit money from the poor. Mr. Han, you know, for a martial artist to succeed, they have to spend a lot of effort and energy, and at the beginning, they need a lot of money. I met Lei Kuan at a trade fair. I spent a lot of money to bid on a herb that could improve inner strength. As a result, Lei Kuan attacked me in the middle of the night to kill me and steal the herb. Speaking of this, Yao Tieshan's wrinkled face smiled proudly. He who kills will be killed. Unfortunately, I didn't have enough power to kill Lei Kuan and let him escape abroad. After Lei Kuan went abroad, he had a great opportunity in the last few years. He joined a foreign organization called Heavenly Kill. This year, Lei Kuan has already reached the Grandmaster realm and has returned to seek revenge. Lei Kuan will arrive in Hailan City tonight and has already issued a challenge to me. Yao Tai's Han finished his words, smiling wryly, and a few traces of vicissitude appeared on his face. Logically speaking, Lei Kuan is a few years older than me, but I'm still struggling at the martial artist realm. Upon hearing this, Yao Desheng's heart was shocked. The fact that Lei Kuan was the Yao family's archenemy was no secret in the Yao family. He had initially thought that Lei Kuan was just a high-level martial artist. At most, he would be at the peak of the martial artist realm. He didn't expect that he would be a grandmaster. Then wouldn't the move to hire Song Jiao of the Seven Sound Sect to protect the Yao family just be giving Lei Kuan another appetizer? Thinking of this, Yao Desheng couldn't help but secretly look at Han Chun. It all made sense now. It seemed that his father was still far-sighted, thankfully. Yao Desheng breathed a sigh of relief, secretly rejoicing. He was glad he didn't offend Han Chun, even though he couldn't stand the fact that he was after his precious daughter. A grandmaster, and such a young grandmaster at that, that was a boundless future. Even the provincial war department wouldn't be willing to make an enemy of a grandmaster powerhouse. Not to mention a small family with only a high-level grandmaster. Why? In Great Xia, there was an unwritten rule that all below the grandmaster level were like ants and that grandmasters could not be insulted. There was only a step separating a peak martial artist and a grandmaster. But this step was like a chasm. Moreover, the higher one progressed beyond the grandmaster realm, the harder it was to improve their rank. Even Gao Maolin, the genius of Great Xia that had appeared in the last few decades, only entered the grandmaster realm at 38, while Han Chun was only in his 20s and already a grandmaster. Many people spent their whole lives without being able to cross this step to become a grandmaster, and would only regret it in the end. Although Lei Kuan is in the grandmaster realm, according to information from our informants abroad, his realm isn't very stable. Yao Tieshan's bright eyes, as clear as an infant's, flashed with killing intent, but when he turned his head towards Han Chun, there was a hint of admiration. Han Chun said indifferently, "I promised that I would help you, so I won't break my word. I'll be at the Yao family on time tonight." Good, Mr. Han is truly righteous. I've also invited another old friend. We will definitely make sure Lei Kuan doesn't return alive. Yao Tai's Han didn't distrust Han Chun, but having one more person meant one more chance of winning. He was responsible for the entire Yao family. If something happened, the dozens of people in the Yao family would all die. In the eyes of martial artists, ordinary people were as weak as ants and could be pinched to death easily. Han Chun waved his hand. "It's just something I'm doing as a favor. You just need to prepare Yao Air for me." Yao Tai's Han chuckled. "Mr. Han, don't worry. I'll definitely make sure you're satisfied tonight." "Oh, right. Can you help me look into the recent activities of the Lin family of Yunshan City?" "The Lin family of Yunshan City?" Yao Tai's Han paused and then asked. "The Lin family of Yunshan City has a deep foundation. I advise Mr. Han not to provoke them easily. It is said that the Lin family has a close relationship with the City War Department. Are you teaching me what to do?" Han Chun glanced sideways at Yao Tai's Han. It seemed that the little girl, Yao Air, hadn't told him that Lin Yaofeng had harassed her and then got crippled by him, and then the Lin family sent martial artists to kidnap the little girl to threaten him. Yao Tai's Han hurriedly lowered his head. "I wouldn't dare." "All right, what's the point of talking to you, old man?" Han Chun yawned and got up to leave. Yao Tai's Han and Yao Desheng stood up to see Han Chun off. They were all the way at the Flying Bird Lake when they saw Yao Qingqian feeding the fish. However, her attention was constantly on Han Chun's side. When she saw the three of them coming, she went to greet them. "Grandpa, father. Mr. Han, this is my eldest granddaughter. She is under the tutelage of the Tai sect." Yao Tai's Han introduced Yao Qingqian. Yao Qingqian was still complaining about what she had seen in Yao Yao's room that day. She had a very bad impression of Han Chun, thinking he was an impudent rogue. "So what if you're a guest of my grandfather's?" "Humph." But she saw that her grandfather's expression was unhappy, and she had to greet Han Chun. "Mr. Han." Han Chun nodded approvingly and praised, "Next time, remember to call me Uncle Han." Yao Qingqian's beautiful face instantly froze. Her whole body wasn't doing well. Han Chun grinned. "Say it and let me hear it." Yao Qingqian clenched her fists and stubbornly turned her head, unwilling to talk to Han Chun anymore. Yao Tai's Han coughed and advised, "Qingqian, didn't you hear Mr. Han?" This girl's temper was as stubborn as Dasheng's. She had no long-term vision. If she could get on the good side of Mr. Han, with his Grandmaster strength, even a few words of guidance from him would be of great benefit. Yao Qingqian was unwilling. Grandpa. Seeing Yao Taizhan insist, she could only grit her teeth and say, Uncle Han. Good girl. Next time, Uncle will give you candy. Remember to call Yao Auntie when you see her. Han Qin nodded with satisfaction, his gaze wicked. This girl had a bit of a backbone. Teasing her was quite enjoyable. Yao Qingqian was indeed infuriated when she heard that. However, because of her grandfather's prestige, she didn't dare to attack Han Chun. After thinking about it, she decided to dismiss her grandfather and father first, then spar with Han Chun. Grandpa, an old man has come to see you. He says he's your old friend. I've arranged for him to wait in the front hall. Mr. Han, my old friend has arrived. Do you need me to introduce you? Yao Taizhan asked for Han Qin's opinion first. No need. Then I'll excuse myself. Go ahead. After Yao Taizhan and Yao Disheng left, Yao Qingqian's expression turned cold. She snorted. I've heard that Mr. Han is extremely skilled in martial arts. Qingqian would like to learn a thing or two. Chapter 54. The Dragon Roar Art. Having said that, Yao Qingqian's eyes sharpened. In an instant, she turned and grabbed a fishing rod placed beside Flying Bird Lake. With a powerful swing, she sent the sharp fishhook and fishing line directly at Han Chun. Seeing that it was about to entangle Han Chun, Yao Qingqian was secretly delighted. She stomped her foot hard on the ground and charged forward quickly. With a loud thud, a footprint crater appeared on the ground where she stomped. The sound of rushing wind filled the air as she sped toward him. Han Chun smirked. He knew that this crazy woman was waiting here for trouble. Han Chun simply raised a hand and flicked his fingertip casually. A burst of energy repelled the fishhook and line, even severing the fishing line. The fishing line fell near Yao Qingqian's running feet. By this time, Yao Qingqian had already reached Han Chun. A smug smile crept onto her lips. Han Chun, you've fallen into my trap. Yao Qingqian clenched her fist, gathering her inner strength into her 5 knuckles, and fiercely punched towards Han Chun's chest. At the same time, her left leg shot up, aiming a fierce blow at his jaw. Han Chun scoffed. He knew this was just fancy moves, lacking any real combat experience. In the Tai sect, Yao Qingqian was the junior sister. In addition to her beauty and hot figure, she also liked to spar. If she didn't fight someone for a day, she would feel itchy. The senior brothers and sisters in the Tai sect were all very indulgent towards her and would often hold back during sparring. This had made her overly confident in her martial arts skills, despite her lack of actual combat experience. Against Han Chun, who was decisive and didn't like flashy moves, who used simplified moves to kill every time, her techniques were simply not enough. However, Han Chun found his daily life quite boring, so playing with her would be all right. This punch was incredibly fierce. The sound of the wind howled, like a ferocious waterfall descending from the 9 heavens. It landed on Han Chun's chest. Yao Qingqian mocked, Mr. Han, can you take this one move of mine? So what if you're a grandmaster? Grandmasters are also made of flesh and blood. This move was personally taught by her master. Its destructive force could push back a tank. Unfortunately, Yao Qingqian didn't have the same profound inner strength as her master, but killing a giant panda would not be a problem. Unfortunately, the scene that Yao Qingqian had imagined, where Han Chun would cough up blood after taking her punch, didn't happen. Her kicked-out leg had been caught by Han Chun, and he was stroking her thigh with his hand while looking at her with a "you're an idiot" look. This made Yao Qingqian furious. Her tall chest rose and fell with anger. Han Chun, you shameless rogue. Han Chun raised an eyebrow. You were the one who wanted to spar. Now that you've been outmatched, you're resorting to name-calling? A flash of killing intent crossed Yao Qingqian's eyes. She was surrounded by an invisible aura. The fish in Flying Bird Lake were so startled they hid on the bottom, not daring to come out. She was able to manipulate her aura to condense it in her palm. Han Chun was intrigued when he saw the invisible aura in her hand. Is that your Tai sect's unique technique, the Dragon Roar art? Yao Qingqian was suspicious. How did Han Chun know that this technique was the Tai sect's unique martial art? But she still snorted coldly. Then, please allow me to enlighten Mr. Han. She didn't know that this unique technique was the one the Tai sect master had personally come to the snow region for, paying a huge price to have Han Chun help complete the Dragon Roar art's deficiencies. Although this Dragon Roar art could condense inner strength, turning it into an aura, and refining this aura into something that flowed like a dragon within the body, the dragon would grow stronger with the martial artist's inner strength. But the drawback was that each time the dragon roar art was used, it would consume a lot of the martial artist's energy, greatly weakening their combat power in the short term. If one could kill their opponent in one move, then everything would be fine. But if they couldn't kill them, they would be the ones who die. Therefore, the inner strength of the martial artists in the Tai sect was stronger than that of ordinary martial artists. Ever since Han Chun helped to fix this drawback, it had been a while since he last sparred with that slippery old fox from the Tai sect. That guy still owed him something. It looked like he would have to go to Kyoto and chase him for payment when he had time. Han Chun stretched his neck. Yaoda, don't hold back. Let your Uncle Han see how many levels you've learned. Ah! Yao Qingqian shouted angrily and took a big step forward. She slammed a palm towards Han Chun. The palm wind transformed into a thumb-sized little dragon. There seemed to be a dragon's roar in the air. Where the palm wind went, the air was distorted and deformed, giving a sense of oppressive force like a mountain pressing down. Han Chun just lightly touched the palm wind, and the small dragon instantly dispersed, its inner strength neutralized. Yao Qingqian's beautiful eyes widened instantly. She secretly thought that things were bad and immediately used her long legs to try and escape. But how could Han Chun give her a chance? He took a step, and although this step looked like he was just strolling, in fact he had covered several meters, instantly arriving in front of Yao Qingqian. He grabbed her hair and pulled her forward. Yao Qingqian's whole body leaned backward, falling into Han Chun's arms. He then used one hand to choke her delicate neck and restrain her. Want to run after attacking? Then what do you want? Yao Qingqian straightened her neck, not admitting defeat. Be my driver for a couple of days. Drive me to Yunshan City. Han Chun thought about it. That girl, Yao Er, was always so noisy. It was a long distance from Hailan City to Yunshan City. He was going to look for trouble with the Lin family, so it wouldn't be convenient to take along a weak woman. But Yao Qingqian was different. She was a martial artist, and she could drive. More importantly, she wasn't noisy. All right, I admit defeat. I'll be your driver. Seeing that she didn't refuse, Han Chun was in a good mood. He smacked Yao Qingqian on her pert bottom. You're too weak. Next time we spar, it won't just be a single slap on your butt. Yao Qingqian lowered her head in humiliation, secretly vowing to train hard, surpass Han Chun, and then smack his butt and make him kneel and call her grandma. Call Yao Er, have her drive me back. Han Chun ordered. Yao Qingqian acted like she hadn't heard him, not moving an inch. Han Chun sneered. Not going. He then pulled out his phone and called Yao Yao Yao. Come find me. Uncle Han. I need to help my grandpa out. I'll go have a look. Yao Qingqian didn't want Yao 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 to see her cause trouble with Han Chun, so she made an excuse and ran off. Soon, Yao 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 bounced her way to Han Chun. Himph, you finally remembered me. Drive me back and pick me up at 11 tonight. Han Chun gave the little girls but a slap, as usual. Yao Yao Yao, who had been pouting in dissatisfaction, became well-behaved and like a lazy little cat, linked her arm in Han Chun's as they walked to the Yao family villa garage to get the car. Lan Yueshi opened the door and walked in, smelling the aroma of medicine. Han Chun was busy in the kitchen. When he heard the door open, he said, Wife, you're back. You must be tired. Han Chun came out holding a medicinal soup. Lan Yueshi saw him, a big man, washing vegetables and cooking for her. The fatigue from work eased up a bit at that moment. She calmed her thoughts and gave a bright smile. What if she got used to Han Chun's presence? Would he really not leave after 5 months? Lan Yueshi couldn't help but think. Her relaxed heart was suddenly filled with worry, and she felt a sense of loss. Wife, what are you thinking about? Come drink the soup quickly. Han Chun's heart was like the sea, so he didn't know Lan Yueshi's thoughts. He waved his hand in front of her face. The medicinal properties will fade if it gets cold. Ah, okay. Lan Yueshi nodded, took the bowl that Han Chun handed her, and took a small sip. Her beautiful eyes lit up. It tastes so good. If it tastes good, drink 2 more bowls. Lan Yueshi's small mouth opened and closed. Soon, she had finished the entire medicinal soup, and still seemed to want more. Chapter 55. Wanting to be hit by Chen Gij every day. The medicinal properties of the soup spread quickly after she drank it. Lan Yueshi felt a warmth in her lower abdomen and her body felt hot. Han Chun was in the kitchen cleaning up. Lan Yueshi went upstairs to take a shower. Her body had felt sticky and uncomfortable all day. After washing up, Han Chun came to knock on the door. Wife, get some rest early tonight. Lan Yueshi was still blow-drying her hair. All she could hear was the whooshing of the hairdryer. Then, the door was opened and Han Chun casually walked in. Wife. Lan Yueshi turned back to look at Han Chun, her face turning red, and said with shy anger, You came in without knocking. Lan Yueshi, having just taken a shower, was like a delicate lotus coming out of the water, her hair tips dripping water onto her smooth white shoulders. Looking down, she was actually only wearing a strapless short robe. One of her delicate hands was on the end of the robe, preventing a wardrobe malfunction. But her long legs were freshly washed, white, smooth, and dewy, looking very appetizing and seductive. The moment Han Chun stepped into the room, he smelled a faint fragrance, the scent of her shower gel and her unique body odor. My wife just finished her shower. She's so alluring. Hee, you should blow-dry your hair right after showering. You're not feeling well today. I'll help you. Han Chun grinned, and in 3 steps he was in front of Lan Yueshi. He grabbed the hand that was holding the hairdryer and took the hairdryer from her. He lifted Lan Yueshi's hair and started blow-drying it. Lan Yueshi's cheeks turned even redder. She lowered her head shyly, not daring to look at Han Chun through the mirror. Han Chun stood behind her, lifting her hair. He could clearly see that his wife's ear tips had turned red. Several damp strands of hair were sticking to her white swan-like neck. Looking down further was a deep cleavage. This was obviously a blatant temptation. The atmosphere in the air gradually became more ambiguous. Lan Yueshi nervously squeezed her delicate hands, unable to resist watching Han Chun, who was blow-drying her hair, through the mirror. This feels like the life I want. What should I do? This guy is like marijuana. The more I inhale, the more addicted I become. It's dry, wife. When he was using the comb to smooth Lan Yueshi's hair, Han Chun took the opportunity to touch her slender neck. It felt so smooth and soft. Lan Yueshi felt a tingle run through her entire body when Han Chun touched her with his fingers. This was the first time, while she was awake, that she had such intimate contact with Han Chun in this kind of flirtatious way. Thank you. Lan Yueshi's throat felt a little dry, her voice soft and a little cold. It's 10 o'clock already, wife. You should go get your beauty sleep. Han Chun took the initiative to help Lan Yueshi get into bed. Lying in bed, she couldn't help but think when Han Chun was so diligently pulling the blanket over her, did I become less attractive? Why is this guy so calm even when I'm dressed like this? Wife, good night. Han Chun leaned over and placed a kiss on her forehead, then, without any hesitation, got up and left the room, closing the door. The moment the door closed, Lan Yueshi suddenly sat up. Did he really just leave like that? After waiting a long while, there was still no sign of Han Chun returning. Lan Yueshi could only lie back down in disappointment. She fell into a deep sleep due to the medicinal effects of the medicinal soup and the fatigue of a whole day's work. Han Chun was sitting on the sofa messaging Yao Yao Yao. He could hear Lan Yueshi's steady breathing from upstairs, which was over 10 meters away. He chose to climb out through the window instead of going through the front door. Going through the front door would wake his wife up. By the side of the road, a red Ferrari was parked. Yao 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 pouted in discontent, muttering, Humph, you're so gentle to Lan Yueshi. I'm not happy. I'm not any less attractive than Lan Yueshi. If only Chingij would see me dance, he would definitely be charmed by me. Having made up her mind, Yao 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 decided that she would make sure Changij would watch her ballet competition. Humph. Han Chun opened the car door and saw the little girl's pouting lips. They looked so dewy. Hearing the noise, Yao 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 saw him sit in the passenger seat and her eyes lit up. Then, thinking about how Han Chun made her wait downstairs for over an hour, only coming after putting Lan Yueshi to sleep, she became arrogant again. Humph. You came out so late. You're so slow. Stop talking nonsense and start the car. Han Chun, as usual, smacked the girl's butt. Yao Yao Yao's face turned red, and she even felt a secret thrill about Chingij smacking her butt. It would be great if Chingij would smack my butt every day. Hee. Yao 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 knew that tonight wasn't the time to flirt with Han Chun and deepen their relationship. Aside from chattering with Han Chun, she was driving very fast. It only took an hour to get from the Lan residence to the Yao residence. Han Chun arrived at the Yao residence at exactly 11:15 p.m., 15 minutes early than their agreed time. Right now, the inside and outside of the Yao family villa were silent, like the calm before the storm. The security guards and maids from the daytime were all off, leaving only the direct descendants of the Yao family. Yao 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 led Han Chun directly to the Fei Jiao Mu Lu. Yao Dasheng and Yao Tai's Han were here. When they arrived at the Fei Jiao Mu Lu, Yao Dasheng was waiting in the hallway. When he saw Yao Yao Yao, he sternly ordered her to find Yao Qingqian. This was not a place for the younger generation to be. Yao 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 stamped her foot fiercely. I want to stay by Chun Gij's side. No, The situation is special tonight. Yao Dishing directly refused. You'll only be a hindrance by Mr. Han's side. Han Qin glanced at the pair of father and daughter with their faces full of sternness and stubbornness, and said, waving his hand, "Be good. Don't embarrass the Yao family head." Yao could only pout in grievance and go find Yao Qingqian. Yao Dishing was full of black lines, but when facing Han Chun, he could only smile flatteringly. This daughter of mine is spoiled. It's still Mr. Han who has a way. Just one word, and she obediently goes to find Qingqian. Nothing to it. It's just strict discipline. Han Qin replied casually. Yao Dishing looked like he had just eaten shit. My father and uncle have been waiting for Mr. Han for a while. Please come with me, Mr. Han. Inside the second floor, Yao Tai's Han and a middle-aged man were discussing something. Yao Dishing pushed open the door. When Yao Tai's Han saw Han Chun, he said something to the man and then hurried over. Mr. Han is here. Han Chin's attitude was cold. He was here to kill, not to chat. He found a spot to sit. Han Chin thought about the $1 million subsidy on Pinduoduo and opened his phone. A red spinning wheel immediately popped up on the page, with the amount of 600 yuan. This made Han Chin a little happy. 600 yuan. It was enough to last for a few days. The middle-aged man was doubtful when he saw that the grandmaster that his old friend respected so much was actually a young man in his 20s. However, he held back his displeasure when he saw Yao Tieshan's attitude towards Han Chan. With a strong enemy at the door, the man wouldn't be foolish enough to anger a grandmaster. As for whether Han Chan was a grandmaster, they would find out during the duel with Lei Kuan. Time passed by second. Half an hour had passed since 11:30 p.m. Midnight. There was no sound at all outside the Fei Jiaomu Lu. Yao Disheng could no longer remain calm and asked, Father, is it possible that Lei Kuan isn't coming? The words had barely left his mouth when Han Chun, who had been waiting until after 12 o'clock to send a mass message to his WeChat friends asking them to help him cut some deals, said indifferently, He's here. The man looked at him suspiciously, then laughed loudly with great heroism. Good, he came. Yao Tai's Han, as if facing a great enemy, led Yao Disheng out of the second floor. The man followed closely behind him. As he passed Han Xin, he paused for a moment and glanced at him. Chapter 56. Grandmaster Lei Kuan. In the black night, Yao Tai's Han couldn't see Lei Kuan's figure or sense his aura. He was wondering if Han Chun had made a wrong judgment when a thunderous, earth-shattering laugh echoed in the sky above the Yao residence. Ha ha ha, Yao old thief, did you wait long? The arrogant laughter was piercing to the ears, making them ache. Yao Dasheng, whose rank was much lower, quickly covered his ears and squatted on the ground, his face full of pain. Even high-ranking martial artists like Yao Tai's Han and the middle-aged man felt their ears ache, and their chests were being squeezed by a mysterious and powerful force. As expected of a grandmaster, Yao Tieshan's heart was filled with alarms. His face changed drastically. Even though he had invited his old friend, Qin Jifeng, to help, and Han Chan was there to support them, Lei Kuan's strength still made him feel pressure and a sense of crisis. He was filled with an ominous feeling that martial artists got when they faced danger. But he was the strongest person in the Yao family. If he were to shrink back in fear, how could he serve as an example to the younger generations? Thinking of this, Yao Tai's Han snorted coldly. Brother Lei, long time no see, you're still as arrogant as ever. Yao Tai's Han had been using his mind as a high-level martial artist to find Lei Kuan's location. Finally, on the small pavilion in the middle of the flying Bird Lake opposite the flying Jiaomu Lu, there was a withered, small old man with a monkey-like appearance sitting there, making tea and drinking it. Yao Tai's Han, you still don't understand the power of a grandmaster. The old man was Lei Kuan. He didn't seem to put Yao Tieshan's group in his eyes. He leisurely took a sip of his tea, then praised. The tea in the Yao family is indeed delicious. I've been thinking about this sip for 7 years. Yao Tieshan's face was livid. Lei Kuan had been moving around his Yao family, and he hadn't even noticed him. Chen Jifeng was a 9th-rank martial artist, only one step away from the peak of 9th rank. He had reached the bottleneck period. Only by experiencing a life-and-death battle could he understand the martial arts and improve his cultivation. For a martial arts fanatic like Chen Jifeng, who aspired to stand at the peak of martial arts, it was better to have a battle than to remain stagnant at the 9th rank. Therefore, he had come today with the determination to die in order to help Yao Tai's Han. Brother Tai's Han, there's no point in saying more to this villain. Let's see who's stronger. Chen Jifeng snorted coldly and was about to charge forward to fight Lei Kuan. Yao Tai's Han reached out to stop him. Brother Chen, don't be in a rush. I've already set up a formation in the Yao family. I've heard that Brother Lei has trained diligently for many years and has become a grandmaster. I, Yao Taizhan, have trained a formation for so many years. How about Brother Lei test out the power of this formation for me? As soon as his words fell, Yao Taizhan made a hand seal, and suddenly, strong winds rose around them. The temperature dropped to a frigid level. In an instant, 4 locations in the Yao family suddenly lit up, and the light formed light pillars. The area where the light pillars gathered was right in the center of the Yao family villa. The light pillars were continuously converging towards the center, gradually forming an ancient arrow. This arrow contained supreme killing intent. The powerful energy made even Chen Jifeng change his expression. Brother Yao, what is this? I'm ashamed. Brother Chen, since Lei Kuan joined Heavenly Kill, I had foreseen this day. The reason my realm advancement has been so slow all these years is because I've been training this arrow-killing array. Yao Taizhan coldly watched the ancient arrow hovering above them. I used a lot of energy and paid a great price to obtain this formation. I even betrothed my eldest granddaughter to a senior figure in the martial arts world. Monster? Indeed. Speaking of this, Yao Taizhan shook his head and laughed bitterly. He transmitted his voice to Chen Jifeng. It's the cultivation senior who's ranked 23rd on the martial arts ranking, Madragon. Hearing this name, Chen Jifeng was stunned, staring wide-eyed at Yao Taizhan. Isn't Madragon already 65 years old? Yes, the situation forced my hand at the time. Yao Tieshan's expression was lonely. Suddenly, he shouted loudly, "Please allow Brother Lei to test out the formation." As his voice faded, Yao Tieshan's hand seals changed. His eyes were filled with killing intent, and he spoke ancient, difficult-to-understand words. The ancient arrow in the center of the formation seemed to have a mind of its own. It was pointed at Lei Kuan and fired its first shot. The power of this first arrow shouldn't be underestimated. It could pierce through a tank. It had taken a concrete form. Faced with such a powerful arrow, everyone expected Lei Kuan to be in a panic and try to dodge. However, to their surprise, he just glanced at the ancient arrow, then calmly drank his tea. After taking a small sip, he waved his hand lightly and dispersed the concrete form of the ancient arrow. Yao Taizhan snorted coldly, changing his hand seals. As the seals changed, the formation in the center changed rapidly. From 1 ancient arrow, it became 4. The 4 ancient arrows fired at the same time. When they were only 10 meters away from Lei Kuan, they combined again to form 1 arrow. Lei Kuan sneered, a childish trick. When Lei Kuan first went abroad, he joined the Heavenly Kill to survive. He also trained diligently to improve his realm. Also, he could return to Great Xia to take revenge one day. For 7 years, he had spent all his time and energy on improving his cultivation. To make money, he had taken on many missions, killing several world-renowned figures, and even assassinating a leader of a small country while under attack by 17 or 18 medium-rank martial artists. After becoming a grandmaster, to stabilize his realm, he took on an assassination mission for a grandmaster. During this battle, Lei Kuan showed all his cards. Although he killed his opponent, he was also severely injured. After recuperating for a few months, he gained more insights into his martial arts. Lei Kuan knew that Yao Taizhan had informants abroad. He had long since bribed the informants to send back false information to confuse his judgment. Lei Kuan placed both hands on the stone table, jumped up, and threw a punch. He wanted to use his body to take on this arrow head-on. Yao Tieshan's eyes were filled with contempt. Using one's body to take on my formation, Himph, Lei Kuan is courting death. Before his words faded, Yao Taizhan was speechless. The stone table that Lei Kuan had hit with his palm made a thud sound and cracked into 2 pieces, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. By this time, Lei Kuan's fist had already collided with the ancient arrow. A blinding light erupted, causing Yao Taizhan and the others to cover their eyes. After a while, Yao Taizhan opened his eyes and didn't see Lei Kuan. He thought that he had been completely destroyed by the ancient arrow. But the next second, a sharp and massive killing intent locked onto him. Yao Taizhan realized that something was wrong, but it was already too late to escape. Lei Kuan's figure appeared in the air outside the 2nd floor. A large, wide palm fell, fiercely striking towards Yao Tieshan's head. His eyes shone brightly, his palm carrying the sound of rushing wind. Yao Taizhan could even hear the sounds of the air and air currents being torn apart. Yao Tieshan's pupils constricted. He was completely stunned by the aura of the Grandmaster. He was only looked at by Lei Kuan, yet the other party's aura was like a flood, crashing down upon him, squeezing him so that he couldn't breathe. His legs trembled involuntarily, and his once indestructible martial arts heart was shattering piece by piece. Even his consciousness to resist had been lost. Is this what a grandmaster is like? Chen Jifeng beside him was obviously very excited. His eyes were shining, and he yelled, "Brother Yao, be careful." At the same time, he attacked with both fists and kicked out, causing Yao Taizhan to fly back several meters. Under the coercion of the grandmaster and his friend's full-force kick, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. This action made Yao Disheng dumbfounded. "Uncle Chen, are you here to help, or were you sent by Lei Kuan as an undercover agent?" Lei Kuan was also confused. Are these his own people? But he quickly denied it because Chen Jifeng was swinging his fists wildly. Although his moves were disorganized, the power contained in his punches was enormous. He was trying to save Yao Taizhan. Faced with the full force of a grandmaster's punch, Chen Jifeng could only retreat madly into the second floor. He threw out more than a dozen punches in a short 5 seconds to take down this one punch. In Lei Kuan's eyes, all below the grandmaster level were just ants. He was going to kill them all. Chen Jifeng was just a mantis trying to stop a chariot, overestimating himself. Lei Kuan's hands formed a hand seal, mobilizing his grandmaster inner strength. His hand seals were changing like a lotus flower, finally forming a fist print. Chen Jifeng's face changed dramatically. An unprecedented sense of death enveloped him. His intense desire to survive urged him to retreat continuously. 1 step from Lei Kuan was equivalent to 5 steps from Chen Jifeng. In just 1 step, he had caught up with Chen Jifeng. But he was suddenly surprised. He glanced at Han Shun, who was leisurely sitting in a wooden chair beside him, tapping on his phone. When his mind detected that Han Shun had no inner force or even inner strength, he couldn't help but laugh lightly, and quickly threw a punch hitting Chen Jifeng in the chest. Chen Jifeng suddenly coughed up a large mouthful of blood. He was hit by this fist imprint and smashed heavily into the wall of bookshelves. As he fell to the ground in a mess, he glanced out of the corner of his eye at Lei Kuan, leaving him behind to kill Han Shun. Chapter 57. I'm really not a grandmaster. It was a dark and stormy night. Lei Kuan was close to tears, utterly humiliated as Han Chan stepped on him, lacking any of the dignity a grandmaster should possess. When he was attacking Chen Jifeng, he had seen the young man, Han Chen, relaxing in a wooden chair and playing with his phone, and a surge of anger had welled up inside him. A grandmaster cannot be humiliated. This kid was actually playing on his phone while Lei Kuan, a grandmaster, was about to slaughter an entire family and was preparing to begin his killing spree. He didn't have any inner force or inner energy. He was clearly a useless youth. Lei Kuan didn't care for such ants. He could kill them with a pinch of his fingers. But due to carelessness, Lei Kuan had only used a fraction of his power when he attacked. Even a fraction of a grandmaster's power was more than enough to destroy an ordinary person. The light could be split in half, while the heavy could be turned into minced meat. An invisible inner force, as vast as a mountain, was condensed in his palm. With this attack, Lei Kuan was very confident that he could turn the ant before him into a pile of dust, and he could even kill a rhino with it. His palm, as large as a fan, went for Han Chen's head. But Han Chen suddenly looked up, his eyes filled with displeasure. He was still completely relaxed. He said indifferently, "Give me back my phone." Han Chen was sending Pinduoduo links to the Sacred Maiden of the Snow region, the White Fox, and Kim Suyaon, asking them to help him cut a deal. He was only 1 click away from the last one. He was about to make a whopping 600 yuan today. But then a person who didn't know any better shattered his phone with a palm strike. Han Chen was furious. He was only 1 click away. Lei Kuan was dumbfounded. What was going on? His palm landed on Han Chen's body, but it felt like a tickle. Not only was he unharmed, but Lei Kuan's palm and the tiger's mouth were tingling from the impact with his body. Could this kid also be a grandmaster? Are you also a grandmaster? After asking this question, Lei Kuan took a big step back, creating distance between himself and Han Chen. I'm not a grandmaster. Han Chen found this person noisy. Not a grandmaster? From the moment Han Chen started speaking, Lei Kuan's gaze had been fixed on him. He was on high alert. He then found that there was no sign of Han Chen lying. Either this person was a master liar, or he really was not a grandmaster. Perhaps he was just a monster with a powerful body. That's right. How could there be such a young grandmaster? Lei Kuan sneered. Since you're not a grandmaster, then go die. Having said that, Lei Kuan was planning to use his Grandmaster power to kill the monster before him. Just now, I only used a tenth of my power. Now, let me show you the true power of a Grandmaster. Lei Kuan formed a hand seal, and strange words came out of his mouth. Suddenly, his body glowed, covering the entire room and making it impossible to look directly at him. Yao Dusheng and Yao Taizhan both rushed in. They saw that Lei Kuan was about to attack Han Shun. Yao Dusheng wanted to help. In his opinion, Han Shun was still young. Although he had become a Grandmaster, compared to the cunning and battle-hardened Lei Kuan, he was still inferior. More importantly, Yao Dusheng didn't want anything bad to happen to Han Shun. He didn't want to make Yao Yao sad. Thinking this, Yao Dusheng roared. His left foot slammed heavily onto the ground, breaking the tiles. He then rushed towards Lei Kuan. He didn't know when he had taken hold of a long knife. This knife was no ordinary iron knife. It was made from black iron that Yao Taizhan had bought at an auction. It was said to have the ability to injure a 9th-rank martial artist. Yao Dusheng's goal wasn't to kill Lei Kuan, but only to hurt him a little, giving Han Shun a chance. Yao Dusheng's speed was too fast. He jumped and hacked at Lei Kuan with the long knife, shouting, "Mr. Han, dodge quickly." Lei Kuan's gaze was cold and bloodless, as if he looked at human life with indifference. He dodged Yao Dusheng's long knife with a flash and kicked out a whirlwind kick, hitting him directly in the chest. Yao Dusheng was kicked away. His back hit the wall, breaking a hole in it. He fell heavily on the ground, coughing up blood. Han Shun frowned and said coldly, "The Yao family is under my protection. You dare to attack my people, you're courting death." Lei Kuan's face turned cold, and a wave of killing intent surrounded him. "Impudent boy, since I became a Grandmaster, no one has dared to speak to me like this." As soon as he spoke, Lei Kuan's short hair rose without any wind. His aura grew stronger and stronger. His powerful inner force expanded. And even Yao Taizhan, who was preparing to sneak attack, couldn't withstand the Grandmaster's pressure and almost knelt on the ground. Faced with his old enemy, Yao Taizhan would not give in. He pressed his hands to the ground to support his body, but this powerful external inner force seemed to be about to take concrete form. Yao Taizhan wasn't careful and was sent rolling by the inner force, falling into the doorway of the second floor with a thud sound as he hit his head, making him feel dizzy. Lei Kuan ignored Yao Taizhan. In his opinion, no one in the Yao family would escape tonight. They would all die in his hands. Especially Yao Tieshan's 2 granddaughters. He had seen them when he came. One was arrogant and cold, and the other was proud and unruly, with young bodies and still virgins. Lei Kuan hadn't enjoyed such beautiful bodies for over 10 days. When he caught Yao Taizhan, he would play with his 2 granddaughters in front of him, and then kill him to vent his anger and avenge his past grudges. The young man in front of him had completely angered Lei Kuan. He was eager to make Han Shun pay the price with his life, and let him know the consequences of provoking a Grandmaster. Lei Kuan was as fast as wind. He reached out to grab Han Shun. After becoming a Grandmaster, he had learned how to condense his inner force in any part of his body. This was similar to the Tai sect's Dragon Roar art. Many martial artists in the Tai sect would condense their inner force after learning this technique. After becoming a Grandmaster, they would be more proficient in condensing their inner force, making them much more flexible than a Grandmaster who hadn't learned the Dragon Roar art. When inner force was condensed at the fingertips, its power shouldn't be underestimated. Even steel would be pierced by this grab, and tanks could be torn apart. Not good. Yao Tieshan's face changed dramatically. He now realized that Lei Kuan's realm was not only stable, but he had also stepped into the second rank of the Grandmaster realm. The information given by the foreign informant was inaccurate and had confused Yao Tieshan's judgment, which was why he had asked Han Shun for help and had only invited Qin Jifeng as an assistant. Yao Taizhan regretted it very much, but things had already developed to this point, so regret was useless. He could only try his best. Enduring his weak body, Yao Taizhan was about to make a move. Just as he had gotten up, what happened next completely stunned Yao Taizhan. He saw Han Shun simply raise his left hand and lightly chop it on Lei Kuan's fingertips. Lei Kuan cried out in pain. There was a crack sound and his arm broke. Not only that, the power from the light chop shattered his shoulder and the broken bones spread to his chest. What shocked Lei Kuan even more was that his inner force, that he was so proud of, had inexplicably dispersed. Lei Kuan was like a dead dog as Han Shun stepped on him. His whole body was stuck in the tiles, his eyes dull. Yao Taizhan opened his mouth wide, his heart filled with shock. Had a Grandmaster been defeated so easily by Han Shun with a light chop? Chen Jifeng woke up from the dust. He was covered in books. He stood up staggeringly, his eyes filled with intense hatred. Lei Kuan, come again? He looked around but couldn't see Lei Kuan's figure. Chen Jifeng muttered to himself, things are bad. Could it be that Brother Yao has been killed? Is Lei Kuan too disdainful to kill me? The bookshelves blocked Chen Jifeng's view. Only after struggling to get past the desk did he see that Lei Kuan was being stepped on by Han Chun. He was shocked, but at the same time, his heart was instantly filled with admiration. He was also glad that he had restrained his urge to mock Han Chun earlier. Otherwise, another person lying on the ground would be Chen Jifeng. Chapter 58. Heading to Yunshan City. Shangguan Manor, Li Qixin's bedroom. At noon, the mother had asked Shangguan Meijin to go to her bedroom to discuss secret matters. Recently, the Shangguan family had been preparing to go to Kyoto to deliver gifts to the Han family. Li Qixin was extremely busy. She only went to sleep at 2 or 3 in the morning. Now, Li Qixin was sitting on a chaise lounge. Shangguan Meijin sat obediently opposite Li Qixin. A set of tea-making tools were placed on the table, and hot steam was rolling off them. After gracefully and smoothly showcasing her tea-making skills, she poured a cup for her mother. Mother, what you said during the day. Meijin, do you know why I chose to work with the Han family back then, instead of the Huang family? Li Qixin picked up her teacup, took a small sip. The tea was fragrant as it went down her throat. It was a top-grade De Hong Pao tea. Why? Her mother never talked about the past with the younger generation. The fact she was mentioning it today made Shangguan Meijin feel serious. Because of the Lan family's ancient recipe. The Lan family's ancient recipe? Shangguan Meijin frowned. When that happened back then, she was just a young lady waiting to be married. All she knew was how to buy things. She didn't care at all about what was happening in the family. It was only after Shangguan Chengfeng ran off with a mistress and family money, causing the Shangguan family to decline, that Shangguan Meijin finally began to understand her mother's difficulties and hard work. Humph. Shangguan Chengfeng ran off with family money because my Shangguan family cooperated with the Lan family and provided them with high-grade herbs. The Huang family of Kyoto saw us as a thorn in their side. Shangguan Meijin didn't understand the reason for this. Mother, but the Lan family is just a listed company involved in the beauty industry. Compared to my Shangguan family, they're not worth mentioning. Why did my Shangguan family want to work with the Lan family? Li Qixin smiled kindly. The Lan Corporation back then was the #1 family in Hailan City. My Shangguan family was only an insignificant, small role in the herb cultivation world. It was only because we had high-grade herbs that we managed to get on the good side of the Lan family. The Lan family's relationship with the Han family of Kyoto is complex. It was because of our cooperation with the Lan family that I was able to get to know the Han family. Li Qixin's gaze was deep, as if she was recalling the past. The Han family lost a lot during that incident. Over the years, the Huang family has grown stronger. Rumors say that the 4 major families all have the support of martial emperors. There are even rumors this year that the Huang family has produced another martial emperor. What about the Li family? Humph, the Li family is just a running dog. Li Qixin sneered, but her heart was filled with doubt. With the Shangguan family's connections, she could only find out about the Li family. Why did she suspect that Han Chun was a member of the Huang family of Kyoto and an accomplice of the Li family? It was because as soon as he arrived, the Li family and Ma Yixing started attacking the Lan family. She had seen many of these damsel-in-distress rescue scenes. Men were all the same. They would only rely on their lips and conspiracies to win a woman's heart. Alas, it was a pity that the Shangguan family's future was uncertain in the last few years. Otherwise, she would have warned that little girl from the Lan family. Oh well, for the sake of her parents. After returning from the Han family, go to the Lan Corporation and talk to Lan Yueshi about this year's herb purchases. Find an opportunity to invite Lan Yueshi to the manor for a casual meal. We've cooperated for so many years, we should have more interaction. That girl is capable. Li Qixin seemed to see herself in Lan Yueshi, having been the one to save the entire Lan family. Li Qixin still had high hopes for her, but then Han Chun had come along, someone whose identity and purpose were unknown. Yes, mother. Suddenly, a bright beam of light shone in the night sky. Li Qixin noticed a mysterious and powerful force hovering around them. She quickly stood up and instructed Shangguan Meijin. You go back first. After Shangguan Meijin left, Li Qixin hid her presence and headed towards where she had sensed the aura. Huh. Li Qixin tracked the aura to the Yao family's residence. As a 9th-rank martial artist, her hearing and vision were extraordinary, and as a woman, her intuition was very strong. She immediately noticed a powerful grandmaster there. So, Yao Tieshan's old enemy has come for revenge? Some time ago, Yao Taizhan had also asked for Li Qizhan's help. Li Qizhan had refused on the grounds that the Shangguan family had been preparing for the Han family's gift in Kyoto. How could Yao Taizhan resist against the might of a grandmaster? Secretly thankful that she had not agreed to Yao Tieshan's request, Li Qizhan shook her head in regret. After tonight, the Yao family would no longer exist in Hailan City. When a grandmaster seeks revenge, there would be no survivors. Li Qizhan immediately planned to evacuate the Yao family, so as not to be discovered by the grandmaster and be implicated. After Han Xin threw the barely alive Lei Kuan to Yao Taizhan, he yawned and returned to the Lan family villa. I'm leaving first. I have to wake up early tomorrow to make breakfast for my wife. Yao Taizhan ordered Yao Yaoyao to see Han Xin off. Although Yao Yaoyao didn't see the scene where Han Xin had crushed Lei Kuan with one palm, she was very happy that nothing had happened to Chingij. She was like a happy magpie, jumping with glee. I knew Chingij was very powerful. Yao Yaoyao raised her head proudly and wrapped her arms around Han Chen's arm. Yao Qingqian stood quietly to the side, looking complicated. It was Han Chen, the perverted rogue, who had saved the entire Yao family. As a martial artist, Yao Qingqian naturally felt the power of a grandmaster. When Lei Kuan had appeared, she was unable to breathe under the grandmaster's pressure. She had even nearly knelt down after Lei Kuan had made his move. Yao Yaoyao had noticed her fear and had held her up in time. When the pressure had suddenly disappeared, Yao Qingqian couldn't wait to run out. She was full of worry. When she saw that her grandfather and father were fine and that Han Shan seemed to be unaffected, she was shocked. After hearing her grandfather and father thank Han Shun for his help and praising him for how powerful he was, having crushed Lei Kuan with one palm, Yao Qingqian backed away in disbelief, covering her lips with her hand. In the Tai sect, Yao Qingqian was not a core disciple. She had no chance to meet a grandmaster. Tonight was the first time she had made contact with a grandmaster. Only then did she understand what the words "a grandmaster cannot be humiliated" truly meant. This situation was like a person vividly describing the sweetness of a grape to someone who had never eaten one. Those who hadn't eaten one would look at it with disdain. But when they tasted the grape, they would feel that it was truly delicious. At this moment, Yao Qingqian had a concrete feeling of the gap between herself and Han Chun, so she couldn't help but laugh at herself. Yesterday, she had looked down on Han Chun, a grandmaster, and had foolishly wanted to spar with him. Disappointment, unwillingness, admiration, gratitude. All kinds of complicated emotions intertwined within her. Yao Qingqian's gaze had been fixed on Han Chun, and she felt self-mocking. Yao get a move on. Han Chun slapped Yao Yaoyao's pert bottom and grinned. Be gentler, Chungij. Yao Yaoyao's cheeks were flushed, and she rubbed her sore butt. There was actually a hint of joy and a hard-to-explain pleasure in her heart. My sister is still here. It's okay. I can hit you both together, Han Chun said with a wicked smile. Yao Qingqian's face turned red when she heard that. She stood in place awkwardly, not daring to say a word. Han Chun just glanced at her, put his arm around Yao Yaoyao's soft waist, and left the Yao family villa. Chapter 59. I want it now. The next day, the Yao family sent someone to deliver Han Chin's new phone, along with a bank card with a deposit of 3 million, saying it was a small token of their appreciation. Han Chin didn't care about money, but he thought, it's no harm taking it, and if my wife, needs money one day, this could be helpful, so he accepted it. He was whistling as he played around in the kitchen, then he took off his apron and sat on the sofa to tinker with his new phone. Han Chin opened WeChat. His previous chat history was gone. After thinking about it, he went to the App Store and downloaded Pinduoduo. When he logged in, he saw that the 600 yuan cut had been successfully withdrawn. He clicked to withdraw. WeChat received 600 yuan. After the Pinduoduo red packet had been received, Han Chin immediately got a friend request notification. It was Yao Qingqian. Han Chin ignored it and threw his phone on the sofa. He closed his eyes and began to think about the appearance of the people who had destroyed the Han family all those years ago, as described by Yao Taizhan. After searching his memories for a long while, Han Chun was certain that he hadn't seen the person before. But the person's cultivation realm must have been quite high. It had already been so many years. The person's identity was unknown. It seemed he would have to get the White Fox to investigate. Han Chun got up and returned to his room. He took out the scroll painting and brushed off the dust. Then, he went next door. Yunhe Villa, 302. The White Fox was sprawled on the sofa, wagging her tail and holding a CEO romance novel to pass the time. Suddenly, someone grabbed her tail. Her charming voice made people feel weak in the knees. Chunlang, how naughty. Don't you know that I'm very sensitive? The white fox swayed her rounded buttocks, which were covered by her fox tail. The fox tail shimmered as it swayed, with its glossy and smooth fur. I have something to show you. Han Shen threw the scroll painting at the white fox. The white fox glanced at Han Shen with flirtatious eyes, looking wronged, but she still threw away her CEO romance novel and picked up the scroll, examining it carefully. Who's this? Yao Tai's Han gave it to me. Oh, is it the person who killed your whole family? The white fox wiggled her snow-white feet and asked. Han Shen coldly said, His aura suddenly increased, with an imposing presence that made people fear to their bones, and a soul-stirring and shocking aura, like Mount Tai being thrown into the sea of clouds, unstoppable. Seeing this, the white fox shrugged. Io, I'm so scared. Help me investigate him. Han Shen said coldly. The white fox pouted in discontent. I can help you investigate, but won't Chunlang give me any benefits? Han Shen thought about it and nodded. Although the white fox's cultivation level was enough to deal with this person's identity was unknown and investigating would definitely require a lot of effort and energy. When the white fox saw that Han Shen had agreed, her fox eyes lit up and she quickly threw away the scroll. Come on, I want it now. 3 hours later, Han Shen walked out of 302, supporting his waist. His steps were unsteady and his face was pale. Damn it, the white fox was really determined to suck me dry this time. Chunlang, come again next time. The white fox was radiant, her face full of satisfaction, as she waved goodbye somewhat reluctantly. Tell me as soon as you find any information. You can rest assured about my work. My disciples aren't just for show. The white fox gave Han Shen a reassuring answer. She also wanted to indirectly tell him that she wouldn't have to do it herself. There would naturally be foxes to help him investigate. She would naturally protect Lan Yueshi's safety. The white fox also had her own selfish reasons. She could see that Lan Yueshi was very important to Han Shen. As long as she protected his beloved, she would be able to absorb Han Shen's pure yang energy to balance her own yin energy. This was caused by her cultivation progressing too fast and absorbing too much essence from martial artists. Han Shen had just lain down in his room when someone rang the doorbell. He went to open the door, and it was Yao Qingqian. Yao Qingqian was standing at the door awkwardly. Han Shen walked out and closed the door behind him. If you have something to say it out here. If I bring a strange woman home, my wife will get angry. Hearing how concerned Han Shen was about a woman before last night, Yao Qingqian would have scolded him for being a heartless, perverted man. But after seeing Lei Kuan like a lost dog under Han Shen's feet last night, Yao Qingqian's entire worldview had shattered. The grandmaster she knew had become concrete. Women were naturally fond of the strong. Yao Qingqian was even more so. She had always considered herself a genius. She had been progressing smoothly on her cultivation path, and she had already reached such a realm at such a young age. That was why she would spar with her fellow disciples in the Tai sect, in order to find true experts. But grandmaster experts needed a great opportunity to be encountered. She had also never sparred with a person like Han Shen, who would at most punish her by spanking her. The image of Han Shen spanking her but a few times made Yao Qingqian's cheeks turn red. Han, Senior Han, didn't you say last night before you left that you would have me drive you to Yunshan City today? In the martial arts world, they only looked at cultivation, not age. Yao Qingqian's cultivation was low, so she should call Han Shen Senior. Last night before he left, Han Shen had told Yao Qingqian this using a voice transmission. Han Shen remembered now. Today, his mind had been on the painting, and he had forgotten about it. No wonder Yao Qingqian had added him on WeChat. It seemed she didn't know when he was leaving, so she wanted to ask about it. Let's go. Han Shen walked in front. How many hours does it take to go to Yunshan City and come back? It only takes 3 hours if we take the highway. Yao Qingqian thought for a moment and said, Okay, let's come back quickly. I still have to make dinner for my wife tonight. Han Shen urged. Yao Qingqian was uncharacteristically obedient as she followed behind Han Shen. In her mind, she was replaying the words her master had told her this morning. Then she had also heard from her father and grandfather that Han Shen had led Zhao Yi and Ru Dao into the martial arts realm in the Shangguan family, and that he had casually given a pointer to Aunt Shui, which had helped her to break through her blocked realm. Han Shen sat in Yao Qingqian's car. He wondered why she was so quiet, completely different from her usual arrogant and domineering self. He wouldn't think about what he couldn't understand. Han Chen's heart was like the sea, and he would only focus on Lan Yueshi, not putting any extra energy on other women. Yao Qingqian drove on the highway to Yunshan City. Soon, they reached Yunshan City. Yao Qingqian stopped the car and asked, "Senior Han, where should we go?" "Go to the Taihu Lake Shore in Yunshan City." Han Chen closed his eyes and gave an address. Taihu Lake Shore in Yunshan City, the Lin family's manor. A man and a woman appeared at the Lin family's manor. The guards at the gate, seeing that the two of them were strangers, warned them. This is the Lin family's residence, not a place where stray cats and dogs can come and go. Han Chen stood with his hands behind his back, not moving an inch. "Crazy woman, go." Yao Qingqian glared at Han Chen. "Why do I have the illusion that I'm being used like a dog?" But she still rushed forward quickly. In less than a minute, screams echoed, alarming more guards in the manor. Han Chen leisurely walked into the Lin family's manor and grabbed a person, asking, "Where's Lin Senhai?" The person wanted to argue back when he saw that Han Chen was young, but he was kicked over by Yao Qingqian. "The family head is in the study." The person was stuttering. When Yao Qingqian kicked him over, his whole world was turned upside down. "I fired my gun, and she was able to dodge the bullet. Is this woman a monster?" Yesterday, Lin Yaofeng was buried. Lin Senhai was sitting in his study, looking at his son's black and white photo. This was his most beloved son, the heir that he had put all his effort into. As the head of the most powerful family in Yunshan City, Lin Senhai was naturally surrounded by many women, and there were women who were willing to bear his sons. He had 2 illegitimate sons and 1 daughter. But those 2 sons were as stupid as pigs and were completely useless, let alone inheriting the Lin family business. Lin Senhai was unwilling. Was his son's death going to be forgotten? A gentleman takes revenge even if it's 10 years too late. "Han Chen, I will avenge my son's death one day," Lin Senhai said coldly. "Are you talking about me?" Chapter 60, Compensation for Mental Anguish. When Lin Senhai heard a stranger's voice, he turned around and saw that the person was a young man. He immediately shouted angrily, "Guards, throw this person out." Han Chen casually found a place to sit. When Yao Qingqian saw this, she obediently went behind him and looked at Lin Senhai with disdain. "Where are the guards?" In the past few days, Lin Senhai's mind had been a little foggy. He hadn't slept well. His old body had suffered a blow from his son's death and white foxes. Warning: his body had had some problems. In addition, he had been grieving over his son's death, and he didn't hear the sounds of the fighting downstairs. After a while, seeing that no guards were coming upstairs, he listened carefully and finally heard the sounds of cries of pain coming from downstairs. Lin Senhai's face changed dramatically. He took on the dignity of the head of the Lin family and stared coldly at Han Chen. "What? Wasn't it you who sent you on how to kill me?" Han Chen said indifferently. Lin Senhai was stunned for a moment, then he reacted and his anger rose. His eyes were full of intense killing intent. He laughed wildly. "Ha ha ha, you're Han Chen? You refused to walk the path to heaven, and you chose to barge into the gates of hell. It's not me who went to trouble you, but you who came to my door." Lin Senhai laughed loudly. "Perhaps it's fate that I should take revenge for my son. My brother is already on the way to the Lin family's manor. By now, he should be here. Already. Yuan Hao is a 6th-rank martial artist. He was no match for you. But my brother is at the half-step Grandmaster realm. You will die today." Lin Senhai had been able to sit steadily in the position of the family head for so many years because one of the reasons was because he had 3 martial artists in his employment. The other and bigger reason was because of his brother, who was at the half-step Grandmaster realm. Lin Sainshan. This person was one of the top 10 experts in Yunshan City. Because he was mentally disabled, he had talent in martial arts cultivation. At only 38 years old, he had already reached the half-step Grandmaster realm. He was also married to Zhang Yun, who had entered the martial arts realm from the 2nd branch of the Zhang family of Linqing. Lin Sainshan was very dependent on Lin Senhai. He had gone to Linqing some time ago to deal with problems for the Zhang family, and he had not been in Yunshan. Otherwise, Lin Senhai would not have sent Yuan Hao. "Brother." A simple voice sounded at the door of the study, then the sound of piapia footsteps could be heard. A plump figure rushed in. "Brother, who are they?" The person who had come was Lin Sainshan. His eyes were clear and simple. He had a small braid at the back of his head. He was wearing a vest and flip-flops. "Sainshan, you came at the right time. This is Han Chen, the person who killed your nephew. Go kill him." Lin Senhai's eyes were cold as he pointed at Han Shun and ordered Lin Senshan. Lin Senshan's mind wasn't fully developed, and he didn't understand what death was. He also didn't understand that his nephew, Lin Yaofeng, had died and was no longer in this world. But he knew that his brother was very sad and in pain. Anyone who made his brother sad deserved to die. Lin Senshan's fat body suddenly turned. His clear eyes were full of displeasure. It was you who killed my nephew and made my brother sad. I'm very unhappy. As he spoke, Lin Senshan ran. Because he was too fat, the fat on his body was shaking wildly. The ground shook with his movement. The thudding sounds made one's heart tremble. He was a half-step grandmaster, in the same realm as Yao Tai's Han, but Lin Senshan was younger, so his potential was limitless. Don't be fooled by his fat appearance. He was extremely fast. In just 3 seconds, he had already taken 4 or 5 steps and had reached Han Shun. Yao Qingqian sensed his strength. She was eager to have a real fight with someone. Han Shun saw her intentions and said indifferently, "Go ahead." Having received Han Chen's consent, joy appeared on Yao Qingqian's face. She suddenly took a step forward, adjusting her body to its optimal state, and activated the Dragon Roar art. She condensed her inner force in her fist and threw out a punch, taking Lin Senshan's heavy palm head-on. There was no impurity in Lin Senshan's eyes. He was as pure as a child. He stopped his attack when he saw Yao Qingqian make a move. He muttered to himself, "Go away, I'm going to kill Han Shun." But Yao Qingqian wouldn't stop. She threw a punch heavily on Lin Senshan's chest. Yao Qingqian was, after all, only a mid-rank martial artist. She didn't have any combat experience. She didn't know how to perfectly mobilize the inner force in her body. Her punch on Lin Senshan's half-step grandmaster body was like a child punching an adult. Although it wasn't deadly, it still hurt. Lin Senshan staggered back 2 steps after being punched. He rubbed his chest with his plump hand, feeling wronged and even more unhappy. "Wah wah wah, you hit me. I know, you're with him. You're all trying to bully my brother." Lin Senshan was angry, his eyes burning with fire. "No one is allowed to bully my brother." With that, he jumped in front of Yao Qingqian. He was too fast. Yao Qingqian couldn't react at all. Before she knew it, Lin Senshan grabbed her arm, and there was a crack sound. Yao Qingqian's arm bone had been broken. She cried out in pain, her eyes watery. She was more stubborn than ever. This was the path of martial arts. She endured the pain, pulled out a dagger from her waist, and injected her inner force into the dagger as she stabbed it at Lin Senshan's big belly. There was a large gap between them. Lin Senshan's mind was even stronger. He had already predicted Yao Qingqian's sneak attack the moment she made a move. He dodged in time and slapped Yao Qingqian. Yao Qingqian coughed up blood after being slapped, and she staggered back several steps. Then, Lin Senshan made a move again. Han Shin could see the killing intent in his actions. This time, he wasn't holding back. He truly wanted to kill Yao Qingqian. Han Shin quickly kicked out, hitting Lin Senshan's fat body. He directly sent the 200-pound fatty flying, like a ball rolling for several rounds, knocking over several heavy chairs. When he finally stopped, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Lin Senhai saw that the situation was bad. Han Shin had been able to kick his half-step grandmaster brother to such a state, which showed his true cultivation level. He immediately had thoughts of abandoning his brother and running away. Yao Qingqian was coughing incessantly and was about to fall. A hand supported her falling body. Han Shun grabbed her broken arm and lightly pushed upwards. Another crack sound could be heard, and her arm had been set. "Now do you know what a battle between martial artists is like?" Han Shun asked, his voice cold. Yao Qingqian nodded weakly, a sense of unwillingness and relief rising in her heart. She was relieved that she had come with Han Shun today. Strangely, when Han Shun was around, she felt very safe. "Tell me, you hurt my people. How do you want to die?" Han Shun didn't notice that Lin Senshan had mental problems. He asked coldly. Lin Senshan muttered unhappily, "Yao Feng has also died. I don't want to die." "Himph, it's not up to you." Han Shun snorted coldly, took a step forward, and stomped hard on the ground. A series of crack sounds could be heard. Starting with his foot, cracks spread out in all directions. Then, he suddenly charged forward, crossing 2 meters in 1 second. Yao Qingqian could only see Han Shen's afterimage. When she looked at where the two of them were, Han Shun had lightly punched Lin Senshan. Lin Senshan's eyes widened, and he blinked. Blood came out of his mouth. He lowered his head to look at his chest, and the area where Han Shan had hit him had a hole in it. He burst into tears. "Brother, it hurts?"